Guys, mark quick.
It's coming up. Will be first of all in the Bowl semi-finals. That sets Spain versus South Africa, then Netherlands versus Ireland. But in the main cup competition, we will have Australia playing Brazil in the cup first cup quarter-final. Canada, USA should be an absolute belter. Then England versus France, and finally the series leaders at the moment, New Zealand versus Russia. And the first cup quarter-final will be between Australia and Brazil. Australia currently 2 points behind New Zealand, and as you will see, Australia have won all 4 encounters to date. Last met in Dubai, where Australia won 38 points to 10. Well, coach Tim Walsh selects a strong starting lineup. Shannon Parry continues to impress. Let's have a look at the team lineup. Shannon Parry wearing the #1 jersey, certainly impressed on day one. A hard-working forward, but it's in the backs. With double try scorer against Russia, Emma Tonagato retains her place, and the IRB nominated Player of the Year, Emily Cherry, is in scintillating form. Well, Brazil reached the quarterfinals following a dogged effort in the final game on day one. They beat the host by a solitary try, but that was enough to secure their place here in this tie. Julia Sada and Edna Santini start from the bench as coach Chris Neal rings the changes following injuries to the squad in day one. Juliana Santos, the 19-year-old, caught the eye, whilst Carlos Barbosa plays in her 7th event and adds experience to the back division.
No way that Brazil were going to catch her.
Well, that puts Emily Cherry right at the top of the charts in terms of tries scored, and also in terms of the all-time points scored. That puts her ahead of Portia Woodman. She is 6 points ahead of Portia Woodman, playing for New Zealand. So Emily Cherry will kick off down towards the Brazilian 22. The ball taken by Helene Scratton, making her debut here in Amsterdam. Well, the crispness and execution of the pass was of frustration to Chris Neal as we were speaking to him on the team bus with these two teams coming along, and there was a bit of singing, there was a bit of music in the bus, but all these teams, they play with each other, they play against each other, but they share the same hotel, the same dining facilities, and as we said, the same bus on the way to the ground this morning.
That's the thing about 7s versus 15s. You're away on tour in these series, and so the teams do spend a lot of time with each other, so there'll be a lot of friends out there on the pitch. You've got to know when to draw the line. Now's the time that they're the enemy.
Well, this is just so easy for Cherry. She just sprints by and absolutely outstrips that Brazilian defence. And what more can you say? But it's utter class.
Yeah, too much pace and precision the Australian team have for Brazil. Very, very simple. Get the ball off the first phase, move it to Emily Cherry. For my money, the best player in this series this season. You give her a little bit of space, and she always takes the gap. She's got a lot of work to do, scored both tries so far, taken both conversions, then she'll be running back for that kick-off as well.
Yeah, but the fitness is good for Emily Cherry, and Australia out into a nice healthy lead, 14 points to 0 over Brazil. And well, we often talk about seven-a-side rugby that you really need to keep the possession. So Emily Cherry well ahead, not only here in Amsterdam, but also, as we saw earlier on, she is the top point scorer of all time and the top point scorer this season as well. So not a bad record. Well, another scintillating bit of play here from Australia down that far side. Alicia Quirk with the run. You can see her just getting the ball back, but that's a turnover for the Australians. And here she is again. Is this a hat-trick already? Quite incredible. 3.5 minutes gone, and she's got 3 tries already.
She's done a lot of sprinting of the length of the pitch as well. I think Tim Walsh might want to be giving her a bit of a rest at half-time. She doesn't get a rest between tries scored because she's the one left there with the ball taking the conversion, but there she goes. through the gap, and she has the...
Thanks.
Great setting here in Amsterdam, the synthetic pitch. And of course we have the 43rd playing of the Amsterdam Sevens tournaments, and there's also tens competitions and vets competitions. It really is a tremendous setting. Ball taken by Raquel Cojan. Here's first look at Jessica Santos. Santos goes to ground, making her debut here in Amsterdam. Now can the ball be released down the near side here? Marina Hamaro gets the ball, but in goes Alicia Quirk for Australia to try and disrupt possession, and also Charlotte Kaslik there. Kaslik, well, she thought it was her ball, gives it back. You can always spot Kaslik, the yellow ribbons in her ponytail.
A chance for Brazil to have a bit of possession finally, kicking for the line to get a bit of territory. Now they really need to win this line out, get the ball in their hands. It's their first quarter-final ever. The nerves will be jangling. They just haven't yet had the chance to have a go.
This line out just taking place right in our commentary position, right in front of our commentary position is Jessica Santos. She'll throw the ball in at the line out.
Time on.
The ball bounces into the palms of Shannon Parry. Alicia Quirk releases it scrum half. Laid out ball on the far outside.
Release 9.
Brazil then trying to chase up on the defensive duties. Release the ball out here to Shannon Parry. Well, Parry spins and burls. Shani Williams, well, she has the fend and the handoff, and she'll just... So a fourth try, the conversion was taken. The previous conversion, incidentally, was actually missed, so the half-time score is 26 points to 0.
Something? Something, sorry.
Every try they got was a weak tackle.
Toda vez que nós passar é porque a gente não tá aqui direito.
Harder, faster in the defense so they can't think about it more.
A gente tem que subir muito rápido pra cima do ataque dela pra elas não conseguirem pensar.
But the outside has to come up just as hard because they're releasing a fast ball.
A ponta ela tem que subir tão forte quanto a de dentro, porque ela só conseguiu fazer essa bola que nem a gente tem que voltar.
And when we go down the blind, Meninas, you need to attack. If someone has to go forward, you're just passing, shuffling.
Meninas, quando a gente for pro cego, alguém tem que atacar rápido e forte ali. A gente só tá passando a bola.
Okay, I know you're on for Zaza. Edna, you're on as well for Jessica. Okay. I know you want to go into halfback.
No ataque ela tá no half.
Ruiz! Ah, tá, é ainda mesmo.
Julia Sada there questioning something with the referee. You've heard Chris Neal there. Of course, everything has to be translated. Chris Neal, the Kiwi, who helps out with this Brazilian team, and it must be quite frustrating for Chris that everything has to go through somebody translating for them. But an interesting look onto the Brazilian pitch is Edna Santini, the playmaker, comes in off the bench, as does Anya Kristova, who impressed yesterday with some of her strong running.
Yeah, she did, and they've got nothing to lose, the Brazilian team, have they? Ring the changes, put on Santini, put on Kristovam, the players who can make something happen. Tim Walsh similarly is ring the changes. Emily Cherry's having a rest. Shannon Parry, Charlotte Kaslik, and no surprise.
Australia, Amy Turner went in there with the pink boots. Turner makes that tackle. Brazil now have the possession. Take away and pick up by Raquel Cojan. loses the
Offside.
possession, but from an offside, says referee Neves.
Thanks.
You wonder if they'll play the territory game against Sue and just kick for touch here.
I think so. Brazil are thinking we're going to struggle to run a try in from 40 metres from our own try line, take a bit of territory, win good line-out ball, and finally get the ball into a bit of space.
Yeah, Kohan from the Panteras club. This is their 4th event. Brazil actually only scored 2 tries yesterday. They got beaten by Canada 28 points to 0, beaten by England 5-19, and then, as I said, they won their final game, beating the Netherlands by 5 points to 0 assembly. So only 2 tries that they scored, but they're a feisty outfit. Big tackle came in there, didn't it? Thankfully, Hermelo is up and off, and he's the first look then. Another poor kick, actually, by Anja Kristovam. And you can see the way the Australians then recycle ball so quickly. Oh, lovely play.
Yeah, and Brazil, having had so little possession, kicking it away can't be the right option. They need to, once they've got the ball, they need to try and keep hold of it.
Ball then released out onto the far side. What can Gemma Etheridge do? Great support running here and streaking away for another try for Australia.
Yeah, lovely
Quirk.
Lovely interplay, wasn't it, between Alicia Kirk, Tonegato and Etheridge. They stretch the defence so well, Australia, get the ball right into the open spaces, which just creates the gap between the defenders. They're able to pick them off one by one. That last little 2-on-1 into Alicia Quirk, beautifully timed. It's a couple of times we've seen Emma Tonegato do that.
Yeah, it's what every rugby player does, doesn't it, on the training field, just executing those skills, and the Australian skills just are superior over the Brazilians at the moment because they're commanding the ball. Australia's extend. They had 15 tries on day 1. They've scored 5 tries in this opening match here on day 2. Knockout rugby here in the IRB Women's Sevens World Series. So Australia are you recall the graph, they're 2 points behind New Zealand, so but also they were about 150 points behind in terms of points differential, so this is making a bit of a dent in that New Zealand tally. So Edna Santini, possession recycled by Julia Santos. Santini, the scrum half, finds possession. Kristovam for Brazil, but they're having to work so hard in the contact area against the Australians. Turnover ball for Australia is Elia Green, sorry. Takes the ball out here. Oh, good step and go by Tonegato, but the defence is good from Australia. Green. Wider pass there by Kobe Jane Morgan. They're forcing the passes. Nicola Beck out there now. They know where the space is, Australia, but their execution not brilliant. Alicia Quirk this time. The knock-on will come from Kohan. And a deliberate knock-on judged from the number 10 from Brazil.
Uncharacteristically scrappy from Australia there, wasn't it? We've been saying up until now how precise their game has been. Picking off those 2-on-1s, getting the ball into space and it landing in the hands of the player, not up in the air or down at the bootlaces, but uncharacteristic scrappy, and yet they've still got the penalty and a chance to have another go at this Brazilian defence, which held strong just now. Helene Scratton, particularly with that last-ditch tackle on Tonegato.
Kobe Jane Morgan looks as though she'll just kick for touch. From the New South Wales club, the Warringah Racks. We had a couple of shoulder injuries and for Australia.
10 yellow.
A substitution here for Brazil as Bruna Lutufo
Don't close. Don't close.
comes on for Raquel Kohan.
Australia have lost Emma Tonagato with that shoulder problem, and I think had used all their substitutions, so they'll need to be very, very careful now. Keep the ball nice and tight, 6 on 7 for the rest of the game.
So Brazil then through Hermelo. Then Santos, Juliana Santos, the 19-year-old. Put in a power of work yesterday, but penalised for holding on to the ball. And Australia, you can see how quickly they are to recycle and continue to put pressure on this Brazilian team. Kick just bounces too high. So Brazil are able to recover it from Helene Skretut. Kristovam wearing that number 7 jersey, but well, it looks as though Brazil went in to seal the ball.
Driving the ground.
There's some exciting youngsters to come into the side of the USA. England against France and New Zealand will play Russia. Those are the 3 Cup quarterfinals coming up soon. Australia looking very strong as they progress to the semi-finals. They have an outside chance, of course, of they have a good chance of taking the championship and need to finish above New Zealand because New Zealand have the superior points difference. So then it's the battle of the near neighbours, the North American nations, Canada and the US of A. Canada lead 5-0 in the series with 1 game drawn, and I think that was in Houston last year. Last met in Guangzhou back in April, when Canada won by 35 points to 7. It's a very settled Canadian side under the captaincy of Jen Kish, although she seems to be out of sorts this weekend. But that apart, she has some very useful deputies in her side. Paquin Russell and Ghislaine Landry and Moleshki have been amongst the try scorers here this weekend. The United States, well, led by Amelia Villains. Lopez is a newcomer and she's already got 4 tries to her name, and Folayan, keep an eye out for her on the wing. She's a devastating finisher. So there come the teams then. USA on the right, and Canada on the left, led by a few minutes ago.
Yeah, very, very tough to call, because if you look at the head-to-head, you'd have to put your money on Canada, but the USA had a really strong day yesterday, a 39-0 victory against Spain. They were just imperious in that one, and it just seemed to, everything seemed to click all of a sudden. So if they start well, I can see them getting a good result here.
That's exactly what Rick Seged was saying, and this young lady, Folayan, she scored an early try against New Zealand first time out yesterday morning, but then somehow or other it all fell apart for the US of A. But once they defeated Spain and Russia, Ireland rather, then it all fell into place, and they came off the field with a smile on their face, and they're far more confident coming into this match against the Canadians. First possession goes to the US of A, the long striding Gillian Potter downfield in close support is the captain Amelia Villains. Canada back there tackling, and it's looking good for the US of A. Just what Rick Seged was telling me, get off to a good start, keep your wits about you, and Kelly Griffin gets the opening score. What a start for the USA.
An excellent start, wasn't it? The interplay, it went to Potter, out to Villains, from Villains back into Potter again, who draws in 2 defenders and just flicks the ball out to Griffin. The precision in that move is the thing that we've seen from this tournament we haven't seen before.
Villains adds the 2 points. The USA have the early score, just what they wanted and just what their coach, or perhaps I should call him the comforter, this weekend, because my work is done, he said. I've done the work before this weekend. It's up to you now, ladies, and they're certainly repaying his confidence. Kelly Griffin with the opening score. Interesting. USA kick long. The bounce of the ball is even more unpredictable on this artificial surface. What is predictable, however, is the direct running of Ghislaine Landry. And this is Melissa Alari. Good pace being shown, and Canada are looking to strike back here. Griffin, the last line of defence, but she won't catch Alari. What a tremendous score that was. This is building up to be quite a game.
Great sevens, isn't it? One end to the other. Fantastic work Canada will be, USA will be disappointed with that. It's a first-up tackle missed by Lopez, I think it is, and Allery's very, very quick. So once she's through that first-up defence, she was always going to be in. End-to-end stuff.
Yeah, been very impressed with Lopez on the opening day. She's a brilliant attacker, but she's not afraid of making the tackles either. But on that occasion, she was found wanting. And another successful conversion, and it's tied up level at 7 points all. Canada posted a convincing win when the teams met in pool play last time out in Guangzhou, 35-7. But Rick gets determined that the USA will finish on a high here, the last tournament of the season. Griffin looking to drop the ball right on the 10-metre line. Not sure whether it did go the 10 metres.
Advantage over.
Yeah, the advantage over, says James McPhail, the referee, now from, well, attached to the Netherlands Federation, Rugby Union Federation, New Zealander. Canada stunned by the USA early on. Good work there by Kelly Russell. Good hands, but look how eager the Americans are in the contact area. Now then, this is Hannah Lopez from the San Diego Surfers. It's surfing weather here in Amsterdam this weekend. The temperatures are rising by the hour here on the Saturday. A little breeze in favour of the Canadians in this opening half, but nothing to choose between the teams. And they know each other so well, so they have trained together at the Olympic Training Center, the American Olympic Training Center at Chula Vista. So, you know, there's nothing they don't know about one another.
No, they do know each other very well, and that's why I suppose it's no surprise that people like Hannah Lopez and Elisa Allery are the ones that are standing out a little, because they're the newcomers, they're the players that they don't know quite so well. I've been very, very impressed by Allery so far.
And both teams, of course, looking to build up momentum in advance and in anticipation of the Sevens Rugby in the Rio Olympic Games in 2016, and looking for newcomers all the time, attracting crossover players, as we call them, with experience in other sports like basketball and volleyball. And we also have a bobsleigh athlete in the midst of the American squad. Do I call it an athlete? Do I call it a bobsleigh rider? I'm not quite sure, but she's a pusher, that's for sure.
Definitely an athlete.
It is Jen Kishner, the captain. Sets it up just inside the USA half. USA across the field very quickly to try and prevent anything from developing. Good tackle there from Lauren Doyle, but it's there again for Bianca Farella. She's got 33 tries in 8 tournaments, but she's been very quiet this weekend. Just the one try to her name.
She has, and that time Hannah Lopez made the tackle, didn't she? Very, very good tackle on Bianca Farella.
Good work by Folayan in from the near touchline here, looking for support, looking to catch the Canadians napping perhaps out on the left, but the pass doesn't go to hand, and Jen Kish is away into the United States 22, and this will give Canada the lead. A mistake by the US of A, capitalised by the Canadian captain, Jennifer Kish.
Yeah, we talked about the imprecision, didn't we? Just that pass from Lauren Doyle, not quite accurate enough to a player come running on such a hard line. Amelia Valines there, and ball goes free. Jen Kish is one of the quickest brains in women's sevens, apart from anything else, on the ball like lightning and in under the posts.
From in front of the post, it's another 2 points for Canada. And they lead by 14-7, but they're one player short at the moment. Let's see what happens.
Gillian Potter, that was the other player in that collision, and she's off on the side of the pitch at the moment, getting some treatment on her. Looks like a cut above her eye as well.
Yeah, we've seen one or two clash of heads on the opening day here. These girls are made of stern stuff, some stitches perhaps, and patched up, and they'll be ready to go again. So 14-7, that's Canada's lead with a minute to go in the first half. Ghislaine Landry drops that one just beyond the 10-meter line. On her own, taking that one is Megan Lee Bonney, and away goes the captain, Amelia Villines, tackled high there by around the shoulders by Julia Greenshields.
Too often.
Crouch. Bond.
But the United States are looking comfortable, and there's a realization, according to Rick Suggett now, that this is a game to be enjoyed, and when you enjoy your play, then success will come. The bounce is kind for Ghislaine Landry. Kelly Russell is there, adding her support. Did she stay on her feet? Yes, the advantage is there for Canada. Mr. McPhail's arm is out. This is Karen Paquin. Good solid tackle on her. Kelly Russell takes some stopping, does she? And Julia Greenshields, can she be caught? Yes, brilliant tackle there by Lyon, and has been able to turn the player over. Good work in defence by Lyon, but Kelly Russell was there again, offering her support, and it's a third try for Canada.
Yeah, so Canada are just showing their superior experience of playing in games like this, aren't they? They're just slightly quicker always. The USA needed a player on there, but it was Kelly Russell that got there first, ripped the ball and placed it down. For Lyon, though, she does put some fantastic last-ditch tackles in. Such a good defender. Been very impressed by her. Such a good defender, such a good finisher as well, if she can get into a little bit of space. Landry. Flag is in the air. So 3 converted tries then to Canada, having coughed up the early score, and they have a healthy lead at half-time over the US of A.
Right? Yeah. Know what you have to do. Retain possession just a little bit more. Let's not get too greedy in there and try to get too. Once we do make the break, so do what you did at the start there. Keep chasing them and get those offloads on the other side of the line. Megan, the referee is there for a good reason. If you think it's out, ask him. Go, James, is it out? James, is it out? And then there's no indecision. He's going to tell you. He's a pretty good guy. Keep talking to the referee about the rucks as they're coming over the top. Are they off their feet? Boom. And have a conversation with him, okay? Hey, keep pushing the tempo, keep flooding the areas. We had a really good one around the far side there. We came back here with 4 were standing out. Remember what we talked about? Let's just play down the short side again. Let's put 3 or 4 down there. We got 4 out here. We've got them numbers down there. We just keep hitting, popping, hitting through the ruck. Go around the bend on them again. Eventually they'll come in. Then that's when we go back onto the other side. All right? Once you get close, you can't reach with your arms. Get down low, dive your whole body and go for your arms around, get them on the ground, get up and contest, okay? Finish off our tackles, keep possession, and you'll win this game. Let's go knock these guys off the park. Come on.
Right there, guys. Here we go.
I think what Rick was trying to say earlier on there was be a little more streetwise. Have a word with the referee. He's a nice guy.
Always be nice to the referee. Yes. Very, very important part of the game.
And call him sir.
But he's not wrong. If they get their tackles in, Canada are winning this game because USA have made mistakes. They've made mistakes with the offloads that aren't working. They've made mistakes in the tackle. If they cut those mistakes out and keep the ball, there's no reason at all why they can't get back into this game.
Well, possession is key in Sevens, and it's good to see Gillian Potter back on the field following that clash of heads. She's strapped up, and under the headgear there's a bright red tape around the injury to her forehead above the eye line. So get the second half underway. Canada lead by 21-7. In goes Jen Kish, and snapped up swiftly there by Julia Greenshields, the replacement for Canada.
And now what?
Good work by the US of A. Have they turned the ball over? Yes, they have. Now then, quickly into midfield, the captain, Amelia Villines. This is better from the States.
Thank you.
Just again giving possession away.
Another mistake in the contact area. It's those big, it's the strong tackles. You've got to keep hold of the ball, really get it in 2 hands and make sure you're not getting knocked out of possession. A couple of times it's been knocked on in that situation.
Well, Villines is the USA captain, and she and James McPhail should have plenty to talk about. They're both qualified civil engineers. One mistake this time by Canada and by Greenshields. Can the USA take advantage? Well, They'd have to do it from the scrum, and that's no bad thing because 3 or 4 Canadians will be tied up in the scrum, and there should be a space out wide for the likes of Folayan to capitalise.
A little bit too much football then, wasn't there? I think the ball's gone free, dive on it, you know you've got possession secured rather than kicking it through when it's anybody's ball then.
Lopez. Oh, neat little step off the left foot. Leaves ball behind her. Villains. The captain is there in support. Gillian Potter. Must have been some blood on the shirt because she's not got a number on her back now. Lopez. She's such a competitor. Been very impressed by her also. And that's another mistake by the looks of it. Waiting for a Canadian advantage. Okay, we'll have the penalty.
Yeah, I think there was too much interference at the breakdown from Canada there, unfortunately for the US, because there was another knock-on at that breakdown. That precision that we were talking about from yesterday against Spain isn't quite there today.
You would say need to score next, make a game of it and ask questions of the Canadian mentality. Lovely pass to Folayan. Strong on her feet. Look at her, former track and field athlete, and away she goes. Now then, where's the support? Stretching the Canadian defence. Kelly Griffin having a go. Potter is there once again, as is Lauren Doyle pumping the legs. Ghislaine Landry with the tackle, but Gillian Potter gets the score. Just what the US of A needed. A confidence booster, and they've got their second try, which brings them right back into this match.
Nothing like a bit of pick and go sevens, is there, from the USA there, but it was very, very effective. In the end, Canada just couldn't find enough people to guard around the fringes. Picked up once by Doyle, who nearly makes it, and then on hand is Potter. And this time, a very, very good, precise offload from the USA, and that makes all the difference.
Villains pulls her conversion. Canada will still need, USA rather, will still need to score twice, but that's a huge confidence booster for the US of A, and the Canadians might be looking at one another for a second or two here, but she is quite a player, is Gillian Potter, a recent captain of the Sevens. This is the current captain, Amelia Villains, with such a good tournament in Guangzhou that Rick Saget trusted her with the captaincy once more. Kish gets away from the tackle. Griffin can't pull the Canadian captain down. Lovely step again, Jen Kish. This is going to be a brilliant individual try for the Canadian captain, and that stretches her team's lead once again. Just when it looked as if the USA were going to come back into this match, it's the captain, Jen Kish, who takes them clear.
And that's the worst of the USA's play in this tournament, isn't it? Far too many missed tackles there. Jen Kish is a fantastic runner, but no one's that good. The amount of tackles that just either didn't go in or the USA fell off the kick-off chase. There were 2 people on her and just ran past her, mistimed it completely. Such strong running from her, though.
So Canada looking good here, and simple conversion from Ghislaine Landry. And that takes Canada out to 28 to the USA's 12. It's the accuracy, isn't it, from the US of A? That's what they need to work on. And interestingly, again, talking to Rick Saget, during the summer, they will invite Brazil, Ireland, Russia and China to the Olympic Training Centre at Chula Vista. We haven't got the financial resources to travel, he says, but we do have excellent facilities at Chula Vista, and we can invite teams to come along and train with us.
They'll be disappointed with this result, but they have improved significantly since the last couple of tournaments. So there's a lot to build on.
Yeah, when you're looking at teams that might break through in the not-too-distant future into that top 4, well, the USA and France certainly this weekend are 2 of those nations. But it's all hands to the pump here for the US of A, as Canada come again, looking to finish with a flourish here, looking for a place in the semi-final. Folayan eyed up the ball carrier. Good tackle from her. Some excellent individual performances from the US of A this weekend. It's Lauren Doyle. Folayan once again battling away. Takes some stopping. It's Megan Bonney to Catherine Johnson. Just her second tournament. And away goes Alev Kelter. Well, this game is not over by a long chalk.
Yeah, good work from Alev Keltis. She's very much in the Gillian Potter role. Gets through lots of hard work, and in fact has come on for Gillian Potter. Always lurking there for the short pop, and very, very good finish. She spotted the gap, called for the ball through the gap, and finished it well.
The Lions adds the 2 points, but she'll rule that missed conversion early on because they could be within a converted try at this stage with a minute to go. As it is, they need to score twice. But good pace being shown by Kelter, a former soccer player, a former ice hockey player. And wouldn't you just love to be an American coach and a Canadian coach for that matter? There's so many good things happening there in North America. And if there's a sniff of an Olympic gold, you can bet your bottom and last dollar that they will fight for that. And it's another mistake and possession given away. And there is Elena Myers, the Olympic bobsleigh silver medalist we referred to earlier on, getting a chance late in this game. Recently married, so she's now Elena Myers-Taylor. Married Nick Taylor, another bobsleigh representative for the USA. Good tackle, good solid tackle from Lauren Doyle. Bringing down Ellery just outside the 22. And that is it. The final whistle blown by James McPhail. John Tate will be content with a job well done by the Canadians. They are through to the Cup semi-final on the back of a very good win against a very spirited USA side by 28-19.
Very good, very good.
So here is the World Series table out on 76 points there. New Zealand in close contention. Australia trail by 2, so they need to finish a place higher than New Zealand because New Zealand have the better points differential, and Canada will be looking to consolidate their third position here. And Russia, although having a disappointing weekend, they will be content, I feel, with 4th place. Pavel Baranovsky, well, he's blooded some 3 or 4 new players here this weekend, and he will regroup before we come back next season.
Indeed, that table win provides all the motivation England need, because of course level 4th with Russia, they desperately want to get that top 4 slot, and that really is where Simon Middleton has set the target for this tournament. It's been a tough first season really for Middleton, but he really seems to have got the ladies connected in every way and focusing on each particular leg. So a Six Nations clash, if you will, for this next quarter-final. As you can see, England dominant in previous clashes between the two before. The last one, of course, was in that plate final in Guangzhou when England were quite dominant.
And I think we can draw comparisons between the Canada-United States game we saw previously and England and France, because France have come on this weekend.
Yeah, both teams, in fact, have had good day ones, but as I say, it may have been a good first day, but everyone knows Sevens rugby is all about day 2. Only 3 European teams in the quarter-final this time round, and of course 2 of them here. That pretty much England's strongest lineup, though Packer and Fisher seem to be rotating through the games so far. Chamberlain and Allen, the only 2 ever presents. England, well, for the first time this season, they've gone unbeaten through the pool stages. France recovered from that early loss to Australia to come from behind to beat Russia and then beating South Africa fairly convincingly. It's going to be a fascinating tactical battle, you feel, between these two sides, because they play in a very different style, don't they?
They certainly do, and we know the French of old, they play with flair and panache, and we've seen a little of that this weekend, and with 1 or 2 full 15 internationals in their ranks as well, Marjorie Mayans and Caroline Ladagnou. There's an extra edge to the French team, I fancy, this weekend.
So Fanny Horta and Abby Chamberlain lead their charges on. The adrenaline will be surging around those bodies right now, but they've got to get thinking caps on and get into match play as quickly as they can, making sure England that they're ready for the physical threat that France will pose. No question about that. If anything, on previous form, you would say England are probably the more physical team. But of course, in sevens, it can show in so many different ways around the pitch. There's a very experienced official now, Asta Rasavengi. 7 days ago, or 6 days ago, he was refereeing the final at Twickenham.
Captain
men's
Blue.
final.
That's right, he may have just the 8 tournaments in women's sevens world rugby, that's the series that is, but he's got something like 150, 160, I think, games behind him in the men's tournament, so he's very well experienced. But he still need his wits about him here, though.
Yep, good mileage on the clock for the referee, and a good start required by both teams in this third quarter-final of the Amsterdam Sevens. Just getting brought down outside the 22, and this is where defences will be looking to just try and lasso the opposition attack, but that's good continuity from France. Fanny Horta coming round, looking for the runner coming off her shoulder. It's Biscarat that offers, and the pass just falls to ground, and now England get their first chance of the game to settle themselves in. Natasha Brennan, top try scorer yesterday for the ladies in white. 3 tries in her bag through the course of day one.
Well, what an excellent start to this game, and France have certainly come out with all guns blazing here. Just a mistake by Camille Grassineau. Ball just going forward off her shoulder, off her forehead even.
Interesting call already for Christelle Leduff to send France further into England territory. She hasn't made too much gainage, it has to be said, but as a tactical call early on.
Yeah, it's interesting. Sharon Iza, keep an eye out for her wearing shirt number 11. It was a determined run from her right from the start. So there she is at the back of that line-out.
Take from Grassineau, but the throw just going squint. Beautiful day here in Amsterdam. It really, there's been a palpable change of atmosphere win from yesterday. Not only, of course, because we're in the knockout stages and we're aware of the girls in the team hotel having a very different mindset coming into today. But of course the social rugby begins as well, and I have to say it smells more like Miami Beach than it does Amsterdam with the amount of sun lotion that's having to be used today. That's a good sign.
We're in the coolest place probably in the shade of the grandstand here, but wherever you look around this ground, well, there are 10 rugby pitches surrounding the National Rugby Training Centre and Rugby Centre here in Amsterdam, and they're all full to capacity.
Well, Claire Allen opting to take the contact and getting the benefit of the referee's whistle. Molly Waterman making such an impact, has that capacity to do the unusual in many ways, in many circumstances. Oh, Abby Chamberlain blindsided by the tackle, and good work from the French defence.
Exceptional work there, Danny Waterman. Well, she's a classy player, isn't she? An injury to one of the French players, so they're effectively down to 6 players at the moment.
But on the attack, as Michaela Staniford is forced back into a 22.
Yeah, there's a penalty coming here for England.
Just over exuberance at the breakdown from France. Marley Packer getting the offload into Claire Allen, and well, both teams committing offences at the breakdown. They've got to get on the right side of the referee, and it's not happening right now.
Yeah, good refereeing there by Rasta Rasavengi. It was Grassineau with the original penalty. Rasta playing advantage, and what excellent work there by Christelle Leduff in the breakdown area. Making the tackle, back on her feet, getting her hands on the ball. Classic stuff.
Marjorie Mayon fit and able to rejoin the fray. It was her tackle, I think, on Abby Chamberlain that blunted that last England attack. Take at the tail from Shannon Izar. Suddenly France getting width on the ball early. Fanny Horta, oh, just a breakdown in communication with Caroline Ladagnou. It looked like a very healthy position for Les Bleus at one point.
It certainly did. If that pass had gone to hand, and just looking where the breeze is coming from, the wind might have had an influence on the passage of the ball there, but that was a clear chance for France. I'm impressed by this young lady, Sharon Iza.
Who scored that vital try against Russia, the match-winning try as it turned out. McKenna combining well with Waterman. Oh, Claire Allen, good handoff. Strong on the ball, both in defence and attack, but on that occasion being pinned for not releasing. And France quick to get their foot on the throttle again. Meillon cutting back, looking for the support. The England girls were saying last night, you never know which French team you're going to play. It's something in that Latin temperament within the French, but they're certainly coming out firing today. Ball goes loose. England trying to run away from their own 22 and just relieve the pressure a bit.
Oh, terrific stuff here, and the French are fully committed to the tackle every time.
Tackles flying in from both sides. Anybody seeing the ball?
It's tied up there somewhere. There it is.
Yes, use it.
You can just see on the faces of the English side, they're just under duress at the minute and having to cope with this early French thrust.
Offside.
We're down to a minute 30, just under a minute 30, still waiting for our first score.
Indicative of how close this game is going to be, I suspect, Win.
Well, it's certainly a step up for the French. They competed in the Rugby World Cup Sevens in Moscow last year, but they're not a core team, but they're certainly playing as if they are.
Present at 10th in the standings and finished 12th last season. So an improved performance from David Cortez's side. That wasn't even squint.
No, I think that was nearer to Harwich than it was to anyone else.
Yes, you could hear the ferry coming in on that one. Well, again, you can see the pressure that England are under, albeit there's no score on the scoreboard.
Well, this game could turn on the odd mistake, on the odd moment of inspiration. I think I prefer the latter.
Sit.
Well, let's hope.
Hold what?
Biscarat with the put in.
Tarted, pulling back, Tarted, pulling back.
England get penalised. They're going to have to look at this strategy around the contact area and in the set piece. Meillon reverses things, sets it back to Izard. Oh, the handling of Grassenot, just letting her down at the vital moment.
Good play, good tactics being employed there by the French, but sadly coming to no avail. A chance perhaps before Rasavenge blows the whistle to bring the first half to a close. No score on the score sheet, but it's been an entertaining opening 7 minutes.
Certainly a game you haven't been able to take your eyes off, much as we haven't really had any veritable try-scoring opportunities. It has been plenty of blood and thunder through these opening 7 minutes of this quarter-final.
But on balance, the French should be at least one score clear, if not two. They've had the opportunities. I don't think England have been out of their own half, or have they? Just the once, perhaps.
Just the once, I think, Wayne. Yeah, but you're right. It's been a half that the Blues will take more from than the Whites, and there goes the half-time whistle, and it's going to be fascinating now to see what the coaches say. Simon Middleton, a very measured man. No panic from the England coach and David Cortez as they try and set their stall out for this crucial final 7 minutes.
I'm not saying that it was a walkover for Australia, nor was it for Canada, but whoever goes through from this match, they're going to have a tough time in the semi-final, because this quarter-final is taking a lot out of both teams.
Let's have an insight into team talks.
Right, but we've put ourselves under pressure. We've got to get a little bit more energy in this round of breakdown. We've got to get a bit tighter to each other. Okay, we've got to get the being much quicker. Let's try, when we shift the ball off the edge, they're doing exactly what we said we'd do. Play off second receiver. Okay, you cannot play blind. If you catch the ball in midfield and hesitate, you're going to get cleaned out. You've got to play the edges, keep scanning off the ball. We know they're going to come in on us, so let's catch. Okay, set them up and just play. I need a little bit more depth. Second receiver, and I need a little bit more depth from the outside. We've had two really good occasions we could just slip the ball on. Alright? So let's just be a little bit smart about how we play. And then when we go, when somebody goes, we've got to go quicker. But we've got to get the tempo up. We look like we're playing to slide and slow the game down and then get penalty go. Just go, play. Let's push ourselves to the limits, okay?
You know what game plan? We're going to hit in midfield. asking it wide.
Exactly,
He's
get some
running
space.
unders off that second receiver. Set that breakdown.
Listen, we have to pass and then we have to support each other. Right, get with each other, connect to
Well, you heard the call from Abby Chamberlain, you heard the call from Simon Middleton. Hit the middle, England want to do, and then play, and get the tempo up. That's where France have really controlled the game in many ways so far, albeit they haven't got results from it.
They've not allowed the English to pick up that tempo, and they've not allowed them to get into their stride.
7.
England love to control the game, but at the moment, France are doing a good job of it, and especially in the breakdown area, where breakdown is the key in sevens.
Knockout rugby always has a funny effect on the way you play the game. And now it's 7 minutes to decide where these two teams are going to end up playing their rugby this afternoon.
Bounce the ball, yeah, favours the French once again. Izard.
Outside the 22. I thought that was going to be for a miss pass, but I'm not sure that Grassino was expecting that in any case. They peel back down the left-hand side. Ladaf just not on the same page as Meal. Ball's out. Referee says play on. A quick work from the skipper. Releases Claire Allen. What a game. Well, what 3 games she had yesterday, but again, the breakdown.
Well, Camille Grassino needs some attention. There seems to be some blood pouring from her forehead. I think Rasta Rasavenga spotted that now, and she will certainly need some attention.
There was a case, though, Win, where England suddenly had the opportunity to attack. Oh, there's Grassino having to go off to get that looked at, but England making headway down that right flank, and again, it's stalled by their work at the contact area.
Yeah, this is me! Belle, Chris, parfait!
Rose Thomas into the park now. All the squads really rotated through yesterday. I suspect we may see a slightly different formula, if there is one, from the coaches this afternoon.
Yeah, we've seen the coaches rotate their players, and they're looking to manage their teams.
Again, the final pass for France just not hitting home. And it really has been problematic for Les Bleus through the opening 9-10 minutes of this game. Now, can they make something happen here? Again, the final pass, well, they're being allowed to play on there. It was lateral at best.
Well, good refereeing there by Rasta Rasavenga.
Noticeable, we don't have the breeze that we had yesterday that was pushing those passes down. The breeze was fairly strong from left to right on your screens yesterday afternoon. Not in place today. The little kick changes the angle. Now, opportunity here, but Caroline Ladagnou just cannot hold on. It was her 3rd try that was beckoning. It was the crucial first try today.
Lovely kick there, well-placed kick, and Caroline Ladagnou had a clear path to the line. Oh, she made a hash of that one, and that could well have sealed a place for France in the Cup semi-finals.
Now, a trio of changes for England off the bench. Heather Fisher being one of them. Amy Wilson-Hardy there wearing 12 on the near side. And also Fran Matthews coming in.
I can't remember the last time we had a 0-0 score this far into a sevens game.
Well, still 4.5 minutes, which of course in sevens is an eternity, but the pressure will start ramping up. Claire Allen cuts back on a better angle. Of course, normally plays her 15s rugby at 12 or 15.
Good tackle.
Chamberlain stuck inside her own 22 at the moment. Again, looking to straighten things up as much as possible, looking for those gaps around the breakdown, but the ball's loose and the ball's in French hands. And Marjorie Mayon and Izard again. Just when they thought they had opportunity, it still goes with Biscarat. Throws out to Ladagnou now. Can she make amends for what happened before? But again, that final pass, just unable to execute it when the pressure really comes on and when the opportunity opens up.
Well, that's about 6 chances now that the French have missed, really. And Ladagnou on the outside each time, while she's had two of those opportunities. But tremendous work there at the breakdown by the replacement Rosa Thomas. And France, again, they have territorial advantage, but they just can't press home that advantage.
Off the bench, there's Kumiba Jasuvi, the only representative of Montpellier Ladybirds who won their 4th national championship a month back in the 15s version.
She's a hard-hitting flank forward in 15s, Jasuvi. There she is.
Contrast with Heather Fisher will be fascinating to see through these last exchanges. 3 minutes left on the clock and still no score. Who is going to break the deadlock? It's going to take maybe a moment of magic, maybe a moment of composure to make the most of the door opening.
Well, it'll be extra time otherwise, and neither team will want to go into extra time at this stage.
Especially this early in day 2.
Exactly.
There's only so much petrol in the tank.
It needs to be 4 stars, certainly, but by the cup final.
Handling, releases Wilson Hardy. Wilson Hardy, whose try-saving tackle saved the game against Canada yesterday, is going to score the try, possibly winning try of this match. Certainly the first try is on the board and it's gone to England.
What an excellent score it was. The pass to Amy Wilson-Hardy, the handoff and the pace of the England number 12, taking it away from the French defence and finally breaking the deadlock. The replacement, well, a try-saving tackle yesterday, as you say, but that's a try, a game-winning try for Amy Wilson-Hardy.
And a very important couple of points added by Sarah McKenna. Now, how are France going to respond to this? They're bringing 2 more replacements off the bench. There will be nagging concerns in the back of French minds, Win, I suspect, because they've had so much possession.
Yep. And the clock is against them now. Plenty of time to go, just a minute and a half, but if they can win the restart here and put those passes together, make sure that those passes stick. That last pass has left them down so many times.
Now, restart, absolutely crucial here. So try and work their way out. Heather Fisher putting her shoulder to the cause once again. There's Thomas releasing Christelle Leduff, but the tackle's coming in. And the work of England's defence again paying off there. You saw Claire Allen, top tackler yesterday, 14 tackles through her 3 games, and crucially, not missing 1 tackle. And as we know, in sevens, you're exposed so much, you cannot afford to fall off any tackles.
Yeah, French heads beginning to drop. You saw Christelle Leduff there, a little frustrated perhaps. Plays for Perpignan, the French Women's League.
England now looking to keep the possession. The pass reaches Natasha Brennan on the bounce. Oh, the contact area again, as vicious as it has been throughout this game. Abby Chamberlain keeping hold of the ball at all costs now. The ball goes to the stands, the referee's hand goes up, and that's the full time, and that's England into the semi-final. But my goodness me, Win, what a close game that was.
They had to work hard for that win, and it was just that moment of brilliance in the end from Amy Wilson-Hardy. The French have only got themselves to blame for not claiming their rightful place possibly in the Cup semi-final. They did everything in that game but score.
So England are through. Who are they going to face? We'll find out now in the final quarter-final.
And that final quarter-final is New Zealand versus Russia, playing to see who will get through to that semi-final. I wonder what kind of game we'll get here after the war of attrition that we just saw. New Zealand, of course, lead this series 3-0. Russia never having beaten them in the Women's World Series. They last played in the Cup semi-final in Atlanta, where New Zealand won convincingly 24-7. So a big test for Russia today against a New Zealand side that they have never really run close. So if we have a look at the teams, Carla Hohepa, who was outstanding for New Zealand yesterday, showed some of that finishing ability that we saw in the 15s World Cup back in 2010. Manuel, so important to them as a playmaker. Russia with Kazakova on the bench, Hamidova on the bench. Looks like they may be injured, and that's a huge loss, especially Kazakova. She was the outstanding player for Russia yesterday. Leaves a lot on the shoulders of Seredina and Kudanova, the experienced players on the pitch. So there is the New Zealand team, starting without Linda Aitunu and without Portia Woodman, who both took bangs on the head yesterday. They've been cleared by 2 independent doctors, so we may see them later on, but for now they're starting on the bench. So Russia, led by Nadezhda Kudanova, brings a huge amount of experience, and she'll need to show all of that today, with Kazakova injured as well. And on her left there, Kiruana Manuel, such a servant for New Zealand rugby, being played 15 since about 2005 and being a pivotal member of their 7 squad since 2009. So alongside me is Scott Hastings. Scott, what are your views on this one?
Well, Russia will have to raise the bar, and undoubtedly New Zealand were pushed yesterday in their final pool game against Spain. They won that one by 19 points to 5. They kind of lost their shape with that injury to Portia Woodman and also Linda Aitunu. But they stabilised and played well, and they've got lots of experience in Kelly Brazier. And you just look across that New Zealand lineup, and that word experience just is right across the board.
Yeah, it's hard to see a weakness there, isn't it? This match being refereed by Amy Perry from Australia and Anastasia Mukariamova just kicking off. So Sarah Goss cleans up, being such an important player for New Zealand in the last few series. Carla Hohepa powering into the contact. Ball into the hands of Hiruana Manuel, out to Kayla McAllister, the player of the year last year. What can she do? This is what New Zealand do so well, spreading it from one side of the pitch to the other, trying to create those gaps. Sarah Goss thinks she sees a half gap. Well looked after by Carla Hohepa, spreading it back across the pitch again. Russian defence marshalling well at the moment, stopping the New Zealand players going through those gaps, but there's a bit of space out over here with Sarah Goss and Carla Hohepa. Hohepa stretches those legs, powers through the contact. Very good tackle by Kudanova, but this Russian defence starting to get stretched now. There's Shirei Tane waiting on the wing with Portia Woodman on the bench. She showed yesterday the pace that she's got. Goes on the outside, steps inside off her left foot and in under the posts.
Well, Shirei Tane, she scored a wonderful try against Spain yesterday. An individual effort from her own 22. This one, well, just over that 10-yard line. And look at that, the way she transferred the ball and weaved her way through that Russian defence. And well, we talked about the experience. She's not experienced because she scored his first try yesterday, and that's her second.
And the extra points from Tyler Nathan Wong, got 4 conversions yesterday. If it's not her, it's Kelly Brazier knocking those conversions over. But the 2 extra points means that New Zealand lead this game 7 points to 0. It's a great opportunity for Tane, Scott, isn't it? If Portia Woodman's going to get a little bit less game time this one. She's one of the 124 New Zealand try scorers this season. They really have been prolific. So lovely Lovely floated kick-off, and Sarah Goss gets up so well for those. The ball so quickly transferred back across the other side of the pitch. Kayla McAllister spots not even half a gap, really. She's so quick through those gaps, looks up, sees the defence's hips pointing in slightly the wrong direction, powers through the gap, and then no stopping her.
Well, it's her 6th try in Amsterdam this weekend, and just a good footwork. We've seen this yesterday. She steps on that left foot and then hits that outside gap on the accelerator.
There's Pavel Baranovsky. He's not happy with that, is he? Always got an expression on the sideline. He's not one of those coaches that sits there quietly. He has to be involved. Tyler Nathan Wong's added the extra points, and there's Kayla McAllister, 42 all-time tries with her teammate Portia Woodman on the bench for this one. It gives her a chance to forge ahead.
Well, it's quite a stat, isn't it, when you've got 2 try scorers like that? That's why this New Zealand team are currently the current, not only world champions, but also current leaders of the series and last year's winners of the inaugural IRB Sevens World Series.
Another, it's practically an action replay of the last kickoff, floated up there for Sarah Goss to win. Russian defence is up hard, so New Zealand choose to switch back and into the hands of the very dangerous Carla Hohepa. But this time the Russian defence manages to wrap her up, and it will be a Russian line-out.
Pavel Baranovsky shouting the instructions from the side, and Russia, well, you look at the clock running down, and they just haven't had any ball since the start of the game.
It's been a very, very clinical performance by New Zealand so far, hasn't it? No mistakes to speak of, in control of the ball the whole time, but first chance for Russia to have a go and show what they can do. Kudinova well wrapped up there. The New Zealand defence up so quickly, didn't give her a moment. Hiruana Manuel onto the ball quickly, and Kayla McAllister on the side with that kind of pace. Mukariamova isn't going to catch her, and she's in at the corner for another fine finish. A 7th try this weekend, and of course now puts her on top of that all-time list.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's her 3rd brace, so well, double trouble for this Russian team through Kayla McAllister, but it was the pressure they put on Kudinova in the centre from Weber that forced the error. The turnover was there, and McAllister on top of Woodman.
How important, Scott, do you think that the New Zealand defence, you said there that the pressure they put on Kudinova was what forced that try? I mean, is that an integral part of their game?
Absolutely, it's the pressure, it's what I call the press defence. It just puts pressure on the opposition, and if you don't have the skills to execute your passes under pressure, you're not going to actually compete with this team.
Yeah, and it's given Kayla McAllister the chance to get right at the top of that try-scoring table. 7 for this weekend, ahead of one of her rivals for player of the series, Emily Cherry, on 6. So Tyler Nathan Wong didn't get the extra 2 points this time, so 19-0 to New Zealand. Kick off a little bit longer this time, so Sarah Goss opts to go for the tackle rather than compete for the ball in the air. And there goes Mukariamova, a little bit of ground fighting, first possession in the New Zealand half. But again, New Zealand so strong in the breakdown. Kayla McAllister, it's that footwork again. With Tali on her shoulder, then moving it back across the pitch, stretching the Russians from one side to the other, into the hands of Manuel, to the hands of Weber. Hohepa lurking on the outside. Very well wrapped up there, though, by Seredina.
Yeah, New Zealand are quite happy to hold their shape, and look at this again. They've got plenty of players outside, so they'll spread it wide again.
Interesting tactic. We don't see too much of that for New Zealand. The race is on between Tane and Kudinova. Who's going to get there first? The ball's just gone dead. And that brings the end to the first half. a very controlled performance by New Zealand. 3 good tries. They've just controlled possession all the way through. 19-0 at half-time to New Zealand against Russia.
Один делает захват, второй ныряет за мяч. Мы только что это делали. Марин Кутина, стоишь, вот, малыш делает захват. Ты стоишь в метре, вот так, и наблюдаешь по каналу. Ну нырни, они еще не упали. Нырни уже за этот мяч вторым игроком, заберите. Девушки, начните просто сражаться. Стыдно, Юрий. Начни, Кудинова, идет в контакт, ты на краю стоишь, смотришь, как ее там начинает крутить. Ну прибеги, разгонись, сади хоть одной Новозеландии. Поймай кого-то за шкирку. Ну, там самой, понимаете, продвигаться это легче всего. Но я не восприму это все равно, не насрать. Ты лучше докажи вот здесь. Что-то мне-то доказывай. Им докажи все. Давай. Покажите характер, зубы покажите. Россия!
So the opposition coach never gets a look in with the camera when Pavel Baranovsky's on the pitch. Scott, what do you think he said to his team there?
You mean you're asking me to translate? It's interesting, isn't it? Because when you're up against a New Zealand team and you've won so little possession, I think what he was explaining was, by his gestures, it was about hitting that contact area. They're getting out muscled, they're in that contact area. And also they've been penalised a couple of times. When they've taken ball into the contact area, they've sealed off the ball illegally. And because the ball's there, it's a penalty against the team, and New Zealand have just been sharper all around. So, just looking at Taylor Nathan Wong, I actually first saw her playing for a touch representative team when I was an operations director for the Touch World Cup in 2011, and she was part of a magnificent New Zealand team that won the title, and that's where the grounding of these New Zealand players are in the game of touch rugby.
Yeah, the handling skills they bring from touch rugby and from netball, indeed. Portia Wood and Kayla McAllister certainly seems to make a big difference. So Tyler Nathan Wong gets us underway in the second half. Let's see if Russia can give New Zealand a run for their money in this second half. So ball into the hands of Carla Hepper on the outside again, which means that there is a lot of space on the other side of the pitch if Tyler Nathan Wong and Hiruana Manuel can get it over there. Kayla McAllister again with Tane lurking outside. Great pace from Tane. The switch between Kayla McAllister and Tane brought Tane back inside, which held the defence up. She then realised the defence had stopped, stepped back outside, then really used her pace to finish.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Russia really getting the squeeze on the defensive chores. They've actually played a 7-up defence. They've not left 6 players on a flat line and had a sweeper, which might stop the likes of Tane, but New Zealand are still able to create the space 7-on-7 by hitting the right angles there.
Yeah, they run those switch lines so well, don't they? You have to run them really at pace, really pull the defence across, and that's what they do so well. Tyler Nathan Wong gets that one off the upright, so no 2 extra points. New Zealand 24, Russia 0.
Just one of the skills from the kickoff. You'll notice that plenty of height from Tyler Nathan Wong. And of course, New Zealand regained the possession because Goss put this back. We talked about the skills, but look at that for skills. Into Huhipa, they recycled the possession, and because they've got the space so out wide, that's where they're outclassing this Russian team.
The very accurate kickoffs, aren't they? Let's see if she can do it again here.
Well, a little switch there.
Yeah, the switch kickoff, so none of the players that normally compete for it, like Sarah Goss under that one, but Tane made a good fist of competing for it, but Russia finally have a little bit of possession. The ball into the hands of Seredina. And that's Bogacheva testing the New Zealand defence. Russia outside of their 22 for the first time in a while. There goes Seredina, but they're just running into New Zealand defender after New Zealand defender. So penalty to Russia, New Zealand defence coming in from the side. Usually we see Russia here take their time, put together a quick tap move.
Again, he'll give you an example of how New Zealand will operate their defensive platform as well. They play a 6-up defence using the sweeper at the back.
And again, New Zealand getting the best of the breakdown. Hiruana Manuel getting her hands in there and then taking the quick tap out to Nathan Wong. She's got Hohep on her outside, Goss on the switch option. So many options there. But Seredina competing very, very well at the breakdown. Russia get a chance to run it. How quickly can the New Zealand defence reorganise itself? A little bit scrappy there, Scott.
Bit scrappy, but again, well, we often talk about the prowess of Kayla McAllister, but she came flying into the contact there.
12 and 6, I think.
It's so important these days, isn't it? You can't have a player who's just good on the wide outside, good at running those tries, and you've got to have all of the elements of the game these days.
Yeah, Portia Woodman comes off the bench to take her place, as does Kelly Brazier, and Woodman right out on the far side. Interesting enough, wearing a scrum head guard with her head well strapped from that knock that she took yesterday. And just to reiterate, she did pass 2 medical tests this morning, which is allowing her to play.
Crouch.
As Nadetsa Kudanova looks on.
So ball in from Tyler Nathan Wong out to Kelly Brazier, who's also come on, such an important player for New Zealand. Hiruana Manuel gets the footwork out through the gap and the offload to Kelly Brazier, but well scragged by the New Zealand defence. Nathan Wong gets it out to Webb, and she's got Goss and Hohepper outside. Goss, who runs the switch line, very, very well watched in defence by Kikina. And a turnover as well.
No, element 5.
Yeah, Bogacheva there with the turnover possession as Hohipa took it into the contact. And, well, they've shown some bravery in Alina Bogacheva and also Kristina Sadina in that contact. So glimpses of how Russia can still compete in the breakdown.
But it's a very, very long way to the Russian scoring try line at the moment. They're only a few metres away from their defensive try line. Well marshalled in defence by Weber.
Great clearance out there by Seredina. But Scrappy allows Brazier to get onto the ball. And it's a try for Goss.
That's the problem for Russia, isn't it? Camped on their line. As soon as there's a mistake, New Zealand are able to just clean it up and get over the line. Sarah Goss, 10 tries in the World Series this season. One of the players that gets through all the hard work, but is often on the end of the tries as well.
Well, again, it's worth reiterating the shape that New Zealand are able to retain within the game. The hard-working forwards of Hohipa, Weber and Goss.
So Tyler Nathan Wong taking this conversion straight through the middle of the posts. Another 2 points for New Zealand. Very, very far ahead of Russia now. 31 points to 0 to New Zealand in this Cup quarter-final. Tyler Nathan Wong makes the long, slow jog back to the middle of the pitch to join Amy Perrott. Always along, but towards the end of the game, it really takes it out of you making that last little trip. So another switch kick-off from New Zealand, wanting to try out that particular option. Portia Woodman chasing, manages to keep that ball in play. Absolutely excellent play from her. Unfortunate knock-on from Linda Atunu under pressure in the middle.
Well, the athleticism here from Woodman. Look at this. Up she goes, doesn't step over the whitewash, recycles. And it's just that intuitive play that keeps the ball alive in seven-a-side rugby.
So some possession for Russia. Kikina putting the ball into the scrum. Ball back to Hayat and out. on the wing, but more New Zealand defenders than Russian attackers there, unfortunately for Russia. Portia Woodman competing at the breakdown, takes the quick tap, gets that pace out. And the Russian defence just wasn't able to reorganise itself quickly enough, Scott.
Yeah, Portia Woodman just absolutely being on fire in off this second half. And that she'll take a wee bit of confidence from that, but splits the defence. Powerful runner.
She's saying to Kayla McAllister, anything you can do, I can do better. A 43rd try of her career. And another chance for Tyler Nathan Wong to see if she can add the 2. She's been excellent for New Zealand, the kicking game, hasn't she, in this tournament?
Absolutely, doesn't get that one though.
So no 2 extra points, but a very, very comprehensive victory for New Zealand in this final quarter-final against Russia. The final score, 36-0 to New Zealand. Very comprehensive. Russia never got a look and couldn't really get their hands on the ball. New Zealand controlled it from start to finish.
So New Zealand well on their way as we look ahead to the bowl semi-finals coming up shortly. It'll be Spain against South Africa, and in the second bowl semi-final, the hosts Netherlands will face the challenge of Ireland. So these are the 4 teams that have failed to progress through to the Cup quarter-finals. The first 2 teams in Spain against South Africa. Spain, well, previous visitors to Amsterdam and previous winners here. But in the Women's Sounds World Series clashes, they are tied 1 game all. They last met in Dubai in December when South Africa won by the odd conversion and by 19-17. Spain led by Vanessa Rial and the Garcia sisters. Start this one with Berta Garcia showing up well in the opening match yesterday and claiming a hat-trick. South Africa, well, they're up against teams that have plenty of experience on the international circuit, and if they can win 1 game here this weekend, then they will have equaled their tally of 12 months ago. They're here really to assess where they are in World Rugby compared to other nations now that they are centralised in a comprehensive training and development program in Port Elizabeth. So it's going to be an interesting clash this one, Sue Day, from a South African perspective, certainly.
Yeah, there's a lot riding on it for South Africa. They really love to get some wins on the board in these series matches, but up against the Spanish team that is very experienced, had a very, very poor day yesterday by their standards, Spain, particularly with a 39-0 loss to the USA. So they've got pride to play for, and I can see the Garcia sisters having a big role in that.
Yeah, I think Coach Tommy Garcia has to take some responsibility for that loss, because we were surprised that he didn't put out his first team against the US of A. But concentrating perhaps on a place in the Cup quarterfinals, which didn't really work out for him. Sherry Trumbull is the referee for this match. The Lady Blitzbokke of South Africa against probably the Lionesses of Spain. If the men's team is known as the L15 de Leon, then I presume that the ladies are known as the Lionesses. So this is the only tournament played on the circuit this year by South Africa. Berta Garcia takes the ball into contact early on. And Spain evidently have their game face on the opening match of the last day here. Vanessa Rial, they don't want to be ambushed by the South Africans. And a loud blast on the whistle of Sherry Turnbull.
I'm not sure that the Spanish agree with that decision, do they? But it was a penalty, and then I think the referee saw a knock on when they went to take the quick tap. excellent running from Real, quite a high tackle, which is what the original penalty was for. But then it's here, I think, when the quick tap's taken, that we can't see, where the referee saw a small knock-on.
Yeah, more mountaineering than tackling, I think, there, wasn't it? There we are, that's how we bring down the wildebeest in South Africa, I dare say. So here comes the captain, Zene Jordan, to Verushka Grein.
Tackle only, she's fine.
Good harassing there by Berta Garcia.
Off her feet.
South Africa bring it away through Lorinda Brown on the scissors. Zintle Mpupa, one of the newcomers making her debut in Amsterdam this weekend. Patricia Garcia, good pace, spotted the gap, took on the South African defense. Half chance, that's all Patricia Garcia needs.
And it was unfortunate. Pinar in the South Africa defence seemed to go down as if there'd been a sniper on the sideline, pulled something in her leg just as Patricia Garcia runs towards her. So there she goes down and believes a big gap. Patricia Garcia is a good finisher anyway, so wasn't going to look that gift horse in the mouth.
Well, she's a lovely player is Patricia Garcia from the Olímpico Pozuelo club in Madrid, adding the conversion of her own try, and Spain lead by 7 points to 0. And sadly, Marite Pinar has had to leave the field, clearly having pulled a hamstring.
And that's a big loss for South Africa. She was one of the more impressive players yesterday, a new find, very strong ball carrier. Still learning the game in all its aspects, but you can see that she's got the basics of a very good player.
One of 3 Tukkies in the Lady Blitzbokke squad from the University of Pretoria. It's a well-placed kick for Berta Garcia to chase. And neither she nor the South African players can prevent the ball from going into touch.
Yeah, we watched very similar kickoffs to that in the previous game, and every time Sarah Goss for New Zealand was on the end of those, so something for the Spanish to work on in training.
Spain, one of the core teams on the circuit. They've reached the plate final or plate semi-finals in each tournament, so this is going to be their most disappointing result. They find themselves in the bowl semi-final. Well, that is probably a testimony to the improved standards of the other teams, that they now find themselves in the lowly bowl competition. But it's a scalp, nevertheless, for South Africa, if they can, first of all, get back on terms here. Lovely pass from Jordan out to Verushka Grein. Support was there from Nisipua Goda, the replacement for Pina. Good work at the breakdown there by South Africa. Now then, let's see who's got the pace here. Will it be Verushka Grein? I think it might be into the Spanish 22. Giving chase is Irene Scavion. Well, that's an excellent try for South Africa and for Verushka Grein.
Great pace of Verushka Grein. It's a couple of times that we've seen that in this tournament now. Great find for them. Somebody that they can put on the outside, they know can finish the tries. Very good finish. She just looks up, sees there's nobody at home around the fringes and goes for it, and Schiavon simply doesn't have the pace to catch her.
Determined run then from Verushka Grein. Takes clear of the Spanish defense. Schiavon did her level best in this conversion attempt from Zine Jordan to level the scores. Good effort. So it's all tied up, but 7 points all. Try from Patricia Garcia, equal by that of Verushka Grein. 7 all then in the bowl semi-final.
Excellent conversion attempt, wasn't it? Those 2 extra points can be so important in sevens, in these tight matches when you don't have long to play. Those 2 points can be the difference between winning and losing. So important you've got in your team a kicker like that who can make those. Minute
15 seconds left of this first half. Patricia Garcia again making inroads. Berta. The former track athlete into roller hockey as well before she took up rugby. Patricia Garcia. Excellent vision again from the diminutive number 4. Can she go all the way once more? Up to the 22. Aims for the corner. The tackle is solid, but unfortunately Lorinda Brown can't prevent Patricia Garcia from claiming her second score, and that's taken a lot out of the scrum half.
The referee's just checking with the touch judge. It looked good from here, but just checking.
She'll be looking for a foot in touch, I think.
Try.
And that effort deserved a try. Patricia Garcia, and she'll have to get up shortly to aim for the post.
Yeah, it was determined running, wasn't it? She puts in a little jing in just a moment, that just to slow the defender up. Just gets scragged at the end, but manages to reach for the line and just get over. Great effort in defence, but Garcia had enough pace to get there.
Nope, it's running.
Now then, I think we might need a replacement kicker here. Patricia Garcia needs a little attention.
5
There's a
seconds.
lung-bursting effort from Patricia Garcia. The bang to the knee. Not a bad effort. On target, but falls short.
Yeah, and Angela Delpan doesn't get a chance to do that very often because Patricia Garcia is always up there.
Yeah. So that effort, that individual effort from Patricia Garcia restores South Africa's lead. And we go in at the break with Spain leading by 12-7.
La jugadora que va a ese contacto necesita tener la confianza de que todos los obstáculos están cubiertos. Estamos poco invasivos, derecha y izquierda de cada sacadora. Necesitamos tener la certeza de que derecha e izquierda, interior y exterior están tapados, para que así ella vaya y se vacíe en el contacto. Si no vamos con esa seguridad, los contactos van a ser perdedores. Si hay equipo, los contactos van a ser ganadores. Y hay que presionarlas porque no tienen manejos, tienen piernas, no manos. Hay que trabajar eso y es colectivo. No os agobiéis porque los unos contra unos en contacto pueden ir bien, mal o regular. Eso irá bien si interior y exterior están invadiendo y recolocándose. No os agobiéis por su utilización. Es piernas y negarles espacio. Si lo hacemos entre todas, vamos a ganar desde la defensa. Y en ataque, genial, chicas. Saldrá seguro. Está saliendo. A tope.
That's the passionate Tommy Garcia Menendez, the coach of Spain. Of course, they're missing the influential Barbara Pla, Marta Caban, and Marina Bravo is also missing. But at the moment, Spain are doing a good job with this one. Oh, Patricia Garcia is certainly. It's her try that separates the two teams. As we look to the second half, Patricia Garcia is clearly shaking off that injury. She prepares to take the restart here.
Yeah, Tommy Garcia not happy with the Spanish defensive effort, and then the effort of the contact. He's saying you've got to get in and secure the ball in that contact area or you'll lose it. You've got to get up and pressure them in defence. South Africa are an inexperienced team, so the more pressure you can put them under, the harder it is for them.
Yeah. And they've not had the exposure to international rugby that Spain have had in recent months. So it's a steep learning curve for Renfred Dezel, the South African coach, who I think won the Amsterdam Sevens here back in 2008 with the South African Seven Samurai. Zine Jordan, former sprinter and long jumper. The South African captain. Loose ball kicked through by Vanessa Rial. Support from Coco Momoti. Zimplin Pupa.
No hand blue! No! Blue one off your feet.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's what Tommy Garcia meant when he said be stronger at the breakdown. Don't give penalties away.
to strength. Oh, this is good. South Africa not going anywhere. Now then, Zinedine Jordan to inject some pace perhaps into the attack and push the Spaniards back a yard or two. Pass out to Lala Momoti. Spain have won the turnover here. There's a hint of a gap on the narrow side for Arnaud Vidal. Still there. South Africa pushing up. Jordan, well read by the South African captain, and away she goes. And South Africa are back on level terms. The diminutive Zinedine Jordan, the alert Zinedine Jordan, sprints half the length of the field, and that's a wonderful second try for South Africa.
Another illustration how being fleet of mind is at least as important as being fleet of foot in sevens. She could see that pass was coming in, had the presence of mind to get up there and intercept it. And as you say, as a former sprinter, once she'd intercepted that, she was in, because Spain had no cover because they were in attack.
I wondered whether she was going to make it, because that right knee is very heavily bandaged.
Yeah, she started one of the games yesterday on the bench, presumably to look after that injury, and you can see she's starting to struggle, but she's such an important player for this team.
Yeah, she gives the team confidence, and the conversion being successful. South Africa lead Spain by 14-12. Well, they won 1 out of 5 12 months ago here in Amsterdam. Yet to win a match. Could this be the one where they break their duck?
More errors in the contact area for Spain. Just too many errors. The ball not being looked after. And Tommy Garcia said at half-time, need security, need to look after the ball in the contact area, and that's exactly what his team isn't doing at the moment.
But you could see there off-camera, the South African ladies, you know, they were patting one another on the back now. Then this is our chance. Let's keep our concentration here. Let's stick to the strategies, to the structures that we've been taught. And let's win this one. An injury to one of the South African players here in the tackle. That's Zintle Mpupa.
Yeah, she just didn't get ahead on the right side of the tackle, did she? Because the player stepped into her. She was ready for the tackle, but then ended up getting awkward into the tackle.
And very often the injury looks worse than it actually is, and of course the medics will take every precaution to see that Mpupa gets the treatment that she needs. A reminder again of the World Series table then. And Spain, you will see, are in 6th position there. And New Zealand out on top with 76, 2 points separating them from Australia. And Australia might need somebody to do them a favour if they are going to clinch the series title, because they need to finish above New Zealand, as New Zealand have the better points differential. But it's good to see Sue Day, looking back now on the first day and this morning's play as well, that there are teams now capable of challenging those top 4 sides, England, Canada, Australia and New Zealand.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. England have just about in 4th place at the moment, so really this season it's been New Zealand, Australia, Canada that have been head and shoulders above the others. Russia have been challenging, but this tournament, just too many injuries for an inexperienced team to cope with. France have been very, very impressive in this tournament. A number of their 15s players coming back. And then the team, for me, that I've been disappointed with this season so far, but then suddenly, this tournament, seem to be back to their best and everything's clicked, is the USA. They didn't beat Canada, but it was a fantastic game of sevens, that quarter-final, end-to-end stuff. And finally, you could see all the things that Rick Suggett's put in place starting to pay off.
Yeah, and it's good to see Rick walking about the place here with a broad smile on his face, but then again, he always did. And this is what the teams are battling for, of course. Championship points, 20 on offer for the team that wins the cup here, 18. And no team goes home empty-handed from Amsterdam. Most tries this season, the Australian Emily Cherry. closely followed by New Zealand's Kayla McAllister, Bianca Ferrella from Canada, and Portia Woodman. Right down there to Karen Paquin of Canada with 11. So most points this season. No surprise, therefore, that Emily Cherry stands out on her own. Again, Kayla McAllister in second place, along with Salika Winyata, who's not here this weekend, the New Zealand representative. Bianca Ferrella, well, it's her tries that have brought her into fourth position there. Portia Woodman, Shani Williams, it's the Australians. And New Zealanders capitalising there on try-scoring opportunities, with Bianca Ferrella getting in amongst them. And on the all-time try list, well, we're looking, of course, at the last 2 seasons, because that's when the Women's Sevens World Series was established last season. Kayla McAllister and Portia Woodman share that accolade, 43 tries apiece. Emily Cherry closing in, and Baizat Kamidova sadly not here this weekend. The Russian, the big, tall, lanky, rangy, speedy Russian on 37. Bianca Ferrella in the 30s as well. And on the all-time points list, again, it's Cherry, McAllister and Woodman, with Kamidova's tries getting her up there into fourth place. Just the second year, as I say, but it's growing in stature all the time. This Women's Sevens World Series, we look ahead, of course, to the Olympic Games in Rio in 2016. And next season, Sue, will be an important season for all these teams.
Most certainly. The Rio Olympics are getting closer and closer, so next season is going to be about proving to your coach that you should be in the squad. It will be for the teams about making sure that you qualify for the tournament. Such a key season in the run-up to the Olympics, and it's such a historic thing. The first ever women's sevens tournament, the first ever sevens tournament in the Olympics, and every single squad player is going to want to be a part of that.
It was interesting listening to John Tate speak a day or two ago, and he was saying, you know, that they're using this as a rehearsal for next season, getting their travel sorted out, and they're getting the ladies used to the travel and used to all the strategies and the protocols involved in taking part in a top-class international sport. So Zintle Mpupa has been ferried away, and Zine Jordan breaks clear, and this will give South Africa a little cushion. And again, it's the alertness of Zine Jordan, and again just holding her knee there slightly, just feeling that little injury, but my goodness me, what a contribution this little speedy captain has made.
It's amazing how you feel those injuries when you've stopped running, but when the adrenaline's flowing and you're scoring a try in an important semi-final, you don't feel that. How often have we seen that, though? A try scored straight after a long break. It's the team that's able to keep its focus during that break, and Jordan, the player who's able to keep their focus, that can make all the difference. Spain were not switched on at the start there, and Jordan made them pay.
So here she is, using up all the time allocated to her, using all her experience. Zine Jordan has extended South Africa's lead, and the critical thing is that South Africa now lead by 2 scores. And you know, the South African ladies there, well, having seen one of their squad being carted off on a stretcher, you think, well, perhaps the heads might drop, but no, Zine Jordan would have none of it. Spain with 2 minutes to recover here. Oh. Well, it wasn't a tackle. South Africa really in the hunt now, and they feel a victory is begging here. They've done the hard work, and look at them congratulating one another.
You can see the adrenaline, can't you? They are not going to get tired in the next 1 minute and 40 of this South African team. They may get tired afterwards, but right now the adrenaline is coursing through their veins. Off that kickoff, they were sprinting forward to make that tackle, and they just swarmed around the ball carrier there. She couldn't possibly get it away.
No team wants to be in this bowl competition, but if South Africa can win this one and go ahead and win the bowl, then indeed I think Renfred Dezel will be a happy man, because, as I say, this team don't get the exposure perhaps that they would have hoped for on the international circuit, but you can see that the confidence levels are rising as this game progresses. They'll have to come back at 10 metres to face the penalty here.
Spain need to make this one count, don't they? Just over a minute left. They absolutely have to score here. They really don't need to be wasting time setting up for a slow penalty move either.
You could see the Lady Blitzbocker, that they were on their toes there waiting for that penalty to be taken, and look at them battling away here through Lamla Coco, as she's known, Momonti, the number 7. Get off the bus. Here we go. This could be the clincher. It probably is, and yep, slam dunked by Verushka Grain, and that will probably seal the victory for South Africa, the one they've been looking for all weekend.
Grain again, her 3rd try this weekend. She's done a very, very good job for them. She's got that little bit of extra pace, so she sees the gap, gets the handoff out twice, in fact, and gets over the line, and you can see how happy she is with that score. What a result for South Africa to take this one back home with them. So we came to one World Series event, we beat Spain, one of the best teams in the world over the last few years, and Jordan, the captain, has been such an instrumental part in that.
He certainly has. Matters not that the conversion is missed. As the hooter goes then, South Africa well in control and have this one sewn up, but there will be time for a restart. And I wonder what Zine Jordan will do with this one. There's no way back for Spain. Christina Song, the replacement, and look, South Africa still in the hunt. They want another score. I don't think they're going to kick this one out, or are they quite content to hold up the ball carrier? Jordan, she could well have kicked for touch. There we go. Yeah, that is enough. We have one more game, of course, to play. Say South Africa, let's cool it down a little and pat ourselves on the back for a job well done. We've defeated the 6th seed in the tournament, Spain, and they looked good certainly in that second half, and none more so than the captain Zine Jordan. She's led her team to a 26-12 victory over Spain.
So we hope you enjoy all the feed that you're watching. Please join in the conversations on Twitter on @IRB Women's and #Amsterdam Sevens. We're very interested to know what you're thinking about the competition. Right now, though, we're seeing the home side, Netherlands, show their face for the first time on day 2. It was a face that was very red and clashed with their shirts yesterday with the last game when they lost for the first time to Brazil. So plenty for the home team to sort out through this game. Ireland, well, they struggled through the course of day 1, really. It has been pretty much a struggle through this season, though. Their only win as a core team was the bowl final. These two, well, the winner obviously will go through to play South Africa in that bowl final for this year. And it is some silverware that would be invaluable, you suspect, for team morale. Netherlands, who won the bowl in this competition last year, they know what it means to them and what it would mean to these home fans to actually see their team lift a trophy at the end of the day. Of course, won the bowl in Atlanta through the course of this season. Doreen Epping getting her first start of the tournament. Brazil match. The Netherlands had so much possession but just couldn't convert it into opportunity. And that lady there, Kelly van Haaskamp, getting the perfect start for the host. She was the lady that they couldn't find against Brazil. And you can see now as she gets her second try of this weekend, the value of Kelly van Haaskamp.
Well, the Netherlands were so disappointed last evening when they lost by 5 points to 0 to Brazil. They couldn't get Kelly van Haaskamp in the clear, but it's that experienced combination of van Haaskamp and Anna Maria van Rossum, which brings the first score for the home side.
And you can see why that lady was the IRB Sevens Women's Player of the Year 3 years ago. Still has remarkable attacking intent and quality. And Netherlands really need to utilise her skills. It was very apparent in that Brazil game that she hardly got her hands on the ball through a quarter of an hour of rugby.
Well, you couldn't explain that performance, could you, from Netherlands? But, you know, full credit to Brazil at the same time.
Ireland going into this game have a 2-from-2 record against their Dutch hosts. Beat them in Atlanta and beat them to lift the plate in China last season, but only a couple of points between them. Tyrrell, one of the rookies, one of the newbies in this tournament. The drive taking on from Claire Keane. She's the only one that was involved in last season's plate win in China. That shows you how much rotation and new blood has had to come into this Ireland team. It hasn't been an easy season for John Skerry in any way, shape or form.
It certainly hasn't, and he again, you know, there's this talent ID program operating in Ireland where they're looking for athletes to possibly take up the rugby ball, offering elite athletes the opportunity to join an Olympic program. That's what it's all about these days. But it's certainly an international and exciting female sport now, and a spectacle as well, women's sevens.
Well, we're seeing the products of that. Laura Lee Walsh wearing 11, Martina McCarthy wearing 2 for Ireland, have come from that system. There's another one on the bench, Elaine Ryan as well. Hannah Tyrrell taking her team up to the 10-metre line. Katie Fitzhenry having to dig that ball out. There is Laura Lee Walsh trying to take the outside arc. Unable to just break the line, and the pass evades any players in green shirts. And Ireland just a little bit frenetic and obviously desperate to break that campaign duck.
Yeah, very unlucky to lose to Spain yesterday by 19-14, and they were leading up the hooter. And it was a little inexperience, perhaps, that resulted in the kickoff going straight into Spanish hands, and a run in from a long way out gave Spain a victory which seemed, well, unlikely a few seconds earlier.
You wonder psychologically how much of a slap in the face that was, because it was the first game of this tournament, and it really did seem to affect the girls, who, you know, then went on, well, to lose to New Zealand is, you know,
no disgrace in that.
No disgrace in that, but then to lose to the USA 29-0 was something of a surprise.
But as Sude said a few minutes ago, the team that has really impressed and caught the eye this weekend has been the United States. Sure. Back to their old form.
Sure, there's plenty of teams that have hit form through the course of this campaign, but these two at the moment still looking to light the fire.
There's an edge to this match, isn't there?
It certainly is. They've started off with a different vim and vigour, and there is that lady, Van Haaskamp again, steps inside. Beautiful try from Netherlands number 7, Kelly Van Haaskamp. Quality, you just can't beat it, can you?
Oh, we saw the best there of Kelly Van Haaskamp, didn't we? Look at this. Yeah.
Sorry, hurt her ankle in Atlanta earlier on, and what a miss she was. But look at this for a sidestep. Well, there we go. Not a hand laid on her.
And the balanced runner, Kelly Van Haaskamp, and just stepped inside Katie Fitzhenry, leaden-footed.
And that's something to say, because Katie Fitzhenry is Ireland's top tackler through the course of this weekend. Also top try scorer. A couple of tries she scored have been very good individual scores. So Katie Fitzhenry has really proved her lot, if proving needed to be. But right now, Ireland find themselves on the back foot, and we've only had 5.5 minutes of this contest. Previously on this weekend, only 5 tries between the two teams, which shows you the struggles that they've had. But a brace already for the hosts. Now, how can Ireland respond? It is that lady, Katie Fitzhenry, going straight through the tacklers. Well, she's a one-man band at the moment, and an impressive one-man band as well.
Yeah, Hannah Tyrrell was there. She did the work initially. Little element of luck, perhaps. We have a quick look at Chris Lane, the Netherlands coach.
Island, step back, please.
Fitzhenry, who made a debut in the last leg in China, certainly looks to be a useful addition to the Island Sevens programme. Again, the ball now shipped quickly out of Van Haaskamp. Round on the wrap comes Van Rossum, but it just didn't pan out on that occasion. But suddenly there is a psychological change in the mindset of the Netherlands, isn't there?
Yeah, it's that Van Rossum, Van Haaskamp axis, isn't it? Gives them go forward. But I have to say, I saw Ireland play first of all in Sao Paulo back in February, and there is definitely an improvement, a tremendous improvement from that tournament, despite the fact that they've not won one single game here in Amsterdam.
Well, last time out in China, they overcame that form of losing in the bowl semi-final each time this season, and significantly allowed them to go on and lift their first piece of silverware as a core team. And looking to build on that, of course, through this campaign, but it just hasn't manifested itself so far.
2 breakaway tries for the Netherlands.
Advantage has been played to the home side as they look to ship the ball along the line, but again, it's Katie Fitzhenry blunting that attack. Walsh looking for the support. Be great time to score now for the Irish. If they can keep ball in hand and work position deep inside their own half. Left-handed passing not helping them. Martina McCarthy trying to go again. She's got some gas, a former Olympic 4x400 metre relay runner. She is there.
Yeah, it wasn't the best of passes from Neen Midroma, but good work by McCarthy. So determined.
Now, please. Now, please.
Again, Holland, I should say the Netherlands, trying to keep them inside the kick pass. Where's that going to end up? Bounce of the ball favouring the hosts.
I'm not sure that was the best tactic.
Well, time for tea as the ball hits the stands, and the Netherlands happy with those 2 tries. Ireland beginning to come back in towards the end of that first half, but the composure just not prevalent in this inexperienced Ireland side. The coach will no doubt be looking to settle them down at the break and resort to the game plans that he's put in place.
Hey!
Dit is dat enough, hè? Nee.
We're halfway there. Second half, what are we doing in the first half? All right? The aggression is superb. Now we're going to take it to another level. All right? Fresh bodies are coming on. Fresh aggression is coming on. Okay? Let's get up off the ground and let's just work our nuts off for each other. All right? That's what's going to do it. Do not let them in this game. Do not give them a sniff.
Aggression!
Make our tackles, roll away. Next person in, bang. Blow over. Hit.
Help meisjes. Ja, goed. We weten het. Hè? En dat is de eerste. Let's go. Doe eens, moet je tegen jou slaan? Ja, kom maar.
So Chris Lane happy with his lot, as you heard from that Netherlands huddle. Aggression is good, but it needs to go to another level, said the Netherlands coach. For Ireland, they need to be able to establish some continuity, you suspect, Wynne, because it's been feeding on scraps.
Yeah, and a little frenetic at times from an Irish perspective. Had the right idea towards the end of that first half there. Change of direction, back onto the narrow side, but then the kick across field, not sure what that was all about.
So, 2 scores to the good. In the standings, of course, you look and you realise the Netherlands just a solitary point above Ireland. Not at the end of the table they want to be, of course. Lorelei Walsh unable to take that ball cleanly.
Yeah, again, it's those little things, isn't it, that you've got to work on, the kickoffs, the restarts. If you follow the men's tournaments, most teams these days, they deploy one specific person to climb high, to claim that restart.
Crouch.
That's something we've yet to see in the women's game.
Set.
Well, it's the old adage, possession is 9/10 of the law. Well, in sevens, it's 10/10 of the law. You've got to have the ball. Beautiful show and go from Van Rossum. Van Rossum steps away, one to beat. And that is a glorious individual try from Anna-Maria Van Rossum. What a beautiful start to the second half that is.
But the key there, I think, was the running of Van Haaskamp off the ball. There we are, the dummy there. Ireland were caught at 6s and 7s, and Hannah Tyrrell, yeah, she was watching Van Haaskamp, and that opened the door for Van Rossum. Again, it's the understanding between Van Rossum and Van Haaskamp, which is taking the game away from Ireland.
And that was all because of those two tries at the beginning of the first half, which so startled the Irish defence. And as you rightly say, when using Van Haaskamp as the distraction, and Van Rossum with plenty of gas to get outside a defender and over, well, it's going to be a long way back for Ireland now.
By the way, they're sisters-in-law.
Are they?
Anna-Maria Van Rossum.
Keeping it in the family.
Keeping it in the family.
Wonder whether they worked on those ploys in a lounge somewhere near here. Well, certainly the families will be happy right now. The new improved Netherlands side showing what they're about on day 2. If you're watching us on the IRB stream, please join in the conversation at IRB Women's. And the hashtag we're using is Amsterdam Sevens. Loving reading your tweets and texts coming through. Make sure you stay with us for the rest of the day. I hope the weather is good wherever you are. Right now, the sun is shining on the Netherlands. All the intent is there from Ireland. They just need to execute and get the belief. And we know how fickle sport can be. Little cross kick, working its way towards this near touchline. Really, no room to operate for Lorelei Walsh.
The kick came in, but the Irish players were lying very, very deep, and there was nobody up there in line with the kicker.
And suddenly Ireland are having to scramble defences. Lorraine Laros breaks through. The pass, though, doesn't find Van Haaskamp as the hat-trick was beckoning for Netherlands number 7.
I wonder whether this could be that ankle injury that she suffered in Dubai. She's wincing a little. Van Haaskamp.
We have to reiterate, this is a new pitch. It was only laid in November. 4G surface, so everybody to a certain extent getting used to it. I mean, the Brazilians tell me that they train on it. They're used to this sort of surface, but it is a different feel, particularly for the runners. Quite spongy with the rubber crumb underneath the grass, but it does take a bit of getting used to.
It certainly does. You just mentioned the Brazilians there. They train on the pitch on this type of surface, but on a much narrower field. And we've seen them. They play a very narrow game here this weekend. Not used to the wide open spaces.
The girls have said they feel it is a very wide terrain. But by now, into their 4th match of the campaign, they should be used to it. And there's a hand-off. I'm not sure how welcome that was, but it hasn't stopped Annie Helkert, and off she goes. Another one hits the deck. The pass inside is just reclaimed by Linda Franson, and the captain is going to roll over for another try for the hosts. Great work from Annie Helkert.
Well, tired legs out there at the moment. It's the second day. That's when your fitness levels are proven. Handoff initially, heel cut. Didn't have a sprint on the left wing, really, and in close support was Linda Franson. And today, the passes are sticking where they weren't last evening against Brazil.
As delighted as you are for the Netherlands and the way that they're showing off their rugby now, you've got to feel for the Irish team who are working, plenty of perspiration, just lacking a little inspiration and experience, of course. 24-0 the scoreline reads. It's an emphatic scoreline. Megan Williams now onto the pitch. Ireland's number 6 with slightly different headwear than we're used to, it has to be said. As long as she doesn't start singing Phantom of the Opera before the end, I think we'll be okay.
I don't think it's going to catch on. Here she is.
Here she is. Can she see the ball?
Right, Jamie!
She took a bang to the nose yesterday, may well have broken it, but she's back in harness, literally.
Well, credit to her for getting back on the park. And it's Ireland looking for credit now from possession inside their own half.
Release,
Susan Vaughan unable to get up onto halfway and just holding on for too long for referee Sarah Cox. Here goes Van Rossum again. She really has been the spark plug for this Netherlands engine through the course of this game.
Good tackle there by Megan Williams.
You've got to say that has got to be a real limiter to vision, hasn't it?
I should think so.
But credit to her for being on the park. Like I say, many would say, fancy coming back on.
Well, she was sitting behind me on the bus on the way home to the hotel last night, and she was in fine spirits, I can assure you. As indeed all the girls were playing their music.
Yeah, there is a latent enjoyment which sometimes comes out through their music, it has to be said, of all the competitors in this tournament. Really enjoying fun in the sun. It's been variable through other legs. Atlanta with the snow and the baking heat in China. Sorry, the rain in China. I was going to say, yeah, you would have loved to have some baking heat in China.
Well, we had both in Sao Paulo. We had terrific thunderstorms on the last day after the searing heat.
Well, it's been constant here through this weekend as Van Rossum goes hunting again. Where's the space? Janneke Eidens feeds on to Tessel van Dongen.
Release!
Again, the support just not quite accurate enough for the ball handler, and the possession is conceded. A token score, perhaps, for Ireland. Well, no, the knock-on is going to finish the match, I suspect, and the scoreline really tells the story, Wim.
It certainly does, yeah, those individual efforts in the first half. Kelly van Haaskap, Van Rossum, and that deception at the top of the second half took the game away from Ireland. But they will come again, they'll have learnt and will take home a lot of comfort with them following this weekend's play. They've certainly improved since I saw them in Sao Paulo. I've been very impressed by one or two of the players, the newcomer, Hannah Tyrrell in particularly, and of course Katie Fitzhenry.
So the Netherlands will be able to defend their bowl. There's the plate semi-finals. Brazil against the USA. USA probably one of the form teams of this weekend. France playing Russia, which as ever will be an interesting clash, a different clash of styles. There's the Cup semis, the top 4 all getting through to the Cup semi-finals here in Amsterdam. Australia and Canada, England with the toughest task probably in women's sevens rugby up against New Zealand. And then that bowl final, the Netherlands defending their title against South Africa. Join us in 50 minutes as we start the final leg of the 2014 Amsterdam Sevens.
Just
You all right, Sue? You can hear?
I can hear, yep.
That's fine. Just get the noise right. So welcome back to Amsterdam here for the IRB Women's Sevens World Series. Round 5 from the NRCA Stadium here in Amsterdam. And look at the beautiful weather we've got. And huge amount of teams. Well, the action all coming up. The Cup semi-finals between Australia and Canada and England versus New Zealand. And then in the plate semi-finals, Brazil versus USA, France versus Russia. And this will be the first game that we have got coming up. Well, these two teams have played each other on 4 occasions. And it's the United States that have won each game. And with Brazil having only scored 2 tries throughout this whole tournament, well, it's going to be a tough ask for a much improved United States who, well, they were defeated by 19 points to 28 by Canada, but they have improved, and we'll keep an eye outside for Griffin wearing the number 1 jersey. We've also got Amelia Villines, who's caught the eye throughout, and Hannah Lopez, who's the playmaker of the team. For Brazil, well, Julia Santos has made an impression on her debut here in Amsterdam on the Sevens World Series. And number 4, Santini, the playmaker for Brazil, gets a start. Edna Santini, remember her name? And of course, Brazil will be hosting the debut of 7-a-side rugby in the Olympics in 2016. Alongside me is that former England captain, 7-star and 15-star in Rugby World Cup, Sue Day. And Sue Day, we're coming to the business end of the Amsterdam Sevens here, the IRB Women's Sevens World Series, and knockout rugby from now on.
Knockout rugby from now on, and the biggest ever game really for Brazil. This, a chance to play the United States at the tail end of a tournament. they've never found themselves in the likes of a game like this before, so a really, really big opportunity for them.
Well, Chelsea girl from New Zealand, she'll be our referee in the middle. And kicking off Brazil on the right, Raquel Kohan. So the Brazilian football skills, well, that's not the start we want, because Brazil, you need to kick the ball across the dotted line. That's the 10-metre line. And there's the 10-metre line, and the middle is the halfway line. So the ball will come back, tap, restart. So I hope you're tuning in from wherever you're watching online this live stream from the IRB. Well, that looked like a forward pass in my book. And if you want to tweet us all the actions and stories, tell us what's been happening. Hashtag Amsterdam Sevens. We'll come back to that, and we'll just watch this forward pass.
Yeah, it was just forward. Opportunity. Laurie Clifford went for the quick hands. Kelly Griffin waiting outside of her, and worth taking the risk, but unfortunately for the USA, forward and a scrum to Brazil.
Well, Gillian Potter, who received the pass, one of the more experienced players in this team. This is Santini. Now watch her go up the line. Steps back inside. The tackle is good, though, from Laurie Clifford. Now Brazil spreading the ball, but flying up on that defensive arc was Lauren Doyle, which forced the Brazilians back in to the heavy traffic of the United States team.
This is a common problem we've seen from Brazil throughout this tournament. They haven't quite got the breakdown skills yet to be able to compete at the breakdown with teams like the USA.
Well, advantage being played here. And Gillian Potter, well, she was going to be taking a quick one, but threw it to her colleague. On to Hannah Lopez. Now Lopez, we identified her as a real player to watch, and Lopez steps back on that right angle, cuts a line straight to the post, and Lopez opens the scoring.
A great find for Rick Suggett, the US coach this tournament, Hannah Lopez. She's playing in the playmaking role, but also lurks on the outside sometimes, cuts those angles. She plays back 3 and 15, so she's got enough pace to be out there. Lovely footwork there to weave in under the post.
Oh, this is her debut here in Amsterdam, and part of the Team USA, and also plays for the San Diego Surfers. So if you're surfing in San Diego today, why don't you applaud this young lady? She's been outstanding across the 2 days of the Amsterdam Sevens. So USA, we've seen some improvement from them. They were beaten on day one against New Zealand by 43 points to 7. And then back-to-back victories, 39-0 over Spain and 29 points to 0 over Ireland. Edna Santini just takes the ball, drops back down, so recycle possession through Santos. And the clearance kick comes from Angelica Hervad.
It was a good decision to clear the lines there. The US had chosen to push 7 up to chase the kickoff, and so had nobody at home at the back.
Well, as with watching Chris Neal at lunchtime here, he was going over his Brazilian team, looking at how they could improve upon their performance. As I mentioned, only 2 tries they've scored in the Amsterdam Sevens. The most important one, actually, probably in the history of the game, was when they beat the host nation, the Netherlands, here yesterday evening, 5 points to 0, and a well-deserved victory, albeit a scrappy one.
Yeah, it was an impressive victory. They used every ounce of mental strength they had, as well as physical strength, to grind that one out against the host team.
Well, Laurie Clifford has just come off for the United States. So just looking down on the bench, there didn't seem to be any hint of an injury, so we'll try and keep you posted about that one as the ball's picked up by Gerard. Santos out onto the wing is Raquel Kohan, wearing that number 10 jersey. She's recycling the possession. You can see the ball there. Recycled. Santini under real pressure to move the ball. Look how much space and territory Brazil have conceded with just passing the ball out to the wing, and we don't see that with other teams because they're running onto the ball, and it was just static play from the Brazilians.
Yeah, 2 big features there. One is the really fast push defence of the USA, really getting up. Lauren Doyle was sprinting up there into the Brazilians' faces, but Brazil, as you say, they're standing waiting for the ball, so they're always going to get caught behind the gain line. They need to run onto the ball, pluck it out of the air whilst moving forwards and really threaten the defence. The US can afford to push up so hard because Brazil are moving with the ball.
On the outside channels, oh, great little cut here and pass and offload by Lopez, but the ball was spilt. And just looking at this United States backline, and Lauren Doyle and Victoria Folayan, has got some real pace here. They're wearing the number 6 and 7 jerseys. You often feel as though the States are going to release their strike runners outside on the wide channels.
Yeah, that certainly in previous tournaments, a feature of their game has been not doing that, not getting it out into the wide open spaces. They've started to get it together in this tournament. This is another good opportunity against Brazil to do that. Folayan is an excellent finisher of wide moves, standing out there on the wing. She's so strong and so quick. Must get the ball into her hands.
Yeah, Amelia Valens, she's playing the fly half position. So important that she releases those outside backs. She herself is a pretty nifty sprinter. Brazil with the ball though. Edna Santini needs to go delving with the ball. Santos with the wide pass, and Folayan picks it up. Can she get in for a try? She reaches for the line. Try time, United States. Second try on this occasion, Victoria Folayan.
Very, very risky play for Brazil, but as we were saying before, that USA defence just pushing up in their faces forced the risky pass, and Folayan's on hand to pick it up and just squeeze the ball over the line.
Well, we can tell you that the conversion was missed. So 12 points to 0 in favour of the United States team. So the kickoff will be through. Amelia Valens grew up in Green Forest in northwest Kansas. Stanford University graduate in civil engineering, so as well as superb sporting talent, Greens as well in amongst the trust there. You can see each of the Brazilian passes, Sude, that they're a bit loopy. They're not straight to the supporting player, and it takes all the pace off as Santini attacks from out wide. Half-time hooter. There's that Trustovan. Releases Santos. This inside pass. Santos gets the ball back up to the 10-yard line. Now, can Brazil finish with a flourish here, right on the breadth of half-time? Well, they ran out of space there as referee Chelsea Gert blows her whistle at half-time. It's been a good performance for the United States team. They lead at half-time, 12 points to 0.
If you can't win the ruck right away, you don't win the ruck. Get controlled on your defense, get your width, make them make that quick pass. You're so well organized, then put pressure on every pass. Keep pushing, they'll come back inside and we'll take a double team, turn the ball over, okay? Spread them a little bit, and once we get them to the edge, flood that zone. Just keep flooding that zone. Look, play the offload game, keep chasing it down. Once they compress, if we're going forward, play them shallow, bang through. If not, play them deep, 2 quick passes, and get the ball to our guys on the outside. Be ready, they have a little bit of a wind. Watch the kick and chase game on them, the one's a lefty, okay? And look for Santini to always break it around the scrum. Hey, just put the finish to this one. Let's go now.
So we heard Rick Suggett there telling his players, keep pushing hard against Brazil in defence, and then in attack, as Scott Hastings was saying, move that ball into the wide open spaces and then flood the channel. Get the ball into the hands of people like Victoria Folayan.
Amelia Villines then for the United States, kicking off in the distinctive blue jerseys with the stars on top of the shoulders. Brazil in their traditional yellow. Again, we've seen a couple of dodgy passes. Look at Falayan get back there, just doesn't give anybody the space in this Brazilian team as Helene Scratut was bundled to the ground there. Of course, an artificial pitch here at the stadium here of the Amsterdam Sevens, and
push out. Stay up.
an early penalty here in favour of Team USA.
That all came from the hard work of Victoria Falayan, didn't it? She'd flown up as instructed by Rick Suggett. It was in a bit of trouble because there were two players on one, but they made the pass and she had the pace to turn around and catch the second attacker.
Well, Falayan's caught in a tackle by Santini. Possession is good for the United States. Potter in there doing the hard chores. Gillian Potter. Ball out to Kelly Griffin. Now Griffin, ball in two hands, you'll notice, so always keeping the ball free. Santos is across there to pinch ball. But an offside decision by referee Chelsea Gurr against Brazil. So Villines will just tap and restart the game. Playing on, goes for the chip. Villines, can she latch onto it? Yes, she can. Can she get over the line? No, she can't, but gets the offload. Try time, Gillian Potter.
And who's on Villines' shoulder after that sublime piece of skill? Gillian Potter. She's always in the right place at the right time for this team. But Villines' lovely vision. She sees that Brazil are up all seven in a flat line because they're close to the line. They need to defend it. So she thinks, right, I'm going to chip over the top, and executes the skill perfectly. Chips over, gathers it, pops up to Gillian Potter, and she's on hand as always.
So the kick was good, 19 points to 0. So Lena Myers-Taylor might come on for the injured States player now. And the line's back to the halfway line, restarts. Of course, the scoring team in Sevens rugby kicks off. Santini back to Santos, Juliana Santos. She's played well on her debut in Amsterdam. Now the deep attack from Brazil, Carla Barbosa, with the early thrust. Falayan up on the tackle. Cover play comes across from Lauren Doyle. And just holding on to the ball, and Potter just taps and goes for line. Well, she's got the pace to go in at the corner with the fend. And Mariana Harmalo misses the tackle as Falayan goes right in towards the posts.
Quick thinking from Gillian Potter, wasn't it? The penalty was given, Gillian Potter takes it straight away, sees she's got Falayan on the outside, one of the quickest players on the pitch. Easy, give her the ball and let her run it into the corner.
5 tries this weekend in Amsterdam.
There she goes, gets the fend out. She's always got the ball under the correct arm, under the left arm there, fending with the right, keeping the defender away.
Well, that's her 29th try in the IRB Women's Sevens World Series school, so you can just see that she's one of the strike runners on the circuit. And Brazil, well, they've had, what, 2 shutouts in this game. Is this going to be a 3rd shutout for Brazil? Stuck on that 0 points, and USA in absolute control of this plate semi-final.
Yeah, they're stuck in their half, aren't they? Every time the US kick off, even if Brazil gather it, the chase is so good from the US that they're stuck just outside their 22, and they haven't been able to pierce the defensive line of the USA.
Tremendous play by the USA to get possession on that far side. Anna Lockwood is on for the United States side. And there we see Catherine Johnson. Who's played in the Rugby World Cup Sevens in Moscow. And this is her 2nd tournament, having made her debut back in Dubai, where Sudé and myself, Scott Hastings, enjoyed the sun. The first tournament with the ladies, that it seems like a long time ago that the Dubai tournament started off this ladies' circuit.
And it's fascinating to see how the series unfolds, isn't it? This USA team had a really disappointing start in Dubai, but have, well, disappointing in tournaments 2 and 3 as well, but gradually got better and putting their best performance in by a long, long way here. And similarly, Brazil find themselves at the heady heights of this competition, have never been in it before.
So off comes Carla Barbosa. Of course, the second tournament after Dubai was in Atlanta. And then the third tournament over to Sao Paulo in Brazil, before we moved on to Guangzhou in China. And this is the 5th and final tournament here in Amsterdam. Of course, around the pitches, around this one, there's the famous Amsterdam Sevens, the 43rd playing of the tournament, and there's tens, competitions, vets, socials, and it's all a bit of fun in the sun. And talking about fun in the sun, what about this from a strike run from Lauren Doyle? And Doyle lights up the action here on the main pitch of the Amsterdam Sevens.
The USA couldn't be controlling this game any better. Lovely try there from Lauren Doyle, but they simply not letting Brazil have a sniff of the ball. The first phase there, putting the pressure on there, just put the pressure on, ball out to Lauren Doyle. Interesting that it was Alana Myers-Taylor that cleared that ball there. She's come on, giving them some great go forward in that scrummage. Such a strong player coming from bobsleigh in Sochi.
Well, the conversion was good. And the United States lead by 29 points to 0. Well, Doyle kind of was given the gap to run through, wasn't she, as the blitz defence of the Brazilians came out of alignment. And with 45 seconds on the clock, I'm afraid it's a goodbye to Brazil. Well, they'll remember this tournament because they did beat the hosts, the Netherlands, by 5 points to 0 yesterday at the final game on day 1, but really just been outclassed here by a very, very impressive United States team. So United States forced the error over the try line, I should say, and they'll have a 5-metre scrum.
Yeah, last attacking opportunity for the USA, and their scrum has been very, very solid this game, so you have to assume that they'll win this one.
So Hannah Lopez is directly behind the back, so Hannah Lockwood will feed the scrum. Lopez will receive it. Here we are. Well, the scrum half eventually feeds Lopez, and Lopez, well, she just has such a gentle stride to the line that, well, that was just too simplistic.
She's one of those lovely relaxed runners. She doesn't necessarily look like she's moving quickly, but take it from me, she is moving quickly. Very, very hard to defend against, but just played with her head up. There was no defence in front of her to take the gap.
We identified Hannah Lopez at the start, and that's her 6th try today, but it's her playmaking as well, which has impressed us.
But that's the extra dimension that she'll bring to this US side. They've got a lot of quick players, but they have far fewer players who can play in that sort of playmaking role and make things happen. So I think she's going to be such an important player for them.
So the United States, they're into the plate final. They beat Brazil quite comfortably by 34 points to 0.
So there we see the United States 7th on the World Series table and improving all the time, and they certainly caught the eye here in Amsterdam this weekend. Coming up next is the game between France and Russia, and a repeat of yesterday's pool match, Sude.
That's right. It often happens in these sevens tournaments. You get thrown together again, a chance to avenge the results of the previous day, and Russia will be very, very keen to do that. Unfortunately for them, though, they've got a couple of injuries, so it's going to be very, very difficult for them to do that.
Yeah, it's the semi-final of the plate, and there are championship points to be garnered along the way. No one returns empty-handed from Amsterdam. Pavel Baranovsky, a few quiet words in the stand here. Very disappointed after the opening day's competition. He's without some of his, tempted to say big hitters, Sue.
Yeah, no Baizat Hamidova and no Kazakova, who got injured in this tournament, amongst others. Kazakova was a key player for them yesterday. In the absence of Baizat Hamidova, really stood up and threatened defences.
But they're still smiling. And whilst they still smile, there's still hope. So the second plate semi-final. The winners to meet the USA in the final. We've only met 3 times in the series. They met yesterday, of course. France won 10-7, and in some respects that was something of a shock and a surprise result. But when you consider the difficulties faced by Pavel Baranovsky, then perhaps it's not such a great surprise. France, well, they're here by invitation, led by Fanny Horter, the number 6, and they have Marjorie Mayans at number 1 there, who is a full international fullback or wing. Jusuvi is a full international back row forward from Montpellier, this season's women's French champions. Kurinova leads Russia on this occasion, and it's going to be quite an interesting contest, this one, as Russia seek revenge for the 10-7 reversal yesterday.
Yeah, an interesting selection from David Cortet, the French coach. No Pauline Biscarat, no Caroline Ladanus, 2 of the key players for them in this tournament, 2 of the big playmakers. So wondering whether that's injury or simply just giving other players an opportunity and those players a bit of a rest.
Well, all 12 of the French squad are on the field. 1 or 2 of them carrying injuries. Grassigno came off the field earlier on today. There she is on the right-hand side there. She had a bang to the head, blood pouring from a head wound, but she's obviously back to her senses. Just a flesh wound by the looks of it. As we look ahead then to this clash for a place in the plate final. Jessica Beard takes charge of this match, and this her 35th match in charge. Jess Beard from New Zealand, from counties Manukau, the Auckland region. It's a good start here, promising start for Russia, taken up by, well, it looks like it was Kazakova.
She's back.
She's back, and with a vengeance by the looks of it. I had to check myself there. Marina Kukina running into trouble here, and what a game that was from the French against England earlier on today, decided by just the 1 score. Elena Bogacheva from Krasnoyarsk. No harm done there. Russia retained possession through Buharimova. Spinning it wide through Bogacheva, looking for the outside the channels. Taking it up once more is Kukina. This time, surely it has to come out. Kurinova, the captain. No. Up to strength once again. Try the narrow side. Oh, straight down the middle goes Kukina, but she'll have to come back. And 2 French players down. Clash of heads, perhaps. I was following Kukina. I'm not quite sure what happened.
My mistake, I got in the road. My mistake. It's a scrum for you.
Yeah, so the referee's saying I was in the way, you couldn't make the tackle, so sorry, you have to come back. It'll be scrummage Russia, so good attacking ball for Russia nevertheless.
Both French players back on their feet. Slight embarrassment there for the referee in the way. But we love it when that happens, don't we? They're not infallible. It has to be said, the standard of refereeing this weekend has been of good order. Kukina feeds. Oh, ball tied up there. Pressure coming through from the French, and Rose Thomas, number 9 in particular. Very, very strong, and with her is Kyumba Jusuvi, wearing 3. Russia somehow has managed to scramble possession back, and that is Mukayamova. A chance here then for Kazakova. Kazakova for the try line, in at the corner. Good pace being shown by the Russian number 10, the student from the Siberian Federal University in Krasnoyarsk.
Yeah, and this is what she did all day yesterday. She had such a good day yesterday. We heard overnight she was injured. She didn't play at all in the last game against New Zealand. perhaps that was all a bit of kidology, you know, perhaps they're just saving her for this game, knowing that they weren't likely to beat New Zealand, but Kazakova's finishing there against Izar, first class.
Lovely balanced runner. Nadezhda Kurinova. Yeah, Kazakova rather. His ability to power through tackles. It's a difficult conversion attempt here from the far touchline. Not a bad effort at all. So Russia, having had the lion's share of possession in this opening period. And that pressure reflected now on the scoreboard.
And whilst they've only met a couple of times on the series, there's such a lot of history between these two teams. They've been two of the top teams in Europe for so many years, played in so many European championships, and it was so close, yesterday's result.
Yeah, the French, as I say, here by invitation and as a result of their good results on the European circuit last year. And just as I was coming to the commentary box here, I passed another quick word with Richie Pugh, the former Wales Sevens captain and now in charge of the ladies Sevens. And he was saying, well, it's going to be difficult to qualify or to move forward and join this circuit because the qualification is so difficult.
Yeah, it really will. And in the women's game, there are teams that are stronger than they are in the men's. So Russia, for example, you know, not such a strong force in the men's game, but in the women's, always, you know, thereabouts, 4th, 5th. So teams like that, they've got to contend with as well.
Bogacheva. The pass just dropped forward there. Again, Pavel Baranovsky was looking for depth in his squad. He's identified a few more players. He was telling us last night that could come into the reckoning before the end of the year. And Russia, of course, they did win the World Student Games Sevens competition in Kazan last summer. And the men actually won the men's tournament as well. They love their Sevens in the Krasnoyarsk area of Russia.
Yeah, great position for a coach to be in, isn't it? Knowing that your team's been winning the university championships, all those players to filter in, hopefully, to the senior squad at some point.
Under pressure inside their own 22, where they have been for all of this first half. Tracking back, there is the try-scorer, Ekaterina Kazakova. What can she do here? A lovely step, gets it away from the French tackler. She's still going. Good strength being shown here by Kazakova, and perhaps poor tackling, I should say, from the French. Muharimova. Sedadina is out wide on the left here. We're looking to release her, perhaps. It's on its way. Step off left foot from Bogacheva. Again, good strength being shown. Ball didn't go forward from Kabieva. This is a much better performance from the Russians. This opening 7-minute period is probably the best period of play we've seen from them. That's whipped out from Kazakova to the captain, Kurinova. Kurinova will go over for a second try for Russia, and they're looking good for a place in the plate final.
Yeah, Russia recycled, and ended up with a mismatch out on the wing. Josevi is there for her power and size and strength, not for her pace in the outside channels. Kurinova looked up, saw who she was up against, and just went for it. France at the moment are really struggling with Russia's power game. They're missing those first up tackles.
And I'm just wondering here, Sue, how much that game against England took out of the French players. They certainly threw everything into that match and were very unlucky to lose it. But having said that, they probably had the most chances in that game. 4 or 5 chances went begging. The final pass didn't go to hand.
That game was draining for them both physically and mentally. They threw everything at it, as you say, exhausting physically, but mentally, when you know you've had those chances, you know really you should have won the game. That's one of the big challenges in sevens. You've got to be able to pick yourself up for the next game.
Well, this is a true test of character of the French. Now they're trailing by 12. They can't allow their heads to drop, and David Cote will have some stern words to say at the interval, no doubt. That's Shannon-Iza, who I thought really impressed against England earlier today. There she is. Looks very stylish, doesn't she? Well, there we are. It's the curse of the French today. As referee Beard brings the first half to a close, and a satisfactory 7 minutes from Pavel Baranovsky's position there as Russian coach.
Ниже, вот здесь. Да.
Послушай меня внимательно. Послушай меня внимательно. Самый страшный будет. Послушайте меня, я сейчас уйду. Самый страшный будет. Вот если вы сейчас отпустите, вот просто себе скажете, устали, блядь, тяжело стало, то они вас переедут. Либо напрягаете в каждом моменте. Напрягайте в каждом моменте. Просто выиграли мяч. Играйте медленно. Они больше вашего устали после Англии. Они устали больше вашего. Только я вас прошу, все семеро. До конца все семеро. Не подводите.
You didn't have to be able to speak Russian, I don't think, to understand what Pavel Baranovsky was saying. Do you really want this one? Do you want to win this one?
Exactly right. You've thrown everything at this. Keep doing the same things. That strength in contact, the pace around the outside. At the moment, France have no answer for it.
Russia perhaps not looking as fresh as they were beginning of the season. The last two tournaments they've contested the plate. The latter stages of the cup have eluded them. Equal fourth with England in the standings coming into this Amsterdam tournament. France get to restart, taken there by Bogacheva. Seredina. Good work here again by Kukina. A lovely offload back to Seredina. France looking to get their hands on the ball in the contact area there, and it's been virtually all Russia in the opening 7 minutes. And they're starting the second half as they finished the first. Was that a knock forward? May have been. There was an indiscretion of the breakdown before that.
Russia just winning that breakdown, aren't they? You thought that France had got it wrapped up there, but the Russian players able to drive their legs, get the ball to ground. Best of all of those contact situations at the moment.
Yeah, they're controlling play, aren't they, at the moment? The Russians, Marina Kukina from the Moscow region, the world student gold medalist in Kazan last summer. Seredina scoops it away. A lovely step back inside from Kudinova. And there she is once more, Ekaterina Kazakova, doing what she does best.
Definitely doesn't look very injured to me. There she's hanging around on the edges, ready to finish it off. That was made by Kudinova. Been a very important playmaker for Russia in this tournament. An excellent finish, and her fifth try. There she goes, it's Kudinova, just steps inside to challenge the defence. Manages to get the offload away. Very good offload, in fact. Very precise, 22 metres out. Kazakova scores again.
Good interplay between the 9 and 10 once again. Perhaps the injury was injured pride yesterday. No more than that. Conversion is missed. But Russia, slowly but surely, taking a firm grip on this match. 17-0.
Yeah, it's a big challenge for France now to pull themselves back. The last game was such a disappointment. They'll be starting to lose faith now individually. They really need to get their hands on this ball and do something very, very positive very, very quickly.
There's a funny one. Then again, perhaps it was intentional after all. So France have their hands on the ball. But look how the Russian girls are in there competing for possession. Now then, let's see what the French can do with the ball in hand. But in there, very quickly was Kukina to get her hands on the ball. It's a turnover for Russia, and they're back in possession. Muharremova to Seredina here, taking the tackler with her. That was Izar. Again, looking for any weakness on the narrow side.
No, you're off your feet, no!
French have to be careful here.
one of the few occasions that France have got the better of Russia at the breakdown. This is their chance now, a minute to set themselves up and then see what they can do.
Yeah, 17 points adrift. It's not an insurmountable task. But France haven't shown that they have the capability to score tries in this tournament. Certainly not against stern competition, the likes of which Russia are posing at the moment. France rather, preparing to make substitutions here. Sophie Derek and Pauline Biscara wearing 4. Good hands. And it's Kudinova once again showing good pace here, taking it away from the French defense. That's a classic individual try for Nadezhda Kudinova.
It was fantastic finishing, wasn't it? But very, very poor defence from France. Russia really didn't create anything from that tap penalty move. They just moved it wide. And France with 2 players short out wide. Poor Christelle Leduff left at the back. You know, Kudinova can take her either way. Almost impossible to defend. But what were France doing with the first up defence? So disorganised. And what's particularly surprising now is Biscara is coming on. Ladanus came on just now. 2 of the best players for France. Why did they not start this game?
Well, they thought probably that Russia were out of sorts, and we've seen already this weekend Tommy Garcia, the Spanish coach, well, he paid the price, didn't he, for not putting his best players on early doors against the US of A, I think it was. Well, that's a wonderful try, a wonderful score. Second try for Nadezhda Kudinova. And she had the presence of mind to transfer the ball from the left hand to the right hand, and in readiness for the challenge that eventually didn't materialize. So 24 points to 0. That's a healthy lead for Russia with a minute and a half or so remaining. They've won the turnover yet again. Very strong, these Russians, but Fanny Horta has claimed it back for France or Hashi. Yeah, the advantage is there.
Biscara, she just gets things moving so quickly, so crucial to this team.
Sophie Derek is a player that dropped the ball. A newcomer here in Amsterdam from the Chile Mazagan club.
What's wrong with it?
So into the final minute. 4 tries for Russia, 2 claimed by Kazakova and 2 by the captain Kudinova. It should be an interesting final, shouldn't it, between between Russia and the USA for the plate. Scooped out from Biscara. Fanny Horta, change of direction. Into midfield, looking to release Derek in the wide outside channel. Challenged there by Kazakova.
Well, martial defence from Russia, wasn't it? France tried to outflank them, but unlike France earlier on, Russia had numbered up. They looked at who was in front of them. They had all the players covered.
Kazakova, she has a huge physical presence, giving way here for the last few seconds to Natalia Bezruki, another newcomer in Pavel Baranovsky's squad, and another representative from Krasnoyarsk. Just turned 19 years of age. Sabadina undergoing some running repairs. As we've arrived at the Huta at the end of this match. And Russia looking good value for their 24 points to 0 advantage, which will see them through to the plate final. So if they can reproduce this sort of form, then it's going to be a cracking plate final.
It will, won't it? It's been a very, very good controlled performance from Russia. Their best of the weekend by far.
Do it again.
That's a scruffy one.
Wait for the ball. Let's go. Crunch. Bind.
So last chance here then for France to get points on the board, or are they going to be whitewashed? Russia again competing for every scrap of possession. Seredina got a tight grip on the player. Biskata out into midfield. That's the captain, Fanny Horta. No one there in support offering themselves, but here comes Goussier out to Sophie Derrick, bundled into touch on the far side, and that will be it. And Jess Beard will call a halt to proceedings, surely, as we've arrived at full time. Yeah, handshakes all round, and let's compliment Russia on a job very well done. 4 tries, 2 conversions, and they've defeated France by 24-0 and have secured for themselves a place in the plate final, where they will meet the United States of America.
So here we go into the blue ribbon event of the weekend, the first Cup semi-final. Australia, the #1 seeds coming out of yesterday. You look at the head-to-heads, well, it gives away nothing, does it? An even contest, pretty much, and it's been 2 from 2 this season as well. Australia pushing to make sure they keep up with New Zealand. They have a chance to topple them in the standings. It's very close, just 2 points between the two sides in the battle of the ditch. Right now, though, Canada will have something to say about Australia progressing to the final. Canada beginning to find some form today. Little lackluster at times yesterday. Really having beaten Brazil and beaten the Netherlands, then had to push themselves. Almost got there, it has to be said, against England, but lost 10-5 in the last game of yesterday. But then came out firing today against the USA, their nearest and dearest, of course. So Jennifer Kish will be well aware that her team has to start in 3rd or 4th gear. There's no chance to start slowly against these Aussies. 2 captains just shaking hands, focus now on this is it. This is big game rugby, knockout rugby. And this big crowd here is really looking forward to this one. Who's your pocket money on?
It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, Canada, the only team other than New Zealand and Australia to have reached a cup final during this season. They're quite capable of upsetting the odds, certainly, but to my mind, Australia have too much firepower on the bench for Canada in this one. And Australia, obviously, they need to win. They need to win the cup here, and hoping that somebody will do them a service. England in this instance, and defeat New Zealand before the Aussies can claim to be this series champions this season.
Well, right now they have got a quarter of an hour at least of very hard rugby ahead of them. 3 finals this season, 2 of which they've won, both, or all 3, of course, against New Zealand. Canada in 1 final, which they were unable to supplant the Kiwis.
Gold.
But right now, this is going to be a fascinating tactical battle. I know we keep talking about it, but there's so many different styles within this competition. We'll start from Ghislaine Landry. Just looking as Australia look to get immediate width on the ball, immediately trying to stretch the Canadian defence before they then make that burst up the middle. And what first up tackles are going to be absolutely critical, especially in these early exchanges. The busto comes from Emily Cherry. Emily Cherry, 30 tries already this season, threatening for another one. Good chaperoning from Ghislaine Landry. Well, the 2 top point scorers in the season, up close and personal there. And on that occasion, it was Canada's #1 that came out on top.
It certainly was, but you can see right from the outset what Australia trying to do here, stretch the Canadian defence and try and create the extra player, whatever that player might be. And Emily Cherry showing good pace right at the outset here, but equally good defence from Canada.
So take from Kish in the line out allows Karen Paquin to... Paquin just coming around to try and straighten things up. And now they begin to find the odd gear with Elisa Alary. Oleski pulled down short and conceding possession as well. Well, you can see what it means. It's going to be tight and tense, this one.
It certainly is. Temperatures running high here.
In every which way.
Well, indeed, the fifth game for both of these teams. And the fitness levels will certainly be proven.
And not only physical levels, of course, win, but also the mental and emotional stress that these teams are now beginning to go through. It can be a real shredder of a campaign. Only the strongest will survive. Who's going to go in first? Charlotte Kaslik looking for the runners, coming off her. Good presentation, and again is whipped out quickly, and there's numbers here, but Amy Turner just overrunning the ball. Gemma Etheridge, one of the two twins, trying to reset position, but it's not going to happen. Well, execution not quite there. You can tell the pressure's on it. Really, Australia have not had any pressure in this weekend at all.
Not at all. Lapse in concentration there by Australia. They really should have done a little better there, Amy Turner. Not getting to the ball there in time, but there was an opportunity.
Clearance kick from Landry doesn't find touch, though. And Canada have to move their defensive line-up very quickly to try and hem Australia into their own half. It doesn't work. Rainbow pass almost catching Canada out as Kaslik moves forward, but it's Amy Turner, the former New Zealand Maori, doing well there. The ball split out to Kaslik. Presentation not quite helping the momentum of the move, but it is still there for the Australian girls. Now they go. There's the door opening. Oh, it almost opened, but would you believe it, of all people, Shani Williams couldn't step through.
Well, Australia doing everything but score there, but I think Elisa Alary has to be complimented, the Canadian number 11. She prevented a certain try there. She didn't take the dummy from Amy Turner. That last pass not going to hand, and the move breaks down.
You look at the seedings coming into this, and they've lived up to their billing, haven't they? Because we've got second against third here, and of course in the other semi-final it will be New Zealand against England, which is first against fourth. Yeah. So the strongest teams have come through to the semi-finals. But strength now really being tested at the highest level for all four teams.
But you've got the likes of the USA and France and Russia, we just saw there again, appear to be coming back into form, so they're challenging those top four teams.
Turner and Cherry just toying with the Canadian defence, waiting for the opening. Williams on the bust. Now they opt to swing it to this side. They've got almost a 3-on-2. Good covering from the Canadian defence. It's very hot and hard, and that effort has paid dividends with the ball.
Advantage over.
Good strength from Paquin as Landry is lassoed down.
Playing the ball on the ground.
Quick tap from Australia, and guess who's going in? Yes, it's Emily Cherry. A hat-trick against Brazil in the quarterfinals, and already she opens her account now against Canada in the semis.
She's an exciting player, Emily Cherry. You can see why she's been nominated for Player of the Year, Emily Cherry, along with Charlotte Kaslik, of course, a colleague in the Australian rank. She spotted the opportunity. The final pass not going to hand a few times in the opening 7 minutes here, but it's Emily Cherry, and adding conversion as well. So Australia have broken the deadlock, but the possession has been all theirs, virtually all theirs in this first half.
Be interested to know your opinions, of course, on those nominations. Get in touch with us on Twitter at IRB Women's using the hashtag Amsterdam7s. Always interested to know what you think. Who would be your choice? Do you agree with the four? Of the four, which one would you pick? We'll find out at the end of today.
We need to remind ourselves as well that two New Zealanders, Sarah Goss and Kayla McAllister, the other two nominees. Joey the Kangaroo doesn't look impressed at all by that kickoff.
No, even the best. Emily Cherry unable to find the right club out of the bag for that one. So, can Canada now start something in almost the last minute of this game? Last minute of the half, what am I saying? Wishing time away. We've seen before psychologically how important it is as Miss Allery tries to make that arcing thrust through the Australian defence. She's there again to relieve the ball. Canada really stretched out wide in attack, which is going to force Kayla Mileski to centre things up with the attack.
Holding on.
And the moment has gone.
Good work in defence there by Australia, but again I've been impressed by Alyssa Allery out on the flank here. Just her second tournament. She's an accountancy student. She was looking to make the numbers tell there. Not quite coming off she and Callie Russell in concert.
Well, the ball sent out, and I think all players now just looking to draw breath, collect their thoughts, and think about what these next 7 minutes are going to mean. We knew it was going to be tight. It's showing that on the scoreboard. Now, what can happen in this second half? Who is going to take one of those final slots? Let's have a listen to the coaches and have an earwig as to their thoughts for that second half.
Okay, it'll come, right? We're starting to get on a little bit of pattern there. Just so if the outside's calling black there, take it right back to the forwards, Molly. Yeah. Rather than step to that outside, right back to the forwards, make it easy to ruck. And then we got the white right away. Or like they got two on the blind side, we go okay? So it's all there that we've had a couple missed calls, right? But it'll come back our way now. Yeah. Right? We've got to be ready and see what they're doing. We're staying wide and stuff, and we're connecting really well in defense. It's making some great open field tackles. Just keep the patience, right? But when we get the ball, we got to keep it. And we just got to get on that pattern so we're close to each other, close enough to keep it, okay? Okay, you all right?
If you don't get up and get the ball again, okay, clear that fucking tackler out of there if you want the ball. Yes, we know what they're going to do. Team 1, 2, 1, 2. Team! Here we go, ladies. Go, ladies.
So, John Tate, a big coach in every sense of the word. From memory, he was a second row. Didn't he play down in your parish at some point?
He certainly did all those years ago. And he won 37 caps for Canada.
Now, using his brain instead of his brawn to make this Canadian women's sevens team tick.
He's a man mountain, isn't he, John Tate? He stands
He's huge,
out.
Isn't he?
Gentle, genial giant.
Right, who is going to have the nous, the acumen, the verve, the patience to take this first semi-final slot? 7 minutes to go, and then we will find out. Last game between these two was the Cup semi-final in the last leg, and that just ended up with a solitary scores difference, 5-0 on that occasion. So that gives you an idea of how close these two teams are in this contest.
A good tackle there into touch by Shannon Parry. And it's interesting to note that Shannon Parry, Shani Williams and Gemma Etheridge, the three forwards there, they tied on the number of tackles that they made. Very efficient, very effective in the tackle area. So that reflects a determination from the Australians and their coach, Tim Walsh.
Pressure on Bianca Varela. Haven't seen much of her in attack so far this weekend. Scored so many tries before. Only one so far this. Now they can break away with Kelly Russell. Again, the breakdown area as they hold on, and Australia are going to be able to capitalise on this again. They are so ruthless when this situation arises. Canada having to scuttle back into defensive position. It's whipped out. It's not going to be stopped because Charlotte Caslick squeezes in the corner.
But sorry.
Yeah, go in.
The key to that was the work of Emily Cherry at the breakdown. She got her hands on the ball. The referee blew for a penalty and quickly taken, spread it out wide, and the result is a good try for Australia.
And we see in those two phases of play how ruthless this game can be, because Canada were on the attack. Suddenly they held on for a millisecond too long for the referee's liking, and suddenly Australia have whipped it wide and they're in the corner. And well, this game is not gone by any stretch of the imagination, but it's certainly Australia leading the way towards the final at the moment.
And again, that is the difference between the best sides and those aspiring to be the best. They don't waste any time pondering as to what needs to be done. They just get on with it. And that young lady there, Charlotte Clark, another nominee for Player of the Year, she set the train in motion for that try, a second try for Australia. Seeing Emily Cherry do the good work at the breakdown.
And it's Cherry with the restart. Jen Kish takes it in. Kish has to inspire her team now. Maddie Marchak off the bench, trying to make some inroads, some dents in this yellow line.
No advantage, lost forward. Black scrum.
James McPhail from the Netherlands now, from New Zealand originally.
It was one of those things that I looked at last week in London and went, well, I'm sure he's a Kiwi.
Yeah, he's resident now in Tilburg, about an hour and a half away from Amsterdam. He was telling me a civil engineer. Spending some time in Kazakhstan on a civil engineering project.
The Canada scrum gets the ball, but Landry happy to whack the ball out of their half. It is a territorial advance that they need to make, just so that they can put some pressure onto the Australians. There's Tim Walsh, keeping the Headingley link, of course, with Simon Middleton, the England coach. Both of them at Leeds at the same time. I think Middleton then was probably involved in the academy when Walsh was wearing the Carnegie 10 shirt.
Yes, it's his first season in charge. Started with that fantastic win for Australia in Dubai when they came back from the death against New Zealand.
Lovely step from Amy Turner. Good tackling for Canada just to stop the flow. And, indeed, it's now opportunity knocks for Elisa Allary. Scored the match-winning try for the 15s last month against the USA. Wearing the same number 11 shirt, can she do something here for the sevens? The bust almost happening from Paige Farris.
Hands on the ground, team.
Again, the breakdown area, just stopping the attacking team. That's what will really frustrate coaches and players alike.
So McPhail is consistent in that breakdown area, penalising one side then the other.
Australia have got the clock on their side, of course. Canada remarkably consistent this season, got into every cup semi-final, but only moving on from that once. And of course, they lost to New Zealand.
Black one sub. Number one sub.
Call being made to replace Landry as Kayla Mack comes on to the park. Kayla Mack making her debut in this weekend's tournament.
Crouch. Binds. Sit. Punishment. Offside 7.
A little over-enthusiastic from Charlotte Caslick there.
Punish black.
Advantage is there for the Canadians.
Australia not back the mandatory 10 metres.
But this is where Australia are back in their defensive position in their alignment. Canada then have to really work overtime to unpick any hole.
Racking out, hands out, goals!
22 tries before she arrived in Amsterdam from this season. Only one so far this weekend. Can she find her way to the line again to get her team out of this hole?
Must release the ball before you get up with it.
Wow, it was a close call. That was a real opportunity there for Canada and the replacement Kayla Mack, and Canada desperately needing a score. And had they scored there, well, who knows? But as it is, it's Australia ball.
Australia in the driving seat now as Emily Cherry turns on the afterburners. Farella desperately trying to get back, but I don't think she's going to be able to haul the Australian speedster in, and it's a brace for Emily Cherry. It's 3 for Australia, and it is their 3rd Cup final spot of this season.
Yeah, the blistering pace here of Emily Cherry just slices through the Canadian opposition. I'm not saying that it was a stroll in the park for Emily Cherry, but Canadian heads were down. Certainly giving chase there was Bianca Forella, but even she, probably the fastest in this Canadian squad, couldn't catch the young lady from Queensland, from Roma in Queensland.
Well, I suspect Tim Walsh will be relatively happy that his Australian team have been pushed a bit more ahead of the final, whoever they're going to face, New Zealand or England. Certainly the fact that they've nilled Canada will be pleasing from a defensive point of view. The restart coming this time from Nicole Beck. King Sevens action, of course, having been away for some while. That's it. It's game up, and it's Australia who move forward to the final. Who they're going to play, we shall wait and find out after the next match, but a fairly emphatic scoreline. They've had to work hard for it, but they've done the job. 17-0, and it's Australia now who look forward to another IRB Women's 7 Series final.
So the first Cup semi-final out the way, Australia leading that one and winning handsomely by 17 points to 0. And of course, in the Sevens World Series, they're 2 points behind New Zealand. So New Zealand coming up next against England. Said the second semi-final, who'll take their place in the main final of the IRB Women's Sevens World Series final here in Amsterdam. England versus New Zealand. Well, these two teams have met a few times on their history. That New Zealand winning by 6 points to 4, so you have to go back to last year in Houston, when interesting enough England beat New Zealand in the pool stages and also in the semi-final of that competition, went on to win the title. Just as we look out onto the pitch, the centre line ball boy was Sam Collins of the AAC Rugby Amsterdam. Well, Heather Fisher's been very strong in the contact area for England, while Natasha Brennan, her fleet-footedness complements the really silky skills of Daniel Waterman. Now jumping out of the New Zealand lineup is the dynamic centre wing partnership of Portia Woodman and Kyla McAllister. Between them, they have an amazing tally of tries. And we'll have a wee look at the points table, because with Australia in the final, they're already well in command there in that final. New Zealand really have to qualify if they've got a chance of winning this particular competition, and of course winning the series. Alongside me is Sude, and Sude, we were on a sort of that tantalising knockout rugby. When you consider the points that are in offer, really New Zealand have to get through the final, and well, it would take an absolute mathematical aberration if they weren't, if they got to the final and weren't to win it, or they lost by a huge margin. And really, they were within touching distance.
Yeah, I think they'd have to lose by over 100 points in a final. That's something along those lines to not win the series. So Australia's only hope for winning the series is for England to pull one out of the bag here and win against the form book.
Well, England have plenty of power and guile in their team lineup. So look at the crowd here. It's of course, it's the 43rd playing of the Amsterdam Sevens. And lots of teams out there enjoying the sunshine, enjoying the refreshments on offer here. And I must say the tournament hosts have been absolutely wonderful. The organising committee, the volunteers, the sponsors as well, enjoying the warm conditions out there. And as we look over this pitch, it is an artificial 3G pitch, a rubber crumb based pitch, which allows the impact of the game and coming down the tunnel. What a great shot that is. On the right is Sarah Goss, and of course the captain is Juliana Manuel. So real teamship and unity there amongst the Blackburn 7 squad. England, though, well, it's not all going to be about black and white, because England will be wearing the white. And a former Sevens star is Sude here, and England will be very much pumped up for this. They know they have to play the game of their lives to try and knock over this New Zealand machine.
That's exactly right, and something that, you know, they know that they're underdogs for this. They know that New Zealand have had the better of the matchups in the last few tournaments, and in some ways that takes the pressure off. They know nobody's expecting anything of them, so they just get to go out there, the England team, and throw everything they have at this game, try and disrupt the New Zealanders.
And Sue, the last time that these two teams met actually was in Sao Paulo. You were at that particular tournament. New Zealand won by 21 points to 14, and so a single score between them. Was that as tight a game as you expected?
Yes, it was, and that was one of those games where England put New Zealand under huge pressure, and then it was just when they really needed to, this experienced New Zealand team pulled one out of the bag. But England will take great heart from that. They were able to put this excellent New Zealand side under pressure there.
Well, the two teams are about to enter the field here, and the atmosphere, I must say, has been building as the tournament is progresses. This is the second semi-final. Who's going to match Australia in this final? A good warm applause for Abigail Chamberlain leading out England, Juliana Manuel leading out this New Zealand team, and well, our referee in the middle is the colourful character of Rasta Rashinvengi. He always wears a lovely smile on his face. And what about this time? Well, last weekend he was in front of 75,000 people at Twickenham. Not quite 75 here, but a very, very healthy crowd, and a little guesstimate. Well, maybe, what, 7,500 around the stadium?
Yeah, there's always such a good atmosphere here. They know how to put on a good tournament. They've been doing it for over 40 years, and the crowd's waiting in anticipation for this one.
So New Zealand, of course, in the traditional black, kicking off right to left.
Captain,
no real sign of a breeze. You can see the flags on the other side looking rather limp. Just a tinge of a breeze. So Tyler Nathan Wong always puts plenty of height on her kickoffs, and when you're kicking towards Sarah Goss, she has the height. Runs into Michaela Staniford. Football gathered by New Zealand. Jordan Webber into the fray. Manuel goes in at scrum half, but England's ball, they have the first possession of the game. Oh, great little cut and run there. And a try, early try is Waterman, I think, on that far side. And Daniel Waterman, with no number on her back, absolutely nails the try.
Great start for England, wasn't it? Just what they needed, playing against the world champions, the series holders. Managed to put the pressure on at their kickoff, and then the inside ball went into Danielle Waterman, and she's got some pace and she's got the footwork to evade that last-ditch tackle.
Well, that's a great try, isn't it? A wonderful sevens try. The additional 2 points on offer. Well, you really feel at this level of the game that Sarah McKenna should have popped that one over. But Daniel Waterman, well, an individual solo effort, one of the best we've actually seen. Stunning New Zealand. England in the lead by 5 points to 0, and at the start of the game, Sude, we were just chatting about, do you reckon that Natasha Brennan had more pace across this back three of Sarah McKenna and Daniel Waterman? And, well, we both went and plumped for McKenna. Oh, sorry, we went and plumped for Brennan, but Waterman showed the way there.
She certainly did, and yeah, she wouldn't like to have heard us say that, so maybe she did overhear us and thought she had a point to prove.
Ball retained by Portia Woodman then. Nathan Wong to Goss on that far side is the imposing figure of Carla Hohipa. Hohipa has to go in to support Goss. Michaela Staniford is knocked to the deck. Now Emmanuel, look at the accuracy of the pass to Weber. Strong running this from Portia Woodman. Woodman gets away. Woodman eventually brought down and tackled by Natasha Brennan. It's loose ball gathered up by Heather Fisher. And England matching their attacking chores with their defensive chores. Well, Woodman's taken another knock to the head, holding her head. And here's Fisher up to the halfway line. Has she got the pace to go the way? Tyler Nathan Wong with a superb cover tackle. Well, it's frantic stuff, isn't it, in this opening 3 minutes of the tie. Waterman takes the short line. Well tackled there by Jordan Weber. Now Brennan, again under another pressure tackle from Weber. And Waterman, Manuel, here's Fisher. Fisher now strong. Only one route for Heather Fisher. Well, that looked to be slightly high by Jordan Weber. Advantage being played. Oh, and an inside pass here to Abigail Chamberlain, and England's captain. Can she get nearer the posts? And England with a second try.
It's Danielle Waterman again, wasn't it? She looked up and took the gap and got the offload to Abigail Chamberlain. There was some doubt about whether Danielle Waterman might start this game. She started it and she's made a great impact. Took the break there. She got Abigail Chamberlain right on her shoulders.
Let's go now.
So a very important conversion coming here for Sarah McKenna. McKenna, oh, hits the upright. Well, 2 tries for England, but how crucial will the fact that neither of the tries has been converted? Time will tell.
Yeah, those extra 2 points, we keep saying it, but it's so true in these tight games. Those extra 2 points are so important. And Sarah McKenna, usually such a consistent kicker, should be very disappointed with that.
Sarah McKenna bounces the ball like a tennis player in the middle. Again, looking to get right under it is Heather Fisher. Ball gathered by Weber, but snapped up there by Abigail Chamberlain, the try scorer, the captain, giving England the lead. On the cut and angle, Natasha Brennan.
Off. Stay up. Off.
But
Stay up.
Sarah McKenna had gone in and sealed off. So New Zealand with very little possession in this opening few minutes. Can they put some width in the ball? Hohipa on that wide outside. Michaela Staniford goes back. She's wearing 9. Staniford comes back in. Hohipa breaks the tackle, and Hohipa with a brilliant try for New Zealand. Halves that England lead with an absolute brilliant try.
Great work from Carla Hohipa, wasn't it? She's back to the world-class player we saw in the 15s World Cup. You really thought Heather Fisher was coming in here from behind and was going to make the tackle. It's almost like Waterman and Fisher took each other out. Hohipa stepped out of both tackles and in under the posts.
Tyler Nathan Wong with the additional 2 points, and of course in under the post, so makes the conversion so much easier. And suddenly that 10-point lead is only 3 points as New Zealand edge their way closer towards a place in the final of the Amsterdam Sevens and within touching distance of a second World Series title. So Sarah Goss, the strong forward, 16 tries in her career. Great shot that, isn't it? Just to show what the concentration levels are like. And ball's up in the air. Staniford goes to challenge, but Goss right back into Hohipa. Manuel. Nathan Wong with the pass, and McAllister goes on the outside. Super tackle came in there for England. the recycled ball, and look how New Zealand used the width. Hohipa, the try scorer, shows Stanford. Has she done it again? The tackle's good this time for Waterman. Manuel, Nathan Wong, Webber. This is McAllister, Kayla McAllister. Woodman on the outside, that old linkage. New Zealand stringing the passes together. Heather Fisher comes up. So Fisher will take on Hohipa. Hohipa, who's got a lovely step, decides to go and has the pace to go on the outside. And suddenly, in an instant, with England up by 10 points to 0, they've taken the lead with a second try through Carla Hohipa.
Yeah, Heather Fisher pushed up in defence, raced up, took a bit of a gamble, and then found herself one-on-one with her Hepper. She knows the pace her Hepper's got, so she was hedging her bets, but you can't give Carla Hepper that much space.
Well, you felt that Staniford and Fisher should have worked as a tandem with the touchline and really pushed in there, but, you know, New Zealand, well, they've had the experience, and Carla Hohipa, well, we've seen what a devastating player she is at 15-a-side rugby, the winner of the Black Ferns in the 2010 World Cup. Well, this time the conversion is just off, so it's a slender lead that New Zealand have got going into the half-time huddles. No, don't leave the action here, folks. New Zealand leading by 12 points to 10.
Just make that one change for now. Right. Listen, on the kick-off, if it's in a position like that, so Mick, let her catch it, and then hit. Come out a little bit, let her catch it, drive her into touch on the catch. Okay?
Tap him back. Literally, as she takes it.
Yeah, if you give her it, she'll catch it clean when you just smash it on the catch. Right. Great short support, all right? Keep working the short sides. We've just got to keep working out. Set it up, play off the edge, okay, into 50, quick reload, like we said, get to see it. Let's get back down the short side and have a touch. When we play out the line, fantastic. Right? We've just got to be a little bit better with the ball, okay? Make sure we keep it in defence. When we're numbered off, we've got to go get them. Like, you can't keep backing up. Now, listen, one thing, the sweeper, you'll have to get closer to the play. You're too detached. I want you 5 metres behind the play, 5 metres inside the ball. We have to be 3 in that channel when they hit the edge, okay? Because we'll come back in, all right? Keep working, 1s, 2s, 3s, keep pushing and supporting each other. We'll get the sweeper into frame as well. So we get him behind, we chop down, we're on the ball.
Girls, we hit these fuckers at nose. No good to the captain, we fucking swipe their legs. There's 3 minutes, girls, just take it to the line. Carry to the line, or you have to pull back inside. Let's go!
Yeah. Get rid of that too far in the middle, okay?
Girls, we've got one fucking chance to knock these fuckers off, yeah? We either want it or we don't. It's now up to us.
Well, I apologise for the language in that England half-time huddle. Well, they mean business, don't they? There's a certain edge to this game that, well, it shows the edge, as I said, within the game.
I'm sure Pavel Varanovsky's swearing sometimes, we just can't tell.
What? So Michaela Staniford there has had an influence in this game. This is her 7th event. She scored 12 tries, made her debut out in Dubai in 2012. What can England do to get back into this game? Big tackle then comes in for England. Sarah McKenna was right up in play there.
Here we go. Leave it.
Change with that Marley Packer on now. This is Webber to Manuel. High pass on the outside is Woodman. Portia Woodman gets the support. But look at that, they're working in 3s. That's what Simon Middleton was asking the England team to do, and on that occasion, snuffed out the attack down that far side.
Yeah, and you talked about using the sideline as that extra defender, didn't you? And they did that so much better there.
Well, Portia Woodman took a knock to the head, not only yesterday, but in this earlier, in the tie. This time, I think it's an ankle injury. But in the bumps and the bruises here. It's not looking good for Portia Woodman.
No, she definitely doesn't look happy there, Portia Woodman. A bad ankle injury by the looks of things, but for New Zealand, they just bring on Shirei Tane, don't they, who's had a fantastic tournament so far.
Well, Tane scored some wonderful tries, 2 against Russia earlier on, but the one yesterday against Spain was a length of the field effort that really captured the eye. Claire Allen has done so well for England. McKenna.
Get up, go see inside!
Now England looking for space. McKenna, has she got the pace? There's no support there. Nathan Wong is back. McKenna there, wonderful tackle by Nathan Wong, but she's isolated and could be a case of holding on.
Yeah, it's Tash Brennan there, too quick for her own team. None of them reacted quickly enough, so there was nobody on her shoulder.
Turnover's good, you've got the turnover. Turnover's good.
Well, England have won great ball through.
Release that block.
The pirating experts of Abigail Chamberlain. Waterman thinks about having a go. Oh, it was a good angle, but a forward pass against Sarah McKenna.
So tight, wasn't it? It's those little, those inches, those 2 inches that make all the difference. It was the right idea, but just goes forward there to Sarah McKenna. A lovely line, but just arrived a little bit too early.
Well, Shira Tane saw that one, but another injury to New Zealand, which will be of concern. They've really been in the knocks this weekend. Portia Woodman, well, she's got a brave smile there, getting applauded just coming around the outside of the pitch. And Nathan Wong took a little hit there as well. She's back on her feet, has a wee chat with her skipper, Brianna Manuel. Remember, this New Zealand team won the Rugby World Cup Sevens in Moscow last year.
And Simon Middleton's made some big changes here. Sarah McKenna's come off, Emily Scott on at fly half in that playmaking role, and Lydia Thompson on the wing. Tash Brennan, who's done a lot of running, coming off.
Interesting, the one real speedster in the England team, Amy Wilson-Hardy, of course, and she's still on the bench.
It just came on, I think, just come on for Abigail Chamberlain.
Sit. Steady, what? Collapsing.
So New Zealand have the possession. Tap and go then from Kelly Brazier. And Brazier to Kayla McAllister. Now when this young lady starts to get the bit between the teeth, she can really run. The mistake from New Zealand hands, possession, and a scrum put into England. There's no love lost between these two teams. Kelly Brazier, Sarah Goss there looking on.
It was scramble defence from England, wasn't it there? Kayla McAllister loves running in those open spaces against disorganised defences, but they just managed to get hold of her.
Sit. Steady. Steady, yep.
England win ball. It's rather scrappy, though. And New Zealand rather over the ball there, are they? Sarah Goss penalised, and the quick tap and go for England, though, is through Marley Packer. Goss is back to make the tackle.
Off. Hands on the deck, off your feet.
Well, it's a sealing off decision by referee Rusta Rashenvengi. There's Kelly Brazier now. Well, it's really frantic now. Well, we've seen the wonderful running of this player. Sherry Tane. Tane goes to the deck. Oh, a knock on here now. Turnover possession for England, but double knock on.
Lost forward and lost forward.
Oh, it's getting nervy now.
That's right, both teams so important for the nerves really jangling.
Marley Packer with a few words there on Sarah Goss.
Just having a little chat, weren't they? Passing the time of day.
Can I have your address, please? I'd like to send you a Christmas card.
Bind. Sit.
All these teams live in the same hotel, eat in the same dining room, so I wonder what words will be said today. Oh, England just overcomplicated themselves in the middle. They've handed the ball to New Zealand. Oh, and Tane goes away, and is that them into the final? Sherry Tane, the devastating runner, but it all came from a midfield error by England.
Yeah, you called it. It was just overcomplicated, that you don't need to overcomplicate this game. England tried to do a couple of extra little switches, turn the ball over, and once the ball's in the hands of Tane in that much space, she says, thank you very much. I'll go around and score as close to the post as I possibly can.
So Kelly Brazier will have the attempt of the conversion. 3 tries then to New Zealand. 17-10. This is a very important kick for the New Zealand team because it would put the pressure on England to score twice. And she's nailed it through the sticks, so England have got to score twice if they're going to deny a final place for this New Zealand team.
Yeah, you have to say it's going to be a huge uphill battle for this England team now, but they need to be very, very proud of themselves. This England team is the only non-contracted team amongst the 8 core teams. They don't get the time to train together that the other teams do yet, and so to be able to put a performance like this together against the world champions, it's very impressive.
Well, it's always thin margins at this level of play. Packer takes the ball on.
First action was off as well. First action was off.
Stanford gets the ball back. Amy Wilson-Hardy prefers the open spaces rather than the tight contact areas and channels that she ran down. Oh, it was always an intercept. Picked up by New Zealand, but England are back through Lydia Thompson. And Thompson runs into McAllister, so well, almost the interception pass, but the knock-on came, and well, New Zealand are going to be into the final to play against Australia here of the Amsterdam Sevens, so they're within touching distance of a second IRB Women's Sevens World Series title. They'll play against Australia, but barring a mathematical aberration, the title will be theirs. There's still, of course, another bit of silverware, and that's the Amsterdam Sevens trophy.
Let's reset, please.
Well, this big crowd have been very appreciative of the skills and the standards of play here between these two teams.
Yeah, it's been a good game for that, hasn't it? End-to-end stuff, a proper war of attrition between two very, very skillful sides.
Ball put in then by Fran Matthews.
Clean out,
Well,
good.
England,
Step. Advantage.
They went straight
Ball
down
offside.
on the ball, but New Zealand hand was in their Packer. Kind of bulleted that pass to Lydia Thompson.
Offside.
And England just not managing to get that clean ball at the breakdown that they got in the opening few minutes when they went 10-0 a lead, but full credit to New Zealand. 10-0 down, they've come back and scored 19 points unanswered. Good powerful work there by Amy Wilson-Hardy. And Packer with a rather interesting kick, but Kelly Brazier has gathered. Now Brazier breaks down. Oh, Brazier with a great individual step from Fran Matthews. And Brazier, well, she's got a wide smile because she knows that New Zealand are into that final.
Yeah, odd decision from Molly Packer to kick there when the last play of the game, really. 19-10 up. England just needed to keep the ball in hand, try and get the ball over the whitewash. As it was, it ended up falling into Kelly Brazier's hands and an easy run in for her. Probably makes the scoreline look a bit wider than it probably should be.
But two good side steps there from this experienced player from New Zealand.
So good to see her back. She's been such a good player for them over the years, and as you say, brilliant footwork off both feet, and has such vision, such a good playmaker.
So the conversion still has to be taken. It is a little whoop of delight from this New Zealand team, and they're into the final to play against Australia. So New Zealand win by 26 points to 10. Well, folks, let's confirm the finals that we're going to watch in the final few games here in Amsterdam. South Africa will play the hosts Netherlands in the bowl final, and then we've got the plate final between USA and Russia. Nothing cold about that one. And then the cup final, Australia versus New Zealand. We're going to take a break for about 30 minutes because it's warm and hot. I think I'll have a nice cream with a flake on top. You go put the kettle on wherever you're watching across the world and come back to watch all the action unfold here at the RB Women's Sevens World Series here in Amsterdam.
2013-14 Women's World Sevens Series in Amsterdam. It's been a fantastic atmosphere today. The stadium is full, the crowds are cheering. The games coming up are, first of all, Spain versus Ireland in the 11th, 12th playoff, followed by South Africa, Netherlands, Brazil, France, United States, Russia, and then third, fourth playoff, Canada, England, and the final, Australia, New Zealand. There's a lot of history between those two teams this year. So the first of those games is Spain versus Ireland, 11th, 12th playoff. Ireland looking for their first victory of the weekend. Spain have won one against Ireland. In fact, the teams have only met once before in this series. Spain winning 1914, and that, of course, was yesterday. So both coaches have picked strong lineups for Spain. Both Garcias are in, Berta Garcia and Patricia Garcia, leaving Real on the bench, however. Interesting to see if that's an injury or whether they've just decided that it's a game too far for her. For Ireland, look out for McCarthy, number 2. She's been scoring a lot of tries for Ireland, the real powerful runner on the outside, and Shannon Houston, always a very important presence for them. So alongside me is Wingriffith Wynn. This is a tight one to call, isn't it? They've played once, there've been less than one score in it. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a game Ireland should have won yesterday, of course, at full time at the Hooter. Ireland were leading, but somehow or other they kicked a little too far at the restart. Spain gathered and ran in what was a simple try in effect, and heartbreak for Ireland. And I'm just wondering, you mentioned Martina McCarthy there. I saw her around lunchtime coming up the stairs to the grandstand behind us here. She had a heavy ice pack on her ankle, but more telling, I think, and not just Martina McCarthy, any number of the girls here today, they have these grass burns, if you like, on and around the knees. And I noticed New Zealand in particular, when they came out for the semi-final, they had their knees well bandaged, and they're looking good for the final, certainly. But this one is interesting, as you say. Spain, well, they've had their moments, as indeed have Ireland. But on balance, I suppose you'd have to favour Spain. But then again, you'd hope for some of the luck of the Irish, wouldn't you, to rub off on them?
Indeed, well, Spain's certainly the most experienced of the two teams, but it really, what the match yesterday, 1 minute Spain were in the lead, then Ireland were in the lead with no seconds to go. Spain managed to snatch hold of the ball and snatch the victory in the last few minutes. If you're watching at home and want to get involved, we're at IRB Women's, or tweet us at the hashtag Amsterdam Sevens. Let us know who you think should be player of the tournament, who have been the players of the tournament for you, and who you think is going to win this final between Australia and New Zealand, and indeed who you think is going to win this 11th, 12th playoff between Ireland and Spain. So the teams getting lined up now. This is always a very, very nervous moment for teams, Win.
Well, you've been there. I haven't. Sue, you know all about it. You've been in some very important clashes over the years, but I'm sure that a few nerves fluttering and butterflies in the bellies, you know, because it is an important game for both these teams. They want to return home with something to show for their endeavours this weekend. Megan Williams there with her face heavily strapped. She took a huge bang on her nose yesterday, but I tell you what, she was in fine spirits on the bus on the way home last night.
Yeah, there was some good singing on the bus, wasn't there? That's number 3 for Spain, Angela Del Pan, in the absence of Vanessa Real, leading the team out. Next to her, Shannon Houston. Both proud players for their countries, and both, as you say, desperate for the victory here. And here they come. So last chance to sit in the huddle and have a word as a team. A last chance for Shannon Houston to get her team going. Not that they'll need much of that. A last chance for Angela Del Pan to impart the words of wisdom. So this match is refereed by Chelsea Gurr of New Zealand, her 28th match in this World's 7 Series. Of course, the referees have to be just as fit as the players running around for 15, 20 minutes in these games. And off we go. A very solid kick-off take there from Spain. Good chance to get some early possession. That's Real getting the ball out. But an early error from Spain there.
Yeah, good kick-off by Ireland, but equally a good take by Berta Garcia. It was Yera Echeverria losing possession, the first chance for Spain. They've had their chances in this tournament this weekend, but that's the difference between the teams that play down in the basement here and the top teams. They don't waste passes, they don't waste any chances either.
Yeah, there have been too many errors from Spain this weekend, that's for sure. So Katie Fitzhenry putting the ball into the Irish scrum, a pretty good scrum. Moving the ball wide, see if they can get it to McCarthy to really challenge on the outside. There's that pace and power that we've seen, but very, very well watched by Echeverria.
McCarthy doing really well there again.
Yeah, so Chelsea girls seen an offside there. Spain didn't retreat once the breakdown was formed, so Ireland get the penalty and spinning the ball out wide. A lot of space out there if they can go to hand, into the hands of Elaine Ryan. She has a lot of space there, but just taken down in the tackle. They're lined up well out here, the Spanish attack. The Irish attack, rather. Handling is just not going to plan for Ireland. Had they got that ball into the hands of McCarthy, she had a lot of space. So that's Shannon Houston, the captain, leading by example, coming around, taking the ball in. Bit of space on the blind side, but they've chosen to go open. Was that a knock on there?
Well, it looks as if it was, but Chelsea girls allowing play to go on.
Giving Irish the attack on there, 22, Shannon Houston. Taking it in again. McCarthy hanging around on the outside here. Can they get the ball to her? Recycled well.
It's slow ball though, isn't it?
Slow ball and Ireland in the end. McCarthy sealing the ball off there, so a penalty for Spain.
Yeah, good work initially there by the newcomer, Hannah Tyrrell. Number 7 for Ireland from the old Belvedere club.
So Spain opting for territory, not a bad option when you're only a few metres out from your try line. Will give them the opportunity of a line out. So that's Ana Vidal with the ball in her hands. Solid line out, the ball out to Patricia Garcia, who's been such a pivotal player for the Spanish team. But again, another error in contact. So many errors, Win.
Yes, it's been a catalogue of errors, hasn't it? And, you know, we're into the latter stages of the competition and late into the second day. And legs are tired and the minds are tired as well, possibly. But we've seen any number of mistakes already in this match. But it's been a catalogue of errors for Spain, I'm afraid, as well as Ireland for the whole weekend. But let's hope they can raise their game here now for the valuable championship points.
So again, Katie Fitzhenry with the feed. Ball out to Hannah Tyrrell. Strong, rangy runner. But Feliz Barragán manages to bring her down. Can Ireland just about recycling it, but the Spanish defence very, very strong in contact. Ireland have managed to keep hold of the ball. Katie Fitzhenry there cleaning things up, but scrummage to Ireland.
Yeah, any number of these Irish girls, of course, it's their first taste of international sevens rugby this year. Making slow progress, but they are improving. I saw them in Sao Paulo back in February, and it's certainly developed since then. And one or two newcomers like Hannah Tyrrell here, and one or two others with just the China tournament behind them.
So ball into the hands of Nicole Corky. Spreading it wide, a lot of space there for McCarthy, but the Spanish defence very, very strong. Patricia Garcia gets in there quickly and competes with the ball and gets the turnover.
Exceptional work there by Garcia, getting her hands on the ball, supporting her upper body weight on her legs, and it's inevitable once a player gets isolated that the referee steps in immediately and awards a penalty.
Yeah, Garcia had been such an important player for Spain, along with her sister Berta, played in the Rugby World Cup, brings a real level of experience and also handling skills. Lovely time pass there from her. A little bit of space out here, well marshalled by the Irish defence. Oh, now Vidal not able to get around, but there's Patricia Garcia again with the ball in her hands, dancing in front of the Irish defence. A little bit flat, the Spanish attack. Ooh, a little risky offload, not really able to see where that ball was going, and in fact, straight into the hands of Shannon Houston. Great opportunity for Ireland now to move the ball. There goes Martina McCarthy on the outside. She has got real pace, too much pace for Echevarria Fernandez. McCarthy all the way around the outside and in under the post for a real winger's try.
Well, you call it, Sue. She has plenty of pace, and given a little room, and as she had then, she had some 15 metres or so to run at the Spanish opposition. Look here, pins back her ears in determined mood, and I was just looking at that left ankle of hers, which I saw her guarding very gingerly early on, but no sign of that injury as she out-sprinted the Spanish defence for a very, very well taken try. And look, just the grass burns I was talking about earlier on, just on the side of her knee there, the graze, and that is the downside of the artificial surface that they're playing on, as good as it is.
Yeah, it's taken its toll on the players' legs and arms, and just in the intensive grazes, that's for sure. But a very, very well-timed score for Ireland just before half-time. The 2 extra points added as well. So Ireland 7, Spain 0, with no seconds left of this half, last play of this half. And very, very well turned over off the kickoff, but bundled into touch.
Yeah, Nicole Cronin almost broke clear, but it's been the story of Spain really not taking advantage of the possession that they have had. The passing was good enough at times, but then just trying to overcomplicate things, and that opened the door, that allowed Ireland into the game. And Martina McCarthy, well, you don't give her an inch and you don't give her a second invitation either. Well worked try, well taken, well executed.
Too many mistakes from Spain. Great finishing from Martina McCarthy, 7-0 at half-time. Let's hear what the coaches have to say.
You need to continue with hitting them with line speed, right? So, great, you are tired. I know you're tired. There's so much more in the tank. I don't think they've got a lot more in the tank. Why? Because they're defending, and you're making them play on the back foot. If we allow them to have the ball and step off, they're very good. They'll keep the ball alive. They'll break us down. We've got to keep the pressure on. Keep working, keep working. Reinforcements come on, same again. So it's line speed and defence. In attack, be patient. Move the ball, get into our pods. The only thing that's probably letting us down at the moment is we're not quite in our pods of 3 of all the time. And let's then attack them. Once we get it outside the first receiver, let's attack at them, because at the moment it's very predictable. It's drift, 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 and then we're retaining the ball. At the breakdown, we've got to be more physical. If they're coming in for your side, you've got to let them know, okay? Don't complain, but let them know where they're coming from, okay? Let's go, Joe.
Great work, girls. Keep it up.
Good, clear instructions at half-time there from Coach John Skerr. He's saying, get right up in the faces of those Spanish players, and it makes sense, doesn't it, with that they're really struggling, the Spanish, with that accuracy. Put more pressure on them.
Yeah, we've seen the best teams today apply that pressure, and no better example than France against England earlier on today. Very unlucky to lose that one by 7-0. They threw everything into the tackle area and they almost got their reward, and that's exactly what Ireland need to do in this second half if they are to secure their first win of the tournament.
And if Spain are going to get back into it, the lady with her hands on the ball here, Patricia Garcia, is bound to be at the heart of it. She gets the second half underway. The crowd weren't sure about that challenge at the kickoff, but the referee, Chelsea, goes perfectly happy with it. So
yeah,
Ireland with the ball.
The referee's assistant might not be so happy. She did put her flag out because the player was tackled in the air.
Felice Barrett going with the hands on the ball, spots the gap. It's the ball when it runs loose, isn't it? The players pounced on it, saw the gap, ran it in.
Well, I'm just looking at the referee's assistant here again. She did have a flag out. And I'm just wondering... I think they will consult here.
Yes, it looks like it, doesn't it? Referee Chelsea Gurr consulting with
Play by Blue.
Yes.
One of her assistants.
Late tackle of Blue, so try can stand.
But I didn't have time to see the number, I'm sorry.
That's okay, so we can have try standing. So it was...
Blue did a full play on
Blue
green.
did the foul play, thank you. It's fine.
So what's the decision going to be? Try stands. Or does it?
Come back here.
There's some confusion here.
Stay there. Nicky, come here.
Yeah, there's some confusion. The referee just checking what the call was and whether the try can stand or not.
Blue scored. No try, right? We're coming back here. Coming back here for foul play.
So finally then we do come back for the foul play.
Yeah,
Here you are.
so it's the referees, the call from the assistant referee is that there was the tackler was taken in the air. Foul play, and therefore the try doesn't stand. We watch off the kickoff from Patricia Garcia. Irish players in the air and tackled by I think number 8 Schiavon whilst she's in the air, so certainly was foul play win.
Dangerous tackle. But Schiavon stays on. We've seen yellow cards doled out in that situation. It was a dangerous tackle.
Yeah, I think the assistant referee said she hadn't seen the number, so unable to give a card there.
Relay screen!
So, a let-off for Ireland there. No try to Ireland, but Spain very quickly win the ball back. Patricia Garcia with her hands on the ball, moving it wide. And it may be short-lived respite for Ireland. Spain move the ball well. One of the first times they've managed to move the ball into the hands of Schiavon, who perhaps is a little lucky to be on the pitch and a score.
Well, you often see it, don't you? But yes, very lucky indeed. Had the referee's assistant spotted the number on the back. There's so many ponytails out there. It is difficult to tell, I must admit. But some confusion about the earlier score, no confusion about this one, but Ireland did exceptionally well, and in particular Laura Lee Walsh, to ensure that the try was scored way out.
Yeah, we've been talking about the importance of the 2 points, and of course the more that you can push the scorer out to the sidelines, the harder it is to get those extra 2. So Spain 5, Ireland 7, weren't able to get those extra 2 points, so Ireland still in the lead, but 2 points in it here, another close one between these two well-matched sides. Spain 5, Ireland 7, and Patricia Garcia to kick off again.
Well, if it does come down to the final whistle, I can assure you that Ireland will place the restart way into the grandstand somewhere.
So gathered by Ireland, Katie Fitzhenry taking the ball in there. Very scrappy at the breakdown. But Chelsea Gurr says coming in from the side, so Irish penalty and moving it quickly, trying to challenge the Spanish defence. That's Nicole Corchi making lots of ground. But didn't protect the ball back. The ball is out. Spain are perfectly entitled to play it. Ball's into the hands again of Patricia Garcia. Back again to Schiavon. Angela Del Pan gets it out. Good tackle, really. The scramble defence from Ireland is excellent.
Well, again, the Irish plays a little frenetic, and 2 pieces of play there. The outside backs were too wide from the ball carrier, and then when they went to ground, there's nobody there to secure possession, and snapped up quite easily, far too easily by Spain.
Yeah, so both teams a little bit disorganised there. You can see the tiredness coming in the last game of the weekend, but good distance made by the Irish kick there. So Spain having to run this from their own half, from their own 10-metre line. And now Vidal throwing in, well claimed at the line out. Ball's out to Patricia Garcia once again. And a lovely line from Berta Garcia. We've seen that a few times, players picking those lovely lines, but if the pass is too late, it's forward.
Yeah, the two Garcia sisters, well, it works at home in the garden, but on the international field, not quite as successful.
So coming on for Spain, we've got Cristina Songpiche. Here we see that pass. Oh, just slightly forward, wasn't it? A lovely, lovely line from Berta Garcia, but maybe an inch forward.
Yeah, a close call there. The games are decided on such calls very often. See the heat haze in the pictures here. Still a warm day. It's 5:30 in the afternoon. Cristina Song comes on for Spain. Near side and loose head.
So scrum for Ireland. Ball into the hands of the dangerous McCarthy in a bit of space, but Berta Garcia watching her very, very closely, as though taken 3 or 4 players to bring her down. Scrappy play, but Spain penalised for not releasing at the breakdown. So Irish ball again. The Irish are keeping their hands on this ball with just over 2 minutes to play.
Slowing it down very wisely. Restart again, running the clock down a little, 30, 40 seconds perhaps. Megan Williams with some interesting facial scuffle there to protect the nose that she broke yesterday. And as we saw when she came on earlier from the bench, well, she's got no regard for her health and safety whatsoever, throwing everything into the tackle.
No, that's Claire Cahane and Megan Williams coming on, and as you say, Megan Williams very heavily strapped across her nose there, but these players just want to play. They don't get the chance to play that often. There's five tournaments in the series. You want to make the most of every single one. So Megan Williams on for the last couple of minutes. Ireland with the ball in their attacking 22. So well claimed by Laura Lee Walsh, but the throw wasn't straight, so Spain have an opportunity. A scrum 20 metres from their try line, so not the best attacking opportunity, but at least they have the ball.
Indeed. No accuracy from the Irish again. The poor throw in at the line-out. They've given possession back to Spain, albeit for a defensive scrimmage.
So Spain have Berta Garcia waiting on the blind side, her sister Patricia waiting on the open side. Which way will they go?
Good pressure from Cahane.
They're definitely looking to work the ball back to Berta Garcia here, but Berta Garcia got very, very flat, wasn't able to run onto the ball, but look at that strength, handing off Irish defenders, but knocking the ball on in contact.
Now this is where Ireland need to manage the clock for the 50-odd seconds that remain. No desperate hurry to go down into the scrum, but a sign there that they had heeded the words of John Sker at half-time. Once that ball is out, crowd the first receiver there, just outside the first receiver, and they will get the put in here. 40 seconds or so remaining.
A real challenge for an inexperienced team, isn't it? Trying to run the clock down here, keep the ball, don't take any chances. So first things first, they need to do good set piece to get their hands on the ball. Scrum reset called by Chelsea Ger, which in many ways plays into the hands of the Irish. Runs a bit more time off the clock. Just 16 seconds left now.
But McCarthy is still on her toes here. She's just outside her own 10-metre line. And the scrum, look, is between the Spanish 22 and their 10-metre line.
So turnover balls, Spain's last chance. Ball out to Berta Garcia, who is the best finisher probably in this Spanish team. We saw her run a couple of fantastic tries in yesterday, but up against Martina McCarthy, you can absolutely match her for pace.
Yeah, that's what you needed Paul O'Connell, wasn't it, really, to hold up the ball carrier. Irish adept at that tactic.
Yeah, well-marshalled defence, inside ball for Patricia Garcia to Arnaud Vidal, but again well watched by Ireland. The referee has her arm out for Irish ball, knock on from Spain. So Ireland get their hands on the ball, there's no time left on the clock, so they kick the ball out, and that is a famous, famous victory for Ireland against Spain, winning 11th place against Spain in 12, 5 points to 7. Ireland win.
Yeah, scrappy game perhaps, but there was a lot depending on that result, wasn't there? There was pride at stake, and congratulations to Ireland. They've avenged yesterday's defeat.
And there is the final score, full-time, Spain 5, Ireland 7.
And so we get to our first final of the 2014 Amsterdam Sevens, a repeat indeed of last year's bowl final. The hosts up against South Africa. As you can see, nothing between these two teams. And it'll be fascinating to see after that first round, the semi-final of the bowl today, how much the shackles are off, because with both teams we saw a vibrancy to their play that we really didn't see at all through the 3 games yesterday.
That's true enough, yeah. The Netherlands looked like a team that could perform at a higher level, but a poor performance yesterday. They picked themselves up today, but I'm just wondering and worrying a little about South Africa here. Zena Jordan, the captain, could hardly walk down the stairs behind us here to the dressing rooms earlier on, and there were 2 or 3 other South African girls equally in difficulty. So I'm just wondering, can South Africa mount a challenge here with the injuries that they have got? But look, Zena Jordan leading them out.
There is Jordan leading her side out, and yes, you're absolutely right, when in the team hotel this morning she was limping down the corridor, but even on one leg she is so influential to this South Africa team.
Well, she scored 2 tries, didn't she, in the semi-final? She's a very brave young lady. There she is.
She is having a chat with Alhambra Nieves, the referee for this bowl final. Of course, now that Ireland have won that last game, every team has won at least one game this weekend, which is always something of a relief. I think you don't want any team to have to go through 2 days without drinking the champagne of victory, metaphorical as it may be. Set back by Pim Selbek, try scorer as she was against England in the first game of the weekend. Good release from Van Rossum, and here we go again for Van Haaskamp. We saw this duo work so well in that first match against Ireland. They've done it again, virtually the same position and the same time.
Yeah, the sisters-in-law in concert once again.
She really is a quality player, Kelly Van Haaskamp. Just wonder what she would be like in a side with perhaps a bit more kudos.
Yeah, took the words right out of my mouth. But look at her long striding, a balanced runner. There was no way that the South African defence was going to catch her, and I think those injuries are beginning to tell. 1 or 2 of the South Africans, they gave up the chase pretty early on.
There may be damage limitation in terms of energy levels early on from the South African girls, that's for sure, in terms of making sure they've got something in the tank for the latter parts or the later parts of this bowl final. Well, the perfect start for the host, and a big crowd here now filling in as the social 7s and 10s and touch is drawn to a conclusion. The stands are filled up once again, and certain that there will be a vociferous support for the Netherlands side in this bowl final. The side trying to hem South Africa in and play from deep, put pressure on the ball carrier. Again, it proves beneficial as Joyce van Altena drops quickly on the loose ball. Selbek looking to tap and go. Doreen Epping using her size to barge away through another couple of meters. Van Rossum with the step. Van Altena again. Stepping up to the left-hand side again with Annie Gelkert backing herself against Coco Momotti, and has she got that? That is a very, very good finish. Just take a look at this. 1 against 1, always difficult, but look at the way she kept the ball away from the tackler and got her weight in the right position to finish there behind her back.
You could go back further than that, really, to the quick recycling and to that lovely pass from the base of the scrum, which released Annie Gelkert to get in at the corner.
So of course, we've got very Afrikaans names on both of these teams, with the Netherlands up against South Africa for this bowl final. And there's only one team in it at the moment, and that is the hosts. As I mentioned, a repeat of last year's final when the Netherlands were successful. 32-0 on that occasion. South Africa did win the last, did win in Dubai, I should say, the Cup quarter-final. Indeed, got through to the final on that occasion. Dubai last year, or last season, I should say. Here she goes again. Sense of deja vu coming down the left flank from Netherlands. This time she's pulled up just short, but the Netherlands on the move now. Van Rossum again gets the return pass, but not quite. Recovered by Van Huskamp. So much more width and confidence in Netherlands' game now. They're beginning to believe. Penalty is there. Van Rossum was looking for a sister-in-law, but she wasn't there on that occasion. But it's still there, and it's going to go for another try. This time it's Joyce van Altena. And the relentless Netherlands attack paying dividends.
That is the word I was going to mention, relentless, and that's what it is. The passing, the slick passing, and the pressure on that South African try line, relentless, as you say, Simon, and good reward there for the pressure for Joyce van Altena.
As frustrating as yesterday was for Chris Lane, and as demoralising as that loss to Brazil was for the first time ever.
That was a strange game.
Very strange game, it has to be said. But what he's seen today, in the way that his team can play the game, has got to give them the confidence to go into next season thinking, if we play a proactive game, this is what we can do. Okay, you're playing against South Africa now, and you were playing against Ireland before, but it's a building momentum situation, isn't it?
Yeah, and the Netherlands have a number of tournaments under their belts already. South Africa, they don't play on the international circuit, so they're coming into this tournament cold. It's their only tournament. But when you look at the Netherlands squad, they look like the athletes that they are. They've got the extra height over the South Africans, and they've got the extra pace as well, and that's what Renfred Dazel will be looking at. All these players, bar two, incidentally, are now contracted by the South African Rugby Union. They train together in camp in Port Elizabeth, so we have hopes for South Africa, certainly for next season.
Well, certainly all the members of this 7 squad are in Laurent Safaka's extended Rugby World Cup women's squad for France. So he'll be watching this match with some interest, no doubt, to see how they react under pressure and how their core skills are examined in this scenario.
And there we saw an example of the difference between the two sides. You know, when the Netherlands get their hands on the ball, they move it swiftly and crisply as well. He passes from the South Africans that are a little laboured. But here's a chance.
Mariska Grind feeds back to Lorinda Brown. Oh, a 1-2-1-2 works for South Africa. And they do go over, and a well-deserved try and a much-needed try at this point in the game.
Mariska Grind, she scored 2 tries against Spain earlier on today. Lovely interpassing between these South African players here, and playing with a little bit of confidence as well.
And as you say, not the biggest of teams win, but when they get into that sort of situation, they believe, and their handling skills are certainly good enough.
And when they drew level with Spain earlier on today, you could see that belief oozing from them, and the confidence on their faces as well.
Zena Jordan, key cog in this South Africa team. Dutch quite happy to take the half-time whistle at 17-7 and really dominating that first half, but psychologically you just wonder how much that last try could play into the match equation. It's a big ask, I know, but South Africa will believe they can do something. Let's have a listen to the two coaches. There's Chris Lane. What's he saying to the Dutch?
Hey, don't give them a chance, all right? We gave them one chance. We dominated, and we just switched off. Right? Every time we hit the deck, we got to get back to our feet and get in position early. Get our line set so we can get our line speed. Got to have our shape before we have our line speed. Yes. Okay? Really, really good first 5 minutes. Really fast tempo. All right? We dominated. Yeah. And we popped off.
Uit die rugzak, hé, tenzij het echt aan is. Ja, kunnen ons heen. Ja, kunnen ons heen en heen en weer. Neem die op. Go. 3, 2, 1.
A good first 5 minutes, says the coach. They gave them one opportunity and South Africa took it. They cannot afford to give them any other opportunities to get back in this game. And indeed, of course, we'll be hoping to replicate in the second half what they did in the first.
Yeah, the Netherlands, they want to play a high-tempo game, but to play a high-tempo game, you have to be accurate in everything that you do. And I wonder, how often do you see it that the team who scores just before half-time, you know, it's a psychological advantage, and very often they score at the top of the second half as well, and that's exactly what South Africa need to do here to get back into this match.
It's absolutely spot on, Win, because, you know, in the 15s game, we talk about 5 minutes either side of half-time is key psychological time. Of course, it's slightly less in this format of the game. See how the teams will react to that score. Look at this mazy running, taking South Africa up to halfway. Can they execute, provide clean ball? No. Again, the contact error, just over enthusiasm on that occasion from Coco Mamati, just letting them down.
Going off her feet there, not supporting her upper body with her legs. A good take at the restart by Doreen Epping, it was.
South Africa came into this tournament fresh from their victory in the Confederation of African tournament in Kenya. Indeed, they have completed recently in Hong Kong, so they are getting some game time in terms of non-core teams, but it's not the quality that they've been facing this weekend, no question.
That's right, but they did defeat France, incidentally, in that invitational tournament in Hong Kong, and France have done well here in Amsterdam over the last 2 days.
Van Rossum has a very awkward ball to deal with. As Musical Goda came up so quickly, Jordan wants to go again. Again, that cutting line from Grine, almost opening the orange line. Good tackle. Mamoti setting the ball back. Brown and Jordan shipping it on. Here she goes again. Grine this time puts the ball out wide. Grine's had a lot of the ball in hand in these first 2 minutes of the second half and has always got over the gain line, always made headway.
She always looks to do something with the ball, and here's another one who looks to do something with the ball. Can South Africa get back on terms here?
South Africa looking to make something of this. It's a bouncing bomb. Grine has to pick up again. Oh, it's just been staunched by that referee's whistle, but encouraging signs for South Africa, and Netherlands on their back feet from the first whistle.
Nosy Piwa Goda, very prominent in that piece of play by South Africa. The lady they call Nosy. Not Nosy, but Nosy.
Hey, you be careful how you say that one.
No, I underlined that in my notes. I asked Zine Jordan, it was great to have a chat with them. They're on the same floor as me in the hotel. Like every other team.
Did they keep you awake last night?
Not last night, no, but the night before. Singing their songs, and great atmosphere. They obviously enjoy one another's company. Close bonded team. Renfred Gazelle as coach.
And you come in on the bus with them and they've got the music going, and the smiles are on the faces, and you see what the rugby means to them.
Well, what about the beats this morning from the Brazilians on the bus?
Absolutely. The samba rhythm really took us into the stadium this morning.
A taste of Copacabana.
I wasn't singing along, you'd be glad to know. Right.
Scott Hastings is a shocker, though.
Yeah, there is a CD that will never hit the shops, thankfully.
Something about some guy called Donald in his trousers?
Very limited repertoire, but that's another story. Right now, it's South Africa trying to increase their repertoire and increase their try count. Getting width on the ball immediately. Again, Brian threatening, but this time Netherlands up quickly enough to shut the door and get the advantage. Good work from the Dutch at the contact area.
Don't play in the ground, Green. Don't play in the ground.
Well, it looks like the home side have managed to stem that flow in the opening half of the second half, if you will, and now can settle themselves back into their attacking mode. Very similar to that semi-final in McCoy's win, that they open up so brightly and then allowed Ireland to get back at them, albeit that they didn't allow the Irish to get over the try line.
Well, when we see these games at this level in the men's tournaments and the women's tournaments, I always say that water finds its own level, and every game has something to commend it.
Very good phrase, and you can see the value of it through the course of these matches now, as Linda Franson, again, third game on the trot as she's come off the bench. That's Tessa Veldhuis, who's back fit now. The take from Janka Idens, another who's back in rugby mode, having been off on various other sporting terms. 5 years as in the bobsleigh world. There's the first run from Veldhuis.
Good handoff as well.
Straightened up by Annie Helkert. Here they go again, looking at this left flank, just can't find the accuracy of the pass. The scraps being picked up and turned back into main dishes by the Dutch, but they're just unable to make the most of that right now.
Well, they weathered the storm at the top of the second half, and they should have this game well won now with a 10-point advantage, although South Africa making a substitution here, bringing on Jackie Kriel. So let's see whether South Africa can finish with a flourish.
Crouch. Bind.
Michelle Keldenhuis, you saw there with the number 2 on her back. Another coming off the bench to savour the atmosphere for one last time for this weekend. Franson just trying to tease the defenders out, goad them into coming into a tackle to get so she can get the pass away to the supporting runner. Sleight of hand there from Van Haaskamp, and Van Haaskamp is going to go over for yet another try. Well, we've said it before, we'll say it again. You cannot beat quality, and that lady is quality.
She certainly is, and look for the decoy runner here. Whether it was intentional or not, it certainly had the desired effect. No one quite sure where the ball was or what was happening either, but Van Haaskamp knew exactly what needed to be done, using good strength and good pace once again to get another try to her already impressive tally.
26 years of age, Kelly Van Haaskamp, as I mentioned earlier, already been selected as the IRB Sevens Player of the Year in 2011. If you feel the Netherlands could get a more secure base for their game,
well,
they've got some brilliant runners.
They have. And Kelly Van Haaskamp, I've noted in my notes there that she spent a year in New Zealand in 2012. I think that's evident. Skill is similar to those displayed by the New Zealanders here in Amsterdam this weekend.
There's no doubt that has assisted her nose for the opportunity, which, of course, we know with the Kiwis is inherent in their makeup, really. So, last play of this bowl final. And South Africa can get a token score. Excuse me. Yes, they have got a score on the board this time. 32-0 it was. Rewind your mind back 12 months ago. Comes around and then straightens things up. Is the captain going to finish it off? Inside she goes to Janneke Eidens. Good cover tackling going in from South Africa, but it's all getting a bit desperate now. Legs are tired, running out of oxygen. Van Haaskamp comes round, gets the call outside from Veldhuis, and Veldhuis stepping, going, stepping again. And there is the icing on the cake for the Netherlands. Well-constructed try, well finished.
The Netherlands full of running right to the final whistle, but that all started with the power of Linda Frentzen over on the narrow side, sucking in South African defenders. Van Haaskamp in the thick of it once again, but this time it was the very impressive Tessa Veldhuis coming off the bench and to seal it for the Netherlands. And all memories of that dreadful game against Brazil last evening have been banished. They will never play that badly again.
No, you have to use all experience, good and bad, is the saying, and if the Netherlands can use that motivation from yesterday to produce performances like we've seen today, then it bodes well for Dutch rugby. The final kick goes over, that's it. The Netherlands have won the bowl once again in their own tournament. So important for them to have silverware. Sue Day joins me alongside. Sue, we've seen the worst of the Netherlands this weekend, and today I think we've seen the best of them.
The turnaround, it can be like that in sevens. You can have a terrible first day and a great second day, or vice versa. They've done very, very well to pick themselves up from the disappointment of not qualifying for the competition at their home tournament. They've done very well, and they've really turned it around today. What an excellent performance that was.
The shackles have been off, haven't they? And when you can release the likes of Kelly Van Haaskamp, some of the other girls as well with their running start, it's just so potent.
Yeah, Kelly Van Haaskamp is an absolute world-class quality sevens player, and finally they managed to release her today. Yesterday they simply didn't get the ball into her hands in space. Today they've done it, and they've shown the quality that the Dutch can produce.
Well, the presentation party of George de Vries, the president of this Amsterdam Sevens. There he is, and Arno Michel making sure his mouth's clean for all the kisses that are going to be coming from the Dutch team. He's the director. Happy with his lot now that his team have picked up a trophy.
Yeah, very, very fitting that having not made it in the cup final, at least it gives the home crowd something to celebrate.
And it is, for the profile of the game in this country. Yes, the Amsterdam Sevens goes back a long way, I know, into, different versions of it, shall we say. But for the locals, for the supporting public to see their team pick up a trophy, no matter what it is, bold plate, hopefully cup in the future, of course, it's so important, it's so symbolic.
Yeah, and these pictures now, exactly what this team needs to give themselves a boost, to remind themselves how good they can be, and to get it in the papers tomorrow morning.
Yep, the orange will be flashed all over the local papers, no doubt, as George de Vries steps forward with the bowl. There's Linda Frentzen. Looks like he used to be a prop to me, so not used to handling silverware. There it goes, up in the air. Happy days for the Dutch, and a good finish to the weekend after such a disappointing start. They are the 2014 Amsterdam Sevens bowl winners.
consolation there for the Dutch team, who will have been disappointed yesterday. But finally get their hands on some silverware, and much to the appreciation of the home crowd. Kelly Van Harskamp there lifting, taking the silverware. She's quite happy to hang on to that one alongside me, Scott Hastings, Sudé, and you know, there was a real sort of air of desperation at the close of play on day one here in Amsterdam, having been beaten by Brazil by 5 points to 0, and certainly a bit of despondency in the camp, but they've come out and showed that they can actually play some good sevens rugby in this second day.
Yeah, it's 2 years in a row that they've failed to get to the final of the Cup in their home tournament, so they would have been so disappointed yesterday. You know, it puts a lot of pressure on them for the second day. You know you've so badly underperformed on day one, it's even more pressure to perform on day two, and they should be very proud that they have managed to do that. They beat a very good South African side here very convincingly.
We'll move on with the next game. This is for the 7th and 8th place between Brazil and France. Well, Brazil have only scored 10 points in the tournament, conceded 118. France have conceded 41 points, scored 62. They're actually tied 1-1 in the series, and last played back in Dubai when Brazil won that game 12 points to 7. In fact, Brazil had a very good tournament in Dubai. They drew 12-all with Canada out there, and well, is there steady improvement? Who knows? But Julia Santos wearing the #1 jersey has certainly shone on debut in Amsterdam. And then Edna Santini, we've talked an awful lot about her, but if she's on form, then the other players certainly respond to her direction. For France, well, again, slightly up and down sort of tournament here in Amsterdam. Lost to England by a small margin of 7 points to 0, then got thumped by Russia 24 to 0. But in Biscarat, the scrum half, a very, very talented player, Christelle Duff at fly half, and then out on the wing, Shannon Izar is a strong and dangerous runner. Interestingly, Fanny Horta, the captain of France, starts on the bench.
Yeah, he's been mixing it up, hasn't he, the coach of France, David Cortet. Maya on the bench, Horta on the bench. For the last game, we saw Biscarat and Ladenus on the bench. Shows that he has faith in his entire squad and wants to give his players the opportunity to show what they can do on this stage.
We're also looking at Brazil. Cristovam wearing the #7 jersey. Certainly she has been a strong runner of the ball, so no doubt we'll have a shot at coming off the bench and having an influence in this game. And how do you see this one unfolding, Sudé?
Well, Brazil beat France back in Dubai, but on the strength of the form that we've seen in this tournament, certainly, and the fact that France have brought a few more players back in from their 15 squad, the likes of Ladenus, the likes of Horta, my money would be on France. I would think France have the better form. They've shown some very, very good skills at certain points in this tournament. They've been a little bit up and down, but if they can get it right, I think they'll just have too much precision, too much skill, too much firepower for Brazil.
And yesterday on day one, we were commentating on France's 3 pool games, and an awful lot of they played a kicking game, but we've not seen them kick as much, and they've taken confidence from their passing game, I think, in this day 2.
Yeah, and it's good to see that they obviously watched the games back, realised that the kicking wasn't working. They were just giving the ball away to the opposition too much by doing that. They've still used it a little bit today, but you'd say at the right times.
Well, the right time is now for this French team. And we'll just be waiting and hanging on for Brazil as they take the pitch. Plenty of buzz around this wonderful little arena. And I must say the organisation from the Amsterdam committee has been out the top drawer. Well, for Brazil, handshakes all round as the teams are about to enter. We hope you're enjoying all the action here from Amsterdam. Of course, this is the Fifth tournament on the RB Women's 7 World Series, the second year. Next season there'll be 11 core teams. There's a lot of interest in how that's all going to unfold, with a qualifying competition due to unfold in, the rumour is, France in September. So France and Brazil set for this 7th, 8th playoff. And our referee in the middle, Jessica Beer from New Zealand. 36 matches you can see in the World Series, and that's not her not putting up the hand because of the blinding sun. It's because she's indicating to both captains that they're ready and off. Left-footed kick then, and the start from Mariana Ramalho.
Wonderfully flighted kickoff, wasn't it there? They couldn't compete for the ball because they weren't able to get hold of it, but it really gave them the opportunity to do so.
So the scrum half that we identified at the start of the game, Pauline Biscaracci's the hooker, and as you can see, she moves into the scrum half position to set off play, and Leduff with the wide open pass. And this is good enterprising stuff here from France. Caroline Ladonus. Cover tackles good from Edna Santini. Well, on her stats to say she's 4'10". I think she's maybe 1 or 2 inches taller.
Fantastic pass from Christelle Leduff, wasn't it, to put Ladonus in space there. She saw that the defence had come up fast, put the looping pass over the top, right into the hands of Ladonus, but great cover defence from Santini.
When you've got the pace of Ladonus on one side and Shannon Izar on the other, Brazil are going to have to be very aware of the attacking threat. They've also got some excellent forwards as well in Foucault and Josephine. Better pass out there onto the wing to Haline Skratut, making her debut here in Amsterdam. She's impressed, the 21-year-old, and Santini, well, she's scragged in the tackle by Loreline Foucault. That's the 10-yard line for Brazil. Santini goes in at scrum half. Well, Jessica Beard, unfortunately, the referee in the way of play there.
One of those unfortunate things, but just a scrum to Brazil, so they've not lost the ball there. It's just the pop pass went straight into the referee. I wasn't expecting it there at all.
It's one of these ones, isn't it? I think we've all been there when you're aware of the player behind you, and you think it's one of your teammates, and when the referee gets one in the coupon. So the pick and go here from Brazil. Mariana Ramalho. Skratut has to go back on the ball, bundled into the ground by Caroline Ladonus. Brazil losing the possession, was it? But an offside decision against France in winning that possession.
Yeah, the French are pushing the boundaries. They want to really put pressure on this Brazil side, but that time overstepped the mark, got offside, gave the penalty away, so a chance for Brazil to run it.
Now here, they were members of the Brazilian development team who are playing in one of the other competitions here. And they will go on into tomorrow's competition. This, of course, the last day of the ladies' competition on the Women's World Series. Brazil winning, good ball there. As Angelica Havard gets dumped to the deck. Santos with the ball back. Santini protects, tries to get the ball away. This is Santini here, Edna Santini, bundled into touch. Well, Leduff did well because she picked the ball up when she was in place. She had to readjust. It's a tight-load affair, isn't it? It's France desperately trying to release ball here. Leduff eventually gets the pass away. And switch play down this blind side. Well, we saw France kick away ball on day one. Big looping pass into Foucault, the rather imposing French forward. 1m82, 6 feet, and on that far side, Shannon Izar with the pass out to Caroline Ladonus, and France open up the scoring.
just need to get the ball into the open spaces, don't they? Both teams playing a pressing defence, and so both teams struggling to get the ball out and ending up playing a lot of the play around the fringes, but finally they get the ball out. Izar holds up the last defender with a little jink, and the ball's into the hands of Ladanus in a lot of space.
Well, she's a prolific club point scorer in 15s with Lon Zombert, known as Roro. The 25-year-old then flies in, and Roro was certainly roaring her way to the try line. The conversion is well slotted by Christelle Leduff. So 7-0 is the lead for France over Brazil.
Yeah, Leduff has been a very, very good kicker for France. We've seen inconsistent kicking this weekend, and those 2 extra points so important.
Christelle Leduff has played for the French international 15s team, and using that experience to great effect here with the 7-a-side team. Good pass from Brazil there from Carla Barbosa, but pressure here, and well, football it is, and the score from Pauline Biscarat.
Good skill from Biscarat, wasn't it? Ladanus took the gamble of rushing up in defence, was able to put Brazil under enough pressure. The ball spilled to the ball, comes flying at him. Ladanus is right up in her face, and Biscarat, a little bit of football, dinks it over the line and touches it down. It's good skill.
So Christelle Leduff slots the conversion of the try scored by that young lady there, Pauline Biscarat. And Biscarat, who's a lovely half-back and fly half, plays for Bobigny in Paris. Made her debut in Dubai in 2012, and also represented France in the Rugby World Cup 7s in Moscow last year. Brazil under pressure once again, and that French press defence is right up there. It's the 22-metre line as Brazil trying to flood that contact area, but look, there's 4 French jerseys in there.
Ball's here.
Well, you've got to roll away from the ball if you're there. You're going to get penalised, but Jessica Beard decided this a turnover. Well, I thought there was a potential penalty coming in there because Mariana Armalo from wearing that number 5 jersey got stuck there and was making no attempt to get out the way.
No, I think the referee judged that nobody was making an attempt to get out of the way or move at all, and took it into her own hands, blew up, and will restart the match. But Brazil just putting themselves under so much pressure with the error count at the moment.
Well, Bruno Lotofo wearing the 8 jersey, going back into the scrum for Brazil. She's a wee bit upset because she's taken a blow to the head, I think, and Jessica Beard just checking that the Brazilian prop is okay. Santini runs down a blind alley a little bit off that scrum. But France guilty on the deck, and quick tap and go by Juliana Santos. Armalo maybe just kick for touch here. It's the last play of the game, so do they attack from deep or just stick it out? Start the second half, and let's see what our coach Chris Neal can tell us is what going wrong. So the score at half-time is France with the 2 converted tries, leading by 14 points to 0.
Vous avez donné le papier?
Ça y est, c'est bon. Tout le monde est là. Tout le monde est là. Bon, là, la clé, c'est les rugs. C'est les rugs défensifs. La clé, c'est les rugs défensifs. Foutez-les au sol. Mettez-les au sol. Ne mettez plus les mains sur un seul ballon. Vous les mettez dessous. Si jamais c'est pas bon, vous lâchez. Et c'est la plaqueuse qui problème. Sinon, vous lâchez le rug et on met de la pression ailleurs. On prend de la patience. Patience, on continue à avancer. Patience, d'accord?
Et après, offensivement, dès qu'on le peut, on sort de ce bordel où elles veulent nous mettre. Elles veulent nous fouler la guérilla, là, qu'on vienne sans arrêt batailler contre elles. Prenez de l'air, prenez de l'espace, prenez de la profondeur. D'accord? Que ça, que ça, que ça. Hein? Allez, 7 minutes. 7 minutes.
Allez.
Au point, tu viens.
Plus vite sur les appuis. Plus vite. Relève, fais des plaquages.
The Brazilian coach there, Chris Neal, has said his words, and one last final hurrah for the Brazilian team. Now, Sue, what do you reckon that Brazil have to do to get back into this tie? Can they take anything out of it, or are France just going to run away with their power and superiority?
Brazil have overachieved to get to this point, to get to the 7th, 8th playoff, and you can see it's the end of a long weekend for them. They're up against a very, very good France team that's putting on the pressure. What they need to do is just try and do the simple things well. But first of all, they need to get their hands on the ball.
Well, they just put plenty of height on that ball. And, well, it evaded everybody. Well, no, it hit a Brazilian hand, first of all. As you can see from that camera angle, the line out was squint. So for France, they change at half-time when we see Clémence Gossier come on for Baskerville. Took a little bit of a knock at the end of the first half, so obviously France decided that they wouldn't risk their playmaker in the second half. Armalo then with the left-footed kick. And, she chases her own kick, and Leduc is being out-sprinted here. Could this be a try for Brazil? Well, the footballing skills that we'd expect from the Brazilian just didn't have the touch.
Oh, it was such a good option. There was nobody at home for France, nobody deep. So Ramalho kicked it over, almost a perfectly weighted kick, because had that gone 5 meters further, she could have just dived on it. What she needed to do, either what Biscara did in the first half and just dink it over the line, or she needed to scoop it up.
Well, Mariana Ramalho would be, with that shot, she would have got a goal in soccer, but in rugby sevens, unfortunately, she lost possession. However, there's a little bit of a fight left in this Brazilian team. Santos went over the ball to secure the possession. Now again, that flying defence on that far side from France, but on the wide outside channel, Helene Stratut, and she can run. Stratut chasing back for France, though, is Clémence Gossier. But Stratut gets a try for France, and sorry for Brazil, and that will give them some hope.
Excellent finish from her, wasn't it? The French defence really pushing it flat. It's always risky when you do that, and here, Ladanus comes up, gets the hit in, but just managed to get the ball out. Quick hands there to Stratut, and she has the pace to go around the duff, and the pace just about to stay ahead of Graciano, who's coming across. Sorry, Gossier, I think it was.
Well, this is the 6th game for Brazil, and that's their 3rd try in their tournament. So they're a pretty rare species, a try from Brazil. Ramalho, this time, plenty of height on the ball. Wrong direction, but there's the try for Helene Stratut. 21 years of age and making her debut here, and certainly caught the eye over the couple of times she's played.
She hasn't had many opportunities to show what she can do, has she? Brazil obviously at the bottom end of the draw, so they've not had a huge amount of ball, but when she has had the opportunities, she's been very, very good.
Oh, a great restart there from Raquel Cojan from Brazil. And there's that flash defence again coming up. Santini steps back into some heavy traffic, but Brazil on the 10-yard line. Well, was that played by a French foot on the ground? It was, says referee Beard. Now, the quick tap and go then from Carla Barbosa. Barbosa has the support of Gevard. This is Santos to Gevard. Bit of an interception there for France, was it?
5.
But a tackle was too high from Mariana Ramalho.
Yeah, still a risky defence from France. They're really living on the edge. sprinting up out of the line to put those hits in. That time they just about got away with it, and Christelle Leduc has the chance to clear the line.
Super spiral kick by Leduc, and they now know that the clock is in their favour. They have to just keep control of the ball. Substitutions coming on, Jessica Santos and Fanny Horta for Christelle Leduc. And rather interestingly for Brazil then, it's Helene Scratut, their try scorer. I thought there was maybe another try in the flying winger's armoury, but off she comes. So well played the try scorer for Brazil, Helene Scratut. He identified Shannon Izar wearing the number 11 jersey for France. She's hardly had the ball. Here's Izar, this time she has. Now there's a bit of a gap for her to run. The switch play is good. Ladanus. Mayens, in fact, it was. There's Mayens, goes into clear, so Mayens in off the bench.
France getting back into their bad habits of kicking when all else fails. Not sure what else to do, I'll kick it, and not the right thing to do there. France are in control of this game, they're in control of the ball. There's 2 minutes to go. You just want to keep that ball, keep the pressure on Brazil.
And Shannon Izar just decides to kick for touch once again. Well, hot conditions here in Amsterdam. The sun has been shining, 23, 24 degrees. And well, that ice cream that I promised myself is just going to have to wait a few more minutes.
So Brazil have moved Santini out onto the wing with the changes that they made, which leaves Izar and Ladanus hanging out here in the wide channels, much bigger, probably a foot on Santini practically. So you'd think that France would be wanting to try and get the ball out here into the hands of Ladanus and Izar.
Santini
just swapped her in.
Yeah, just swapped her into the centre as they make a substitution. And Anya Kristovamu has also caught the eye this weekend as the long, leggy winger has come off the bench for Brazil. So Brazil, is there one last hurrah from them? They kick long downfield, but Shannon Izar is back, so the counter-attack is on for France. Only Izar, this is Santini harassing her. And France, well, how many times have we seen them kick away the possession in the last couple of minutes? Gathered on the contact by Angelica Javad. Now Kristovam, she can run. It's past to Santini, but Santini knocks it on. Well, maybe the height differential had something to do with that one.
I'm going to say it might have been a nice pass had Santini been another foot taller, but as it was, quite far above her head, put her under pressure, and there was a lot of space there had it gone to hand.
Chris Neal was just talking about this youngster, how a little error like that will play in her mind, and she's got to put those errors to her side. And you can see that she's upset because she's such a devastating player. And when we saw him out in Dubai back in December, what an impact she made.
It can be a real psychological challenge being that player, the special player on the team. She's expecting herself to do something special every game, not just that other people might be. And she constantly wants to put that sort of performance in, and you can't always play.
Yeah, high expectations from high achievers. So France continue this kicking strategy, but they know they've got this game won, so no particular hurry.
Yeah, seeing out the clock now, all they need to do here is claim this line out and get the ball off the pitch.
So there's the final hooter. As Clémence Gossier throws the ball in straight. And we're on the last play of the game.
Gossier's not had the best experience with the line out throwing in this game. A little bit of practice needs to go on that in the training park. But one last chance for Brazil.
France with the 2 converted tries then against that solitary try for Brazil, their 3rd of the competition. Santini, well, she throws the forward pass. So a little bit of despair there for Brazil. They can't finish off the tournament, but they'll take great heart from the fact that they beat the Netherlands yesterday to get into that quarter-final. But the 7th position goes to France, the 8th position goes to Brazil. And the Final score is France 14, Brazil 5. So the plate final is coming up between the USA and Russia.
So the plate final, battle of the superpowers as it might have been in any other sport. Maybe not in women's sevens right now, but certainly plenty on it. As you can see, Russia edged the tournament, or the tournament between the two sides. Now, there's the team lineups for this match. The final match, of course, for the two teams in this weekend. A weekend in which they've both had their ups and downs. Difficult start for Russia, having beaten South Africa, then lost to France and Australia before losing this morning to New Zealand, and then coming back to beat France in the semi-final of the plate. The USA, well, not surprisingly, lost to New Zealand, but then beating Spain and Ireland and Brazil, and on something of a roll now. Amelia Villains on the left there, waiting to lead her team out, full of confidence, full of try scoring that they've produced through the course of this weekend. And you can hear the chants from the stands for the US. Plenty of support here now. Referee for this one from England, Sarah Cox, on the whistle. Russia in 4th place in the standings.
Blue, ready? Yes.
But of course, with England getting through to the Cup semi-finals, it'll mean that England will finish 4th and Russia will end up just outside the top 4. US in 7th at the moment. Is just looking to get their game going. Is Victoria Leon.
Tripped. You didn't keep your feet. Trip.
Trips as a referee. Don't see many of those, thankfully, but
Penalty advantage, leg tackle.
Terminal to that. And again, Russia being penalised. Going to have to be careful. We've seen how it affects the way that teams play, getting on the wrong side of the referee. Ana Lopez, such an impressive debut for the youngster. Again, plenty of width on the ball. Now they try and drive through Laurie Clifford. Doyle swings it wide. There's Falayan again. Already got a handful of tries in the tournament. Clifford swings it out. And there's the door opening for the skipper to open the account. Amelia Villains with her rolling finish to get the stakes underway. Debut score this weekend, and well worked from the US, really executing very simply and just stretching that Russian defence too far.
Yeah, good play there by the USA team. You can always see from that replay that the ball does the work in sevens. And whilst that, there's always an assist from the player. It was the pass that made the try.
Yep, simple work. When it works like that, you can see just how sevens operates. And some of these newer teams really just struggling sometimes to remember the basics of the game. It's all very well under the stresses and strains of match action.
Well, I saw a tweet earlier on with mention and reference to Sir Clive Woodward phrase that you used to use, which was teacup, thinking correctly under pressure, Simon, and well, we know all about that when it gets down to having a bit of silverware to play for.
Yeah, more than a teacup on offer this afternoon for this one. Russians trying to bundle their way through. Kazakova, top try scorer for the Russians this weekend.
Release, Red!
Again, the attacking team at the breakdown being penalised. Immediately allows the States another go, and this is going to be simple stuff for Hannah Lopez. Well, 7 tries now for the weekend for the youngster, and what a debut it's been.
Well, for me, this try was scored by Victoria Falayan because she was sharp as attacking at the scrum half position. Watch this play. Falayan is in support here. Watch this. The ball goes to deck. Falayan is right there, picks the ball up, boom, and that made all the space out wide. And it was just a simple transference of ball. Well played, the United States. That's good 7-a-side rugby.
Simple enough stuff. Again, it doesn't need to be complex. And the opportunity presented itself, and the States have executed. These two played each other before. The last time they met was in fact in the last round in China, in Guangzhou, when the Russians were victorious 19-10. It's always been fairly tight between these two. Now, Kazakova trying to respond for the Russians, and look at that pace from Ekaterina Kazakova. Anything you can do, we can do better, but a great individual score from Russia gets them into this game.
Well, I must say that's one of the best tries that we've seen from an individual. Ekaterina Kazakova. And well, you can see the amount of work and effort that she's put into her 2 days of sevens right from the kickoff, though. And it was just free ball. Weighted, ball in 2 hands. That was what was really important. Switched the play, swerved. Well, Hannah Lopez couldn't get near the Russian flyer.
60-metre surge gets Russia into this game well and truly. You can see the value of, well, effectively straight line running, it has to be said, but when you've got pace like that, it's very difficult to pull the flyer down. The Russian bench hoping and now believing perhaps that they can get themselves going in this game, especially with that conversion going over as well. 90 seconds to go to the break. The Lions cutting back, just looking for an opportunity down that blind side, trying to catch out the Russian defence as they struggle to rush across to break cover open play. Good work from Gillian Potter.
Fast defence.
Again, Falayan being brought into play. She's such a dangerous operator. Strong with ball in hand. See the strength holding the ball up, almost getting out of the tackle as well. Waiting for the support. It comes in the shape of Lauren Doyle, and that's good finish from Lauren Doyle.
The gap opened up, didn't it? But the missed tackle from Russia. Well, we were applauding Ekaterina Kazakova's brilliant try, but the tackle was missed here. There she is wearing that number 10 jersey. Hold on, hold on. But the slippery boots result in the try by Doyle.
You're not suggesting, of course, that there was any additional excess put on the boots in order to slip through the tackle?
Well, you never know. With a little bit of Vaseline, you look for all the edges in this game, but wonderful conversion that comes in from the lines. And well, when you look at Ekaterina Kazakova, she's put her heart and soul into this Russian performance, and really just it's such a shame to just see her miss that tackle after such a brilliant effort for her team at the other end.
last play of this first half. And could it be a significant play as Bogacheva breaks again? The cover comes across this time, though, from Lopez. The offload is good. Seredina driving for the line, lays it back. The support is there from Muharimova. They've got width, opportunity there, but Kukina coming back 6 meters out now, Russia. Might be the last play of the first half, but I would suggest a very big play in the momentum of this match. Seredina again trying to use her strength to drive through the tackles.
Well, Russia have got players over here. If they can get it out wide.
They're not going to need to. Bogacheva it is who's gone over for the second try. And we talk again about tries right at the end of the first half, right at the end of, you know, a long passage of play. Psychologically, Scott, that is a huge oomph to this Russian cause, isn't it?
Without any shadow of doubt, just keeps them in the game. And whilst the space was out wide, the gap was there. And at half-time, well, this will allow the opportunity for a good, well-earned rest because there was a potential that USA could have run away with this time, but Russia have shown great heart to stay within it.
Well, the coaches are going to have plenty of food for thought. Pavel Baranovsky, the Russian coach, is never one short of a word. And he'll have plenty for his Russian team, but he'll be happier now that they've got that second try. Rick Suggett, the Canadian, in charge of the Americans. Well, it'll be interesting to see what he's got to say.
When you look at that shot, that for me sums it up. Look at the USA, they're already in the huddle. Russia, who've put so much effort into this tie, they're just getting together right now.
Они точно так же, как и мы, будут бить рядом. Дальше. Вот эта черная девочка, она все время подтормаживает, подрезает. Внутренний нужен захват, вы понимаете? Внутренний захват. Дальше, девочки, если вы не успеваете к раку, делайте захват. Не надо строить раки. Делайте захваты. Вы самое главное, вот соберитесь. Соберитесь. Я выпускаю сейчас свежую акифу. Бейся, сражайся, блин. Ходите, объединитесь, забудьте, что вам тяжело. Забудьте, что вам тяжело, блин. Все только начинается сейчас. Молодцы. Девки,
True. Well, Russia, of course, the current European champions, having come through those legs in Brive and Marbella before the World Cup in their home country last year. Into this weekend, fourth in the standings. Well, as I mentioned, they're not going to hold on to that slot, but in the Cold War clash as it is for this one, it's going to be very interesting to see how the balance of this match now swings in the first couple of minutes. 5 points the difference. Take from Bogacheva. That was difficult with the sun in her face as well. Pedaling at double the rate. Ball goes loose though.
Yeah, there we see that press defense from the United States team, but on occasion they do come in from an offside position, as is indicated by our referee, Sarah Cox from England.
The sun just dropping down a bit now, and you can see the shadows getting longer, and in that corner, if there are kicks coming in, it's going to be right in the eyes of the Russian defenders. Komova now off the bench to support the cause, and there's the bust from Muharimova. Where's the support? We're getting as far as the 10-meter line, but that's a good advance from that play. Now, can they monopolise and maximise this situation? Seredina feeds off, and Bogacheva once again in support. Here come the runners, but that time Muharimova just running out of energy as she got there. You could see, bless her, she's worked so hard to get her team up towards halfway.
Anastasia Muharimova, she should have just stayed in that position and recycled possession, because out wide on the far side, Kudanova is there. We've not seen an awful lot of Nadezhda Kudanova. She's not playing in the scrum half position. She's out on the wing on that far position at the top right-hand side of your picture. And Kudinova still may have a say within this game.
Bind. Set.
Kudinova just waiting outside Kazakova. But again, not getting the ball in open play. Not really able to show her pace. Russia trying to work it around the fringe and pull in the defenders, but again, not able to execute.
Release quicker, please.
Rorimova was caught on the base there, not releasing the ball. And they're penalised, and maybe that was the opportunity for Russia. Bit of a debate here with the United States and Kelly Griffin, what the move is going to go. Will hit the blind side though. The error is just creeping into this United States team. This game is very much in a balance now as Rick Suggett wets the whistle.
Fatigue really now a factor, you suspect?
Well, the girls have played in such hot conditions over the last couple of days. This is their 6th game, and if you think about it, they've got to warm up and play their games, and there's the warming down, there's the preparation, there's the analysis, and well, these girls have worked hard, and there's always that little bit of silverware at the end that they're after.
Looking at the shirts there, it's the oldest sporting competition, the Reds against the Blues. You go out and see some of the social sevens that we've seen around the ground today, and there's no chance of a jersey clash. I mean, if there were rugby fashion police, they would have a heyday out there. Quite incredible, some of the colours that the social teams are wearing. Victoria Folayan wending away through, then driving through. That's a good steal from Kazakova.
Release rights. Next flight is out.
It's there though for the USA as Lopez looking for a second.
Well, great defensive effort there from Russia. They've just shown such heart in the tackle area and contact. They're absolutely playing themselves into a standstill, these two players. Victoria Folayan looking for some medical attention. Just short, good tackle, wasn't it, by Murahaimova.
Well, wind your mind back 12 months, and it was the US who lifted the plate in this competition. Russia finishing 3rd here last year. 5 points in it, 3 minutes to go.
Well, Victoria Folayan is just coming off injured. She must have just maybe taken a little bit of cramp there. Maybe just tweaked a muscle, because it looked quite innocuous. And she's replaced by Elena Myers-Taylor, who's Folayan.
It's the silver medalist from Sochi, coming into her new sport as it is.
Time on.
Still finding her feet a bit, but such natural athleticism and power. That's what Rick Suggett's hoping to utilise in the United States cause over the next few years, and certainly going into Rio, of course. Kazakova with nowhere to go and having to take the ball back.
Yeah, Kudinova playing scrum half gave her a little bit of a hospital pass, did she not? There's the pass, here's the hospital. Well, it's what you term player and ball. I was going to say man and ball, but obviously it doesn't sound right in the women's game. Woman and ball.
Trench. Bind. Set.
Do you want a spade to dig that hole a little bit deeper? Should we move on? Well, there we go, and the US moving on through Hannah Lopez. The show and the go from Kelly Griffin. She gets the support and gets the try. Who's going to get it? Gillian Potter, I think, might want to take that one. Or is it going to be half a try each for Messrs Griffin and Potter? Either way, it's a whole try for the United States, and surely that is going to push them back into control of this game, certainly on the scoreboard.
Yeah, Lopez with the initial run. Potter always in support. She added the momentum. And as you can see, well, the try was...
torso counts?
Torso does count, but also a hand on the ball on the torso on the ball counts. We'll have plenty of time to argue that one in the showers later on.
22 22-12 then, 10 points of difference as the coaches start to replace some tired legs with fresh blood. Aleph Kelter, well, fresh to the game. Another of these crossover athletes that trying to make an impact on the rugby game. Made her debut in China, having played US age group ice hockey and soccer. Russia letting the ball bounce, and immediately they're stuck back inside their own 22.
Well, Russia have made a real fist of this particular plate final. Has been very entertaining, and it's been a mixed bag for Russia over the last couple of days, but what a marvellous performance to win the semi-final over France by 24 points to 0, Simon, and that undoubtedly for me was their best performance of the weekend.
Especially having lost to France 10-7 yesterday.
Yeah, they've turned it around, and there's been some good rugby played. A loose pass though from Russia.
Who's going to get the last hand on it? I think Sarah Cox is going to have to go into conference on this one. The referee is just checking there.
Okay. Reason? Okay, penalty to Russia on 5.
Lauren Doyle, I think, is the one who's been
No
penalised.
try. Penalty.
Playing a player off the ball, I suspect, as that bouncing ball rolled around the try area. There you go, and that's why I think pulling his rookie without the ball. Huge commitment coming in from Alana Myers-Taylor. Still Russia having to play out from the shadow of their own posts. Here she goes, Kozakova, losing the ball though. Last play coming up. The clock ticks past 0. Surely that's it. All eyes on the referee now. Sarah Cox has called the scrum.
Yeah, the error had come before the final hooter, so always a good feeling this, you know, ball in the scrum, pick it up, kick it out.
Bind, set.
Let's see if it happens. Ball in the scrum, pick it up, kick it out. But they're going to play.
Well, they've got a 10-point safety buffer, I suppose. Why not finish on a supreme high? That's what's going to happen. It's Lauren Doyle gets her fourth try of this tournament to finish things off. The second try of this match. And the American fans in the stands loving the performance of Rick Suggett's side in this plate final.
Well done to the USA in this plate final. It was a well-executed try, and yeah, a nice little shot there. Rick Suggett and Pavel Baranovsky, the respective coaches of the Russian and United States team.
And there goes the signal for the conclusion of this plate final. It's all been about the United States. They've pushed Russia into a losing position, much as the Russian side tried to work their way back in with those tries, especially just before the break. But the scoreline pretty much tells the story of that game. As both sides complete the formalities and informalities, should I say. You can see every last inch of effort has gone in from the ladies in red. They really have worked so hard, defied the odds in some games, certainly forced their way back in after that French defeat in particular yesterday. But for the Americans, well, they are going to savour the moment, and why shouldn't they? The presentation party awaits as Amelia Villines steps forward. It's Willem de Jong there, the president of the Dutch Rugby Union, who's done so much to make this event what it is, make it a part of the IRB Women's Sevens World Series. As he He steps forward to present once again the trophy to the Americans. It confirms that they are once again the winners of the plate competition in the 2014 Amsterdam Sevens.
So a good result there for the United States of America and their coach Rick Suggett taking home the plate from Amsterdam. The Olympian there, Elena Myers, wearing number 9. Elena Myers-Tyler, she's now getting her first international or taste of international sevens rugby. Olympic silver medalist in the Winter Games in Sochi. The bobsleigh pusher, athlete. As we look ahead to the next game, which is the penultimate game in the tournament in Amsterdam, that is for the 3rd and 4th placing. The highlight, of course, being the cup match, the cup final itself between New Zealand and Australia, but it's Canada against England up next. They've already met this weekend in a game won by England 10-5. Canada lead 4-3 in the series. There wasn't much in it yesterday afternoon. I wonder, Sude, whether we'll have a repeat of that clash, which could have gone either way.
Yeah, it ought to be another very, very tight one, hadn't it? You'd think Canada won't be happy with the loss last time. They probably spend a bit more time together preparing, and I wonder if that might make the difference at the end of 2 very long days.
Yes, the result won't have any impact on the series table, as Canada are pretty safe in 3rd, and England, well, they will consolidate their 4th position as they came into this tournament on level terms with Russia. Again, Canada led by Jen Kish, Farella, Faris and Allery provide the pace out wide. Marchak is the creative player there in the team. Landry and Moleski and Russell sit this one out on the bench for England, while they're led once again by Abby Chamberlain, Packer and Staniford start up front with Claire Allen, Natasha Brennan, Fran Matthews and Sarah McKenna providing the pace out wide. So not much to choose between these two teams, but everything to play for. Pride at stake. It's a game that no one really wants to play in, but there we are. It is what it is, and there are championships points at stake.
Yeah, you don't want to be in the 3rd, 4th place playoff, but once you're there, you're playing for pride, and 2 very, very proud teams. This, for me, the interesting thing about this selection, on both sides, you've got Landry, Canada, Waterman for England, 2 of the most exciting players, often play in the centres, those jinky centres that make space for the people outside them, or indeed at 9, both of them play as well. Not selected here, whether it's through injury or simply tiredness at the end of 2 very long days, just mixing it up a little bit.
Yeah, so that should make it a little more interesting, certainly. Canada plate finalists in Dubai, Cup finalists in Atlanta in February, where they lost to New Zealand, and they were actually finalists here in Amsterdam 12 months ago when they lost to New Zealand. England won the plate final in Dubai and Guangzhou this season, defeated Spain in Dubai and France in China back at the beginning of April. So we wait the 2 teams out onto the field. It's a little cooler now than it was when these 2 teams appeared in the Cup semi-final earlier on today. Canada losing to Australia and England losing a mammoth clash against New Zealand, although having led at one time by 2 tries to 0. So the long walk out onto the park from the dressing rooms. It's Jen Kish, the Canadian captain, wearing number 7. Familiar hairstyle and tattoos by now.
Looking pretty relaxed, aren't they?
Well, they know they're safe in third place on the IRB Women's Sevens World Series table, and England likewise in fourth.
You get to that stage of tournament, you are tired, immensely tired, you're physically tired, you've got bumps, you've got bruises, things are sore. You just need to think about this as the last opportunity to play international sevens in this series in front of a fantastic crowd. Think of it as that, an opportunity to play international rugby. One last push.
It's good to see them, all the smiles on their faces, absolutely loving this tournament, and who can blame them? And there's a terrific crowd here, and a good support for all the players. Now that the social games are over, all the teams packed into the stands here around the National Rugby Centre on the outskirts of Amsterdam. Canada geeing themselves up, and I dare say that England will reserve their sort of final preparations until they get on the field of play. As we've seen each time they've taken to the field, final one-on-one.
Can't fault Canada for enjoying it, can you? It's so important to enjoy it. You must take it seriously, you must train hard, you must want to win, but you have to enjoy yourself.
Yeah, looking back on the season as well, it's been a good season for Canada and Canadian rugby. So much good things happening at their base in Langford, where they're now based in readiness, of course, for next season and the season after, when Sevens will feature in the Olympic Games in Rio for the very first time. A lot of money, a lot of Canadian dollars being diverted towards well, initially, certainly towards women's Sevens rugby. They received more money than the men's squad at one time, because the prospect of them winning a gold medal in Rio was probably higher than the men's at that stage. But the men under Geraint John have certainly come good in the last few tournaments. Got to the final in Glasgow.
Yeah, they had a fantastic tournament in Glasgow, didn't they? Taking a leaf out of the women's team's book there, and be wonderful for Canadian Sevens if you've got both teams challenging for cup final places.
Yeah, and Vancouver also vying for a place on the circuit in the not too distant future. And that certainly would be good for Canadian rugby and for the Sevens series as well. Handshakes all round them. Kish and Abby Chamberlain.
Go Canada!
Here we go then, it's third against fourth. So here are the final preparations for England. Just getting the blood flowing and the adrenaline as well. Our referee taking charge of this one is from Australia, and she is Amy Perrott. Well, you'd think this was the final itself, Sue.
They certainly come out with serious looks on their faces, the England team, compared to the Canadian team, didn't they? A few last words from Abby Chamberlain there. Get those tired bodies moving one last time, England and Canada.
Well, that's what you call a game face. So England then to get the game underway. That's Fran Matthews, the Richmond representative. So here we go. There's quite a stiff breeze blowing from left to right in the faces of the English ladies in the first half. It's a welcome breeze. Temperatures in the mid-20s earlier on in the day.
Yeah, you could see England had decided they weren't going to kick right from the start. They had Marley Packer stationed out there trying to put the big hit in on the catcher, but as it was, kick went very, very wide and so straight out.
England challenging for possession at the line-out. Pulling down the Canadian line-out, being penalised for that offence. Quickly into midfield, and Canada looking to expose England into outside the channels as Paige Farries it was. ahead, Paige Faris.
Turnover good. What's wrong?
Great work from Sarah McKenna at the breakdown, wasn't it? Getting hold of that ball.
Marley Packer on the loop. Tackled by Sarah Kaljavi, the Canadian 8. Abby Chamberlain taking it wide out on the right. Now then, they can recycle this ball quickly. Screaming for the ball out on the left here. That's Natasha Brennan.
We've seen a lot of that kind of defence today, haven't we? Bianca Ferrella took a risk there, ran up into the face of Sarah McKenna, managed to cut the pass off, and Sarah McKenna coughed the ball up. England are going to need to get a bit more depth against that pressing Canadian defence. And that's the thing sometimes in the later games on the second day, players get a little bit tired and they think, right, I can't quite work as hard as I did before, can't quite get as deep, and end up creating far more work for yourself by not being in the right place.
England pushing before the scrum was stable and steady. Faris comes again. Next to the outside shoulder of Claire Allen. Once more, England being penalised for coming in from the side. Alyssa Allahi. Lovely pass now to Sarah Kaljavi. Tremendous strength and power from Kaljavi, Toronto Scottish representative.
Excellent last-ditch tackle from Fran Matthews, wasn't it? Back there in the sevens full-back role. Nolly Waterman not playing this one. We've seen her put so many good tackles in there. Fran Matthews taking up the mantle here, and a very, very good Nolly Waterman-esque tackle from her.
England here, taking all the options inside their own 22. Matthews throwing her colleague Sarah McKenna into all sorts of trouble, and asking Marley Packer to steady the ship. Natasha Brennan had to reach out for that one, but she's broken through up against Alyssa Allahi, whose defence has been solid throughout the tournament here. In defence and attack, Ellery has shown up really well. Quick to the breakdown. Packer, tackled by Kish. Chamberlain was there. England captain. Looking for the spaces. Kish again, top tackler. And forcing the mistake, the error.
Yeah, England trying really, really hard to keep the ball alive, but forcing one too many offloads there, and probably the right option was just to take the ball to ground, set it up again. But you can see both teams giving it everything they've got.
Referee Amy Perrott with a broad grin, a smile on her face.
Crouch.
That's tough.
Set.
Good shove from the English. Again, Allahi does really well to secure possession. And the gap opens up for Bianca Ferrella, and she will not be caught. Ferrella for the try line. That's the opening score.
Yeah, England pushed very, very well at the scrum, but in the end left themselves exposed behind the scrum. Canadians leapt onto the free ball. Bianca Ferrella gets the ball in a bit of space, and we've seen her pace throughout this tournament. There she goes through the middle, and Claire Allen's chasing her despairingly, but it's never going to catch her from there.
Representative of the town of Mount Royal Club in Montreal, Bianca Ferrella, Canada's top try scorer. That's another one in her locker. Good effort from Mandy Marchak. Just drifts wide of the right-hand upright, but Canada struck first. They lead by 5-0 with a minute and a half or so remaining of the opening 7-minute period.
For my money, certainly England are putting pressure on themselves. They're not getting the calls at the breakdown. They need to understand what it is they're doing wrong and put it right. That's been happening throughout the tournament, and they haven't yet learned. They need to put that right.
Tipped of the touch there by Abby Chamberlain. It's advantage Canada once again. Well-directed kick from Mandy Marchak at the restart. And again, England putting pressure on themselves, just as you were mentioning there, Sue.
Yeah, Abby Chamberlain would have been better off just leaving that alone. At least England would have had the put in.
Kish down to Kajolvi. Oh, excellent work by Allery. Back to Jennifer Kish. Slips on the artificial surface here. Canada crossing forward, slowly but surely through Karen Paquin, number 3 there of England. May well have turned it over here. Yes, they have. Good work at the breakdown by the English. Now then, a little kick through. The bounce again, well, it's favoured England. They need a bit of luck here. The support is needed also. Comes in the form of Marley Packer. England still camped inside their own 22. The breakout from Abby Chamberlain, the captain. Canada there in numbers. England playing close to. Again, it's Marley Packer taking it into contact from the London Wasps.
Yeah, England taking too much contact, really. Marley Packer's first thought is to take the ball forward. Sometimes they just need to spin it, as they're doing now. There is a lot of space out there.
Well, here's a chance, and in comes Brennan. Well, there goes the opportunity to strike back on the first visit into the, or deep into the Canadian half. Whereas Allery just boots the ball into touch to bring the first half to a close. And you would say that Canada had the lion's share of possession, and they converted that possession into a try for Bianca Ferrella.
Great job of getting the A's and recognizing and jumping the light. Okay? There's got nothing if you're an A's. If we overcommit and start crisscrossing, then we're in a bit of trouble. Okay? So stay in that defensive shape that we've got. Keep the depth. It's onto that outside, right? You don't hesitate. Next time you get it, you're through that hole, right? It's just fast. Use that bend. Take one more step wider, and you're gone, right? And then we're over the ball. Guys, we're going right after it. Like sometimes to the side, roll, battle, whatever you do. If you go in the turtle, push up over the ball, right at extra stuff, so that you feel the support, and then it's gone, okay? Hey, 7 minutes, let's finish this up. Team! Do it!
Final instructions there from John Tate and Simon Middleton, the respective coaches.
Yeah, we heard John Tate telling his players not to give penalties where they get themselves into trouble. I think that probably needed to be Simon Middleton's message to the England team at that half-time, giving far too much away in the contact area.
So Canada get to restart through Mandy Marchak from the Capilano RFC. And how many kicks have we seen this weekend? Not going the full 10 metres. Referee Parrott waiting for an English advantage, which accrues. Driving forward there by Claire Allen.
Yeah, poor decision there from England to play the ball. They should have just left it, come back for the kick-off, put themselves under pressure instead.
And pressure is back on here in the form of Bianca Ferrella. Ferrella for the corner. Well taken try by the Canadian number 9. That's her second in this fourth playoff.
Very poor defence from England as well. Tired defence from England. Bianca Ferrella, very strong runner. Just gets Heather Fisher completely turned inside out, and Fran Matthews is the one left, goes too high But between them, Fisher and Matthews really should have taken Farella down there. But excellent, strong running from Bianca Farella into the corner.
Bianca Farella adding to her impressive tally of tries. Played in the Rugby World Cup Sevens in Moscow, and she's a full 15s international also. Turning the English defence inside out, and gives Canada a 2-score advantage. Well, England had a 2-score advantage against New Zealand early on, and New Zealand turned it around to claim their place in the final. Can England do likewise in this third, fourth playoff?
There's still plenty of time, and crucially for England, Canada haven't got their conversion, so a converted try would get them within 3 points, but they need to get their hands on the ball in the right half of the pitch first.
England back on their own try line. A lot of work to do here. They're quite capable of getting the scores. Chamberlain goes to ground. Oh, what a dangerous pass that was. England dicing with death here. Risky play. In the shadow of their own post, but fortunate to get the... well, not fortunate. Canada got the penalty here. And taking their time, controlling play. It's Alleghi. Commanding Marchak on the angle. Marchak looking to barge her way through. Good defence, solid defence this time from England.
Yeah, Heather Fisher and Claire Allen on the double tackle there. Fisher saying, I'm not going to get caught again with one of those, not going to miss a tackle again. But it's England putting themselves under pressure. We said that earlier in the game. Forcing the pass under their post. Maybe putting boot to ball wouldn't be such a bad idea here.
England runners-up in the series to New Zealand last year. The inaugural year of the newly established Women's Sevens World Series. Next year will be a crucial year, of course. The top 4 teams winning their rightful place at the Rio Olympic Games. Again, England from behind their own try line, and look how Canada putting the pressure on. It will be a 5-metre scrum.
Yeah, inexperience from England there, trying to run it from there, but the pressing defence that Canada are putting in, there's always going to be a tough ask. And Canada really have the chance here to close the game out, don't they? 3.5 minutes left there. A couple of scores up already now if they can get points on the board.
Yep. One more score should do it. As they make a substitution, Kayla Mack comes on. Kayla Mack, the newcomer from the Saskatoon Wild Oats. Wouldn't you love to play for the Saskatoon Wild Oats today?
Fantastic name for a team.
It's the River Dog Howlers, that's the name I like. Scramble defence here from England. As Canada looking to hold up Abby Chamberlain, the ball carrier. She's done really well to go to ground.
Poor pick and go from England.
And even Heather Fisher can't break out of the England 22.
Yeah, England are making poor decisions now. What they don't want to be doing this close to the line is pick and go, pick and go, pick and go. There, you can tell this is a very, very tired team that isn't making clear decisions, putting themselves under far too much pressure. In Canada, very well organised side, are taking advantage of those.
Clock runs down to 2 minutes 45 seconds. Still time. But England desperately need to get their hands on the ball, but Canada have it from the line-out. Kelly Molesky, the replacement. Alleghi once again, one of the star performers this weekend for Canada. The pass doesn't go into the hands of Paige Faries, so England will get the put in at the scrum.
So England have brought on Lydia Thompson on the wing, a speedster, a lot less experienced than Tash Brennan, but very, very quick. I would suggest that their one chance here of getting on the scoreboard quickly, which is what they need to do, would be to get the ball, a bit risky from here, but get the ball into Lydia Thompson's hands and see what she can do.
Lydia Thompson, the Worcester representative in the squad. It's just her second event since she made her debut in Dubai in 2012. Again, the tackling is spot on from Canada. As Lydia Thompson wearing 10 gains ground. Oleski did really well. The Canadian number 2. Now then, minute and a half, still time, but they need to score in the next few seconds, and that is Lydia Thompson running straight at opposite number Paige Faris. And at last, hope perhaps for England in the form of Abby Chamberlain there. Matthews was there, Chamberlain once more. Now then, that's what he needs to go out wide to Amy Wilson-Hardy. Got that crucial try against France earlier on today. The difference between the two teams, breaking the stalemate late in the game. England could well do with another try from her as we go into the final minute here. Canada have controlled the match from the first whistle, but it's still on though for England. If they can score in the next 20 seconds or so and get the ball back into play, all is not lost. Chamberlain tries to get round Kayla Mack. England making heavy weather of this. A step or two nearer to that elusive Canadian try line. Chamberlain isolated for a second there. Now comes a support in the form of Heather Fisher. She's over the try line, but I fear she's held up.
Yeah,
tremendous defence.
Yeah, tremendous defence, and England getting white line fever. All those Canadian defenders in there means only one thing, and that is there is a lot of space out wide, but England doing that pick and go game, reverting to tight when they're tired, and Canada defending so well, managing to hold that up.
Yeah, the clock is stopped, but Canada taking full advantage to bring on fresh legs here for the last 14 seconds or so. There is still time if only England can score and get the ball back in play. So this then, the last throw of the dice for England. The clock restarts. Oh, excellent shove by Canada, well-timed shove. Ghislaine Landry, no hurry whatsoever. All Canada need to do here is to retain possession. There goes the hooter, and into the stands from Kayla Mack, and it's an excellent, exceptional performance from Canada to round off their weekend with a third placing here, which consolidates their third place in the IRB Women's Sevens World Series table. England on their own in fourth place, where they came into the tournament equal with Russia. A close run thing really, but on the scoreboard it reads 10-0. 2 Bianca Forella tries were enough to secure the third place for Canada.
Well, the final game of this series, fittingly, between the two top teams in the Sevens World Series. Australia currently lie 2 points behind New Zealand, and well, they've been outstanding throughout Australia, and of particular influence has been Parry and Williams. And keep an eye out for the devastating attack of Kaslik and Cherry. And of course, New Zealand with Carla Hohipa, Sarah Goss, Huriana Manuel and Kayla McAllister, the try-scoring phenomenon in this New Zealand team. So the scene is set as these two teams at the top of the RB Women's Sevens World Series meet in the final of the fifth and final tournament here in Amsterdam. The unity of this New Zealand team. Australia, well, they beat New Zealand in the finals of Dubai and in Sao Paulo, whilst New Zealand have won 2 finals themselves this season. The first against Canada in Atlanta by 36 points to 0, and the second against their opponents Australia by 26 points to 12 in Guangzhou back in March.
Let's go, Shano.
As you heard, a little words of wisdom from the Australians. Goal, Shannon Parry. And Shannon Parry, very influential in the defensive chores. And alongside me, Sudi and Sue, this, well, the series couldn't have been teed up any better with the top two teams of the series coming out into what has been a fantastic tournament, a fantastic culmination of the series here in the final, and great sportsmanship shown between these two fine teams. Sharni Williams on the right of your picture, and of course the captain of the New Zealand team, Huriana Manuel.
Yeah, we've had some great matchups between these two teams so far in the series, and we can only expect more of exactly the same thing today. Manuel and Sharni Williams leading these two proud teams out. Too tight to call, Scott. No idea who's going to win this one.
Now, come on, Sudi, you're sitting on the fence here. Come on, who's your money on if you were a betting lady?
OK, if I were a betting lady, I would go New Zealand with the firepower of Carla Hohepa and Kayla McAllister. Shire Tane coming in for Portia Woodman has shown she's got that finishing ability as well. They've got Hiruana Manuel in the middle and can bring on Kelly Brazier, who's a world-class sevens player when they need to. And interestingly, Australia have selected both Elia Green and Emma Tonegato on the bench, so unclear as yet who's going to be doing that speedy role on the outside for them.
Well, Rashan Vengi, he was the referee at Twickenham last Saturday. 75,000 people refereed a wonderful final between New Zealand and Australia. New Zealand were victors on that occasion. Can their ladies team be victors here in Amsterdam as the ball is taken by New Zealand deep in their own half? The switch play with Manuel and McAllister. In the first run up the touchline, but the tackle is good from Australia's Charlotte Kaslik. Shiratini on the wide channels. McAllister to that 10-yard line. This is Weber to Goss, and look at Hohepa. Well, the pass from Goss was inaccurate. Shannon Parry comes up and makes a good tackle. We're in the head guard. Emily Cherry, she goes in to try and clear ball. Australia pressing hard from this on these New Zealand teams. But the composure now from Goss. Sarah Goss, nominated as a potential RB7's player, but Cherry with a turnover. And surprise, surprise, the top try scorer, Emily Cherry, wearing the headgear, opens up the scoring for Australia.
Normally it's Emily Cherry in that breakdown stealing the ball, but this time her teammate did it for her. There's Sharni Williams popping the ball to Emily Cherry, and she won't have an easier run-in than that in the whole of this series.
Yeah, it takes her through the 50-point barrier for the competition. And Emily Cherry, well, she has been quite outstanding. 5-0 up, Australia leads. The conversion, though, was not good. Now, if you remember last week, if you're keen on your sevens, Australia went 19 points to 0 up against New Zealand, and New Zealand came back and just ran away with a victory. This, however, may be a different kettle of fish, but never say no to the belief in the world champions, and that's this team with the ball. Kayla McAllister steps back. Manuel. Nathan Wong. Good competition for the ball there as Alicia Quirk just shows the ball. With the tackle, Shiratini with the tackle.
Excellent cover defence from Tane, wasn't it? She came in on Alicia Quirk there. Alicia Quirk, having got past Huriana Manuel, did her captain a favour and gives New Zealand the chance to clear their lines. But at the moment, Australia in that contact area really getting one over on New Zealand.
Absolutely. But when that gap opened up, you really thought the show and go was on, and well, the defensive work from Shiratini was excellent. Goss up the line out. She's been a tower of strength for this New Zealand forward trio. Manuel brought to the ground by Amy Turner. Turner drives over. You can see that the tackler still is involved in the game as Emily Cherry goes over as well. Ball then deep into Weber. Weber to Huhipa. Well, it's a tight margin down that far side as Shannon Parry makes yet another tackle.
Excellent, excellent work in defence from Australia, isn't it? New Zealand have got some really tricky runners, but they're just getting right up in their faces, not giving them the chance to get that sidestep out, not giving them the chance to get that jink out, just getting in their faces, putting the hits in.
Tyler Nathan Wong from Auckland.
Early left first
Did she
by
delay
gold,
that,
early left first by gold, yeah.
That try? No, she didn't. There was a delay.
Early left first, yeah. Have it.
So tap and goal then for New Zealand. New Zealand haven't been into the Australian half yet, and that's 4 minutes of this first. But they're into the half now, are they? McAllister, Nathan Wong looking for the support runners. While Australia pulling a barrel load of tackles and being led by Alicia Quirk. And the contact here is so crucial in sevens. Advantage being played. McAllister, how often do we see her trying to step and go?
Well policed there by Shani Williams, but penalty anyway to New Zealand. Off they go again.
Breathtaking stuff then. This is Jordan Weber. Huhipa with a long loop pass to Manuel. They won't be phased, this New Zealand team. Well, uncharacteristically, Shannon Parry missed the tackle on Manuel. Huhipa spots some space down this near side. Loops, goes again, finds the gap. Shani Williams in with a tackle. Wow, the tackles are coming thick and fast.
They really are. Australian defensive effort at this point.
Great defensive effort. Well, some of the great stats that we get from our team at Hourglass, Sue, they were saying that between them, Jordan Weber and Sarah Gross are the joint fourth in the tackle statistics that we're getting on 18 tackles each. The New Zealand team have made 101 tackles, so a third of all tackles by New Zealand are being made by just those two players. And yet, when you look at the stats from the Australian team, you've got Shannon Parry and Gemma Etheridge. They're joint 7 with 15 tackles, Shani Williams 14 tackles. So there, in a nutshell, is where the game is going to be won and lost.
The breakdown area, the tackle is just ferocious at the moment. The work that they're putting in. What Australia are doing so well is Emily Cherry in that centre position is pushing up so hard. What New Zealand normally do is spin the ball one way, spin the ball the other. At the moment, when they try and spin it back the other way, Emily Cherry's up so fast that they can't get the ball out into those wide channels. That's what forced Carla Hepper up the middle just now. They're doing that very, very well at the moment.
Quick then to Cherry. Cherry, well, she kicked long and was she taken out by McAllister? No, says referee Rashton Vengi. So Manuel with Quirk putting the pressure on. Up comes Cherry. Nathan Wong has a little step and go. Gets the support of Goss. Now Goss, 50 metres to go. Cherry comes back, checks her stride, but Kayla McAllister then tackled by Cherry. The Australian effort and the relish for the tackle is denying New Zealand territory. Jordan Weber this time. Have they got the pace on the wide outside? I'm sure they have. And the youngster Sherry Taney with her 5th try, her first of the final, evens up things from New Zealand. The self-belief from Sherry Taney out the top drawer.
Yeah, what made that was the continuity. New Zealand kept hold of the ball, and in the end they got a mismatch. They got Sherry Taney on the wing, one of the quickest players, versus Shannon Parry, who's no slouch herself, but she's there for her power and size in the forwards, not for her absolute speed on the outside.
And the additional 2 points on offer from Tyler Nathan Wong. She's kicked well this tournament. 9 conversions already. Look at the concentration. Is this her 10th to put New Zealand in the lead? Well, no, it's wide. Well, you can see the players panting there as Sherry Taney just sucks in 10-minute halves at the end of 2 days of hard rugby. And Sarah Goss, who started the movement, this great hard-working forward for New Zealand, showing the way to her New Zealand colleagues.
Yeah, and a chance now for for Tyler Nathan Wong to get one of those really high hanging kickoffs for Sarah Goss to chase. We've seen her do it so well this weekend.
Well, that link play with Carla Huhipa as well inside her. And then Weber, those hard-working forwards, and Goss takes the ball, and well, Shannon Parry has had a hard fall to the surface. Weber makes the pass in midfield. It's McAllister. McAllister with that traditional step, and McAllister can go all the way. Double trouble for Australia. McAllister in for her 8th try in Amsterdam this weekend. And the defensive frailty that wasn't shown earlier on has just been opened up like a can of sardines.
Yeah, they've put so much hard work in Australian defence, they'll be getting tired now. What made that for Kayla McAllister was the double step. She went left and right really, really quickly, held up Alicia Quirk in front of her and then through the gap. But that was made, that all came from the most fantastic kickoff by Tyler Nathan Wong, and then Sarah Goss getting me on the end of that. They have practiced and practiced and practiced that on the training park, and it's really paying off for them here because they're just keeping the ball.
Yeah, the restart's so important. So, well, Australia's opening score by Emily Cherry has been turned over by 2 for New Zealand. 1 converted by Tyler Nathan Wong. This one is an absolute belter, as we expected. 12 points to 5 then in New Zealand's favour. The kickoff so important. Goss goes up, takes the ball once again. Over to Huhipa, and Huhipa goes for the line. Oh, it all started from the kickoff once again, and New Zealand showing their class.
Yeah, the teams have got the other teams have no answer for that kickoff take at the moment. England was struggling with it in the previous game. Australia's struggling with it now. Maybe what they need to do is let Goss take the catch and then smash her once she's taken it. But Hohepa was on hand there. You talked earlier about the linking play between the two of them.
What I also liked about Hohepa was the way she transferred the ball from the right shoulder to the left shoulder and just put on that accelerator. Well, the conversion still to come. We might have another look at that try. Is the conversion good? Oh, it hits the post. Well, 17 points to 5. New Zealand are in front of Australia.
She's come into a rich vein of form, Carla Hohepa, playing really, really well off Sarah Goss, looking for the spaces that Sarah Goss creates. She came back from first having a baby, secondly a long Achilles injury, and she's just getting back into the sort of form she showed a few years ago.
Well, the strapping there on Sarah Goss's thighs, evident. Well, it's volleyball stuff, and it's excellence from New Zealand, winning their own kickoff again. And Goss, they provide with the scrum half advantage for this New Zealand team, which is now over. And Sherry Taney showing, well, she has caught the eye here in Amsterdam. Did she get the verdict? Well, I think she did. Let's look at have a look at this one.
She's getting very close. A great cover tackle from Emily Cherry, but looks just like it was lost in contact, doesn't it? Just lost forward as she landed.
Do you know what's interesting? I looked at her face straight away, and the face can often tell you exactly what has happened. Well, it's here we are looking at it again.
And as a player, you're just so frustrated, so close to the try line, but Emily Cherry's cover tackle, such an important player for Australia.
Well, half-time here, 17 points to 5. We've been treated royally to a marvellous 10 minutes. Don't leave your laptop, don't leave your HD television if you're watching this on the RB stream.
Yeah. That last clean out by whoever it was down here was outstanding. You just went bang, you killed 2 of them. Okay, then we got the ball away. Okay, they're offside, but then the midfield, and that's because we're striking now hard. So one thing taken from Cal's strike hard, that support player's got to get there. How are we looking in defence?
I think we're doing fine. Just make sure that we're looking after that right first, but also looking up, okay, numbering up. Leave that last man for the sweeper.
Yeah.
Okay, just patience, girls.
Okay, now second half, we're running downhill. We've got a bit of the wind, okay? Ties, zippers on. Okay, zippers on. Ray. 2 minutes to go, eh? Two to go. Okay,
Don't give up. They've given up, eh?
Don't give up. Strike hard, Sarah Goss. Move the 2, eh? 1, 2, 3, critical few.
Girls, give me 10 more reps, okay? Stop the 1, 10. Yeah, okay. 10 more reps. Let's go.
You got your hooks? Sisters on 3. 1, 2, 3.
New Zealand won here last year, defeating Canada in the final, as they did in Moscow in the Rugby World Cup final by 29 points to 12. Well, Australia, they beat New Zealand 35 points to 27 to win the title in Dubai. They trailed 27-7 with a minute into the second half, so they do have the firepower, Australia, to come back to threaten New Zealand, but I just felt listening in there to Sean Horan, who was giving the inspiration. The unity in that team may well be the deciding factor.
The unity and the intensity. But Ellia Green has come on for Australia, talking about firepower. They'll be wanting to get the ball into her hands pretty quickly and give her a go.
We're talking about giving a go. Amy Turner was giving it a go there. She's wearing that number 9 jersey for Australia, but New Zealand have flooded the contact area with Sarah Goss.
That was a maul taken in, maul.
And with the ball taken in, that's Sarah Goss there. Just such a great hard-working forward. And I'm just looking down my notes to see if she's scored a try this weekend, and just the one against Russia. But suddenly all the unsung chores that she's good at, the kickoffs, the tackles, the scrums, they all add up to the complete performance.
Yeah, she's been such a crucial player for New Zealand. She won Player of the Tournament back in Atlanta, I think it was. Just does all that hard work, not always seen, but the kickoffs really stand out. It really means that Australia, New Zealand get good, frequent possession.
So turnover ball is with Carla Hohipa, and Hohipa sprinting away. And surely now New Zealand won't be caught for this title, the Amsterdam Sevens. They'll secure their place in the history books with a second try here from Carla Hohipa.
Yeah, and it's that New Zealand firepower on either side of the pitch. Carla Hohipa outpacing any of the Australian forward. They've turned the ball over. Jordan Webber turns it over. Carla Hohipa steps inside Shannon Parry, and she's over the try line. Everybody else on the Australian team stops chasing, and Emily Cherry chases back here to try and stop Carla Hohipa getting it in under the post. She never stops.
Yeah, her fitness levels are to be admired, Emily Cherry. But for New Zealand, this is Tyler Nathan Wong, who misses the conversion of Carla Hohipa's second try. New Zealand in a commanding lead by 22 points to 5. Dare I say it, and dare I repeat it, Australia were trailing by 27-7 in Dubai, but I just think on this occasion the game is very much in New Zealand's favour.
Yeah, and I can't see on this occasion Sean Horan taking off quite as many of the players as he took off on that occasion. Still got Manuel on the pitch, still got Goss on the pitch, still got Hohipa.
Backwards of goal.
With a pick up loose ball is good for Amy Turner, but again that turnover down that blind side, and Hohipa, will she be searching for that hat-trick try? Well, she's wearing a smile on the face as she weaves her way down towards that Australian 22. Goss slows things down. The pattern of play returns to New Zealand through Huriana Manuel, puts the kick in. Patrice. Ball is picked up there by Ellia Green.
Play on, context is good, play on.
So the ball is attacked from depth here from Shani Williams. Williams tackled by Manuel, the winning skipper here in Amsterdam. The inside pass, oh, well, it was low into Emily Cherry's legs. But the original knock-on was from New Zealand, and because it hit the legs of Emily Cherry, it will be an Australian put in at the scrum.
Yeah, The Australian put-ins. Australia get the ball, but only a few metres out from their try line. It's a long, long way to the other end of the pitch.
Well, coming into this tournament, New Zealand were leading Australia in the World Series standings by 2 points, 76 to 74. And Australia, well, there's a big kick upfield. Shiratini retains the possession. Taylor Nathan Wong, lovely little slip pass back to that anchor, which is Sarah Goss. And Kayla McAllister, well, there's only one thought in her armoury, and that's just to take the ball forward. Manuel shows and goes, but the tackle's good from Amy Turner. Really just the first error of the second half, really, from New Zealand.
Yeah, very good pressure in defence from Australia, very good organisation. You can see they're tired, they've done a lot of defending here, but they managed to keep their shape and keep the pressure on, and now have a chance. You can see them lining up for a penalty move here. Elliot Green coming onto the ball. What have they got up their sleeve? Because now is the time to get on the scoreboard.
Elliot Green made her debut in Houston in 2013, was representing Australian athletics in Doha at the games there. Now, here is Green, swerving, running, but super tackle by Nathan Wong.
Advantage, still advantage.
Cherry still wants to have a bite of the ball.
Backwards,
a poor pass by Sharni Williams, has gone backwards. Competing for the ball is Shiratini.
You gotta be up on your feet.
Well, it's a bit helter-skelter, isn't it?
Up on your feet, please.
It really is. Australia need to force it now. They've got to get over the try line, but New Zealand's defence is equal to it at the moment.
Charlotte Castlett delivers what's almost termed as a hospital pass, but Australia have still got possession. Green has got the legs. Green round Goss now. Leah Green, can she get near the post to make the conversion easier?
And that is the advantage of fresh legs. Leah Green's just been on for a few minutes. Carla Hepper has played the whole game and has run a number of tries in from quite some distance. You can see the difference there. Leah Green completely fresh. Carla Hepper not quite as fresh and not quite able to get hold of her. Lovely, lovely finish from Elliot Green.
Well, the conversion is good from Nicole Beck. So Australia still got to score twice. And as the clock runs down, well, you really feel that the next score is going to come with Australia to really threaten anything in this New Zealand scoreline. They've got to score in the next, minute and a half?
Yeah, 3 minutes, plenty of time, isn't it, for two scores, but not if they kick off like that. They really need precision now. They need to get every call right.
Now, New Zealand, when they look at that scoreline, if they look at that score and clock at the far end, they're just slowing things down. That clock is their friend at the moment.
And that kick from Australia shows the value of Tyler Nathan Wong to New Zealand. Her kicks always land on a sixpence, always exactly where they're supposed to go.
Nathan Wong then. Wider pass then to Kelly Brazier. And Brazier on the far side. Kayla McAllister, they've coped well with McAllister, but showing her pace, showing her strength. The link to Brazier. There's a wide play out here. This is Goss. Hohipa could be the hat-trick in the final. And this is Hohipa, chased by Cherry. Hohipa for the line. What a covering tackle by Emily Cherry. She is an remarkable player. What fitness to get across there to deny Hohipa the hat-trick try.
The cover defence from Emily Cherry. She had rushed up to try and cut the pass off because she was so outnumbered, and still managed to turn, catch, make the tackle on Carla Hepper. An excellent piece of play, and mentally, just psychologically having the guts to get up and make that tackle. So impressive.
Well, the ball's taken out from deep by Sharni Williams. Well, Australia, this never say die attitude from them, and a kick upfield. Green was hoping to chase, but back is Nathan Wong. And Nathan Wong, while she shrugs off the tackle of Green, Nathan Wong fancies a wee shot here. Sarah Gross as well. Goss to Wong. Nathan Wong to McAllister. In energy-sapping stuff here in the final of the Amsterdam Sevens. Fraser gets the offload. This is Webber. Jordan Webber on the inside track to Kayla McAllister. And Miss Callister. 9th try for Kayla McAllister in this tournament. And surely now, that is the highest try scorer in women's sevens history. Look at that. 2 tries for McAllister in this final, puts her ahead on the series standings.
Yeah, and it was tired defence from Australia there. Kayla McAllister looked up and saw a big gap in front of her, no defender even challenging her, because Australia put so much into defence. Their defensive structure got pulled out of line. There was nobody at home, and Kayla McAllister made that look very, very easy.
Well, we're down into the final minute of play, and it's interesting to note that we had a tweet earlier on actually that 20% of New Zealand tries scored in the second half of games are scored in the final minute of play. I think that one got in within the final minute of play, so that statistic will go up a wee bit. Interesting enough, Australia actually scored 23% of their tries in the second half in the final minute of play, and but on this occasion, there it is. There's the clock running down, the last play of this wonderful tournament here in Amsterdam. And Australia's attitude is, let's give it a go. Emily Cherry throws the ball back into Charlotte Kaslik. Amy Turner has a little sprint for the other end of the pitch. Turner steps back in. Who's in support? Emily Cherry is in support. Recall Beck was there. You can't end the game of rugby on a penalty. So Rasta Rashanvengi was right up with play there. So what have Australia got in their locker? The game's over, but the wonderful thing about this seven-a-side sport is everybody plays it right to the final.
The game's over, but Australia want to have the final word in it, that's for absolutely sure.
Well, they're trying to unlock this Emily Cherry, but the accuracy of the pass was not good. Cherry just a little bit isolated there. Gets the support. Goss comes up for the tackle for New Zealand. Well, that will be the last play of the game, and sheer delight here. This is a second World Series title to go alongside the World Cup. The world champions defend their title for the second year running with victory here in the Amsterdam Sevens. And we hope wherever you've been watching it on the live stream on the IRB Women's website that you've enjoyed the action. And a quick word here alongside me from my colleague Sue Day. New Zealand with a bit of a masterclass to win this one by 29 points to 12.
Yeah, they're deserved winners. They had too much firepower in the end from Australia. Australia, far improved side from last year, so they'll be pleased at the progress they've made. Nevertheless, came so close. 2 wins to 3 in the series as a whole, but New Zealand just too strong for Australia on the day. Hepper, Tane, McAllister, those players just too much firepower.
Well, of course, this sees the presentation now with the winner, the winning team of the tournament. But remember that tomorrow is the culmination of the proper Amsterdam Sevens. That's the 43rd playing of the Amsterdam Sevens tournament. There's a tens competition as well that's played on the back pitches. The finals will be played here tomorrow, Sunday. But this is the final presentation here for the IRB Women's Sevens World Series, and sheer delight amongst the New Zealand team. Well, there be a presentation first of all for the Amsterdam Sevens player of the tournament.
Emmanuel, many congratulations. A second World Series added to the Rugby World Cup. Things are going really well for women's rugby in New Zealand.
Yeah, it is. You know, credit to our management and the sisters. You know, we worked very hard, and I think you saw that out on the World Series. Yeah, just credit to everyone back home in New Zealand. Sorry, I can't talk.
Well, there is tremendous depth in this New Zealand squad, and Sean Horan, as you finely tuned, that's clear for all to see.
Yeah, there is tremendous depth in our squad, and credit to Sean Horan and Alan Bunting and the rest of our management. You know, we started this 2.5 years ago, and I think we're doing just fine. But in saying that, there's still a lot more that we can do, and we'll just reassess and enjoy this moment.
A lot more to come, as you say. How much has the prospect of winning a gold medal at the Olympic Games focused this New Zealand side?
Like I said, we will just concentrate on what's next, and that's another World Series title. The Olympics is in another 2 years, and like I said, we'll just look forward to the next tournament.
Juliana, many congratulations. Go and collect your trophy.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, Juliana Manuel will have to go some to get into the presentation lineup, because there they are, already been lined up. They've shaken hands with Mr. Willem de Jong, the president of the Dutch Rugby Union, and here comes the trophy, presented by Marika Shavazali from the City of Edinburgh. She's Vice President of the City Council. So the presentation to Juliana Manuel, who will lift this trophy for the second time. You'll also notice that alongside her is Sarah Goss. And Sarah Goss there on the right, Emmanuel, has been presented with the Amsterdam 7th player of the tournament. So a double celebration here for this New Zealand team. And Sarah Goss, a quick mention, Sude, of how influential she was, especially and fittingly in the final.
Yeah, probably her best game of this tournament, wasn't it, the final? Her work on the kickoffs, that's the stuff that stands out, because you see it and she does it so well and so precisely, but it's the unsung work around the park, winning the breakdowns, on the shoulder ready, everybody that makes the break just works. She's that player in the New Zealand team that works really, really hard and makes things work for everybody else, the glue, if you like.
Yeah, and as we said, it was sort of the unsung chores, you know, in the tight, in the tackle area, in the contact, in the clearance, in the turnover that marked her aside. And actually, it was interesting that the award was actually recommended by the tournament ambassador, Tim Visser, the current Scotland winger, who now plies his trade with Scotland, playing for the Edinburgh rugby team. And of course, he grew up in this environment, playing his rugby here. So the next presentation will be the IRB Sevens World Series top try scorer. And the top try scorer, well, we knew who that was, and Emily Cherry with Avonlea of the IRB, and Emily Cherry 33 tries. And when you consider that she beat Kayla McAllister and Portia Woodman, well, those are two devastating runners of the rugby ball and try scorers to beat. So Emily Cherry will have a big smile on her face.
Yeah, an outstanding performance from her, hasn't it been? Australia have scored fewer tries than New Zealand, and she's obviously managed to score a greater proportion of them, always there in the right place at the right time.
Well, the next presentation we've got is the IRB Sevens Player of the Year. That will be presented by John Jeffrey, the IRB Rugby Committee Chairman and IRB Council member for Scotland, an old playing colleague of mine called the White Shark. And that presentation goes to Emily Cherry. So two wonderful trophies, and a fitting moment for Emily Cherry to collect her award.
Yeah, we saw her at the top of the try-scoring charts, but it's important to note that that's not the only reason why she won that award. Yes, brilliant in the try-scoring stakes, but brilliant in contact, great kicking skills, great vision. She's such a great all-round player, so important to this Australia side, so don't just think that's about scoring tries.
Now, we remember the nominees were Charlotte Caslick of Australia, New Zealand duo Sarah Goss and Kayla McAllister, but it was Emily Cherry that came away. Now the silver medals that have been presented to this this determined and youthful Australian team. And you know, for the winning team, it's at least some consolation for Tim Walsh, the coach, that he's managed to inspire his team to play so well. Of course, 2 titles for this Australian team during the series. They'll learn from this as their conditioning will get better, and as they replan and look at this final, and they'll analyse it, and they'll look at ways of improving on their performance.
Yeah, they've made huge strides from last year as well. They've made a lot of progress in a short space of time, and a lot of young players there. Charlotte Kaslik, Alicia Quirk, Rachel Crothers, who's not even here. Elia Green's only 21. A lot to build on and a great base to build it from.
Well, next year there'll be 11 core teams, only one invited team, and well, Australia will be very much part of that core team process. And here comes New Zealand to collect from Avonlea and John Jeffrey once again their winners' medals. As we see Kayla McAllister and Kelly Brazier, and just such delight, such experience in this New Zealand team, and always nice to get a little bit of a medal around your neck at the end of 2 days of hard sevens work.
Yeah, I mean, and for New Zealand to be able to leave Kelly Brazier on the bench for so long, it just shows the depth that they've got in that squad. Previously, it would have been Brazier and Manuel as the playmakers. Now they've got Tyler Nathan Wong, who's so important to them with that kicking skills and the distribution as well.
Yeah, we didn't see too much of Chelsea Alley collecting her medal, but she'll have, got that experience. Portia Woodman. And, of course, Linda Tuna, who we didn't see too much in this day 2 after that head knock yesterday, but they each played their part across the 2 days of competition. And for New Zealand, well, manager Hannah Porter, physio Jadinta Horan. It's an impressive setup in this New Zealand camp, and real teamwork amongst all the backroom staff. And for Sean Horan, well, when you consider that over 1,000 players were involved in the Go for Gold recruitment program, it sets some talent pool to draft and select from. So John Jeffrey there, as I mentioned, the farmer from Kelso in Scotland, and just along the road from his farm was where the sevens game was invented at Melrose in 1883, and these proud ladies will lift the silverware, the Amsterdam trophy. They'll lift the Women's Sevens World Series trophy. They've got the Player of the Tournament trophy, and they've got their medals right across the board. Golden moment for New Zealand rugby once again. As the silverware sparkles in the sunshine.
Yeah, they've got a pretty good haul to take home with them, haven't they? Emily Cherry nicked a couple of the trophies, but they've got the vast majority, and they played very, very well for them.
You think they'll get them through customs? So here's how the table ended up. There was 2 points that separated New Zealand and Australia in the lead into the final, and that lead was extended to 4 points. New Zealand worthy winners of this World Series table. Australia, the runners-up. Canada, well, they've been in the semi-final shake-up in all the tournaments, and England played their part to retain 4th position. And remember that next year, if those standings were the same, those 4 teams would qualify for the Olympics. If the one quirk in that is if England were the appointed and nominated team to gather qualification into Rio.
Yes, and I think that's still up for decision making. Not quite decided yet how that works.
Well, we'll still stay on the celebrations for this New Zealand team. And just to let you know that unlike their male counterparts, they'll not remove their jerseys to do the haka.
Pretty impressive if Portia Woodman's going to help to lead this with one leg.
we've been thoroughly entertained here on behalf of the commentary team. Myself, Scott Hastings, Wyn Griffith, Simon Ward and Sue Day. A special mention to Steve Jimison, our series director, who's brought you the pictures. Alison Hughes from the IRB, and from Arnold Michel, the local tournament organiser from Amsterdam here. We've had a wonderful 2 days of rugby. We hope you've watched all the action live by the streaming process of this wonderful World Wide Web. My name's Scott Hastings. We hope you enjoyed the action from Amsterdam for the IRB Women's Sevens World Series. See us in Dubai in December.